Okay, guys, on the culinary stage this morning, right now, we are having an extraction demonstration with the Pennsylvania State Beekeepers. So come on over, join us. We got some empty seats still, so come on over.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation. Most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflects our chef's history as well as our nation's. And we're going to get to some demos, some demonstrations shortly. But we do need to put our sponsors in the spotlight for a few minutes because we wouldn't be able to do any of this without them. PA Preferred is the official state brand for PA agricultural products, established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. So when you shop for food, we want you to look for this PA Preferred logo. Look for the yellow chuck mark, and you know the food you're buying has been grown or produced in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. They've provided a full-size trailer of food for us to prepare and serve for you this week, and we couldn't be happier with Giant. They're amazing. They've done a great job, and all the demonstrations and all of the samples provided by Giant. Pennsylvania Cooperative Potato Growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations. Potatoes are the main ingredients in all the recipes you're going to see being demonstrated on stage today, which means potatoes are in all the samples that you get to try. We can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. They're here in the back busy preparing all the samples, and they're here to support the awesome chefs. So Indiana University of PA students and instructors are absolutely incredible. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. Thanks to them, we have these amazing appliances. We've got these induction cooktops and the convection ovens and the refrigeration here to do all the demonstrations and competitions. These things run by magnet. They're amazing. There's no open flame. This pot is hot and was boiling recently. You can touch the top of this. Doesn't hurt your hand. In fact, we have a chef instructor that likes to slide a $20 bill underneath it while it's going, just to show that it doesn't hurt the $20 bill. Go to thermador.com to check out the latest lineup of state-of-the-art appliances for your home. We'd like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry for these awesome butcher block countertops and these custom cabinets. Everything we need for our demos, for our competitions, for cooking is located underneath these cabinets. They custom made them just for us. If you go to christianacabinetry.com, you can see what they could build for you. Located just across the river in Camp Hill, the restaurant store has everything you need for your kitchen and ours. Industrial quality kitchen equipment from walk-in refrigerators to spatulas. Membership is free. You can walk right in and walk out cooking like a chef. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. So every recipe in the books this year has a wine that's been thoughtfully paired. You'll see this on stage here later with the gnocchi demonstration that's going to be happening. And if you like Pennsylvania wines or you want to try Pennsylvania wines, you can head in that direction past the Pennsylvania Hardwood exhibit in the corner of this hall and sample and or purchase some Pennsylvania wines. All right, so that's it for the housekeeping, so to speak. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for our first demonstration from the Pennsylvania State Beekeepers Association. Thanks, guys.
For you here, for the folks that are here for the maple syrup people, you have a long day. They'll be here at 6. We had a conflict of schedule. But we're the Pennsylvania Beekeepers Association. My name is Gary Carnes. I'm the president of the Capital Area Beekeepers Association. We're based right here in Harrisburg, PA. I am an 8th-generation beekeeper. I run a little over 300 colonies. This is my father. He started in 1958 with bees and FFA. And number 9 generation, I started my son. He was 3 when he started. That's his Halloween costume in kindergarten. But the reason there's a change, we're doing a celebrity extracting competition in the main hall over behind the food court at 6 p.m. So the maple syrup guys are graciously enough to switch us positions. So they'll be here at 6, and we'll be here again tomorrow morning. But we're going to tell you a little bit about bees, how we work the bees, how we process our honey, and how we jar our honey, and the biology of the bees. Is anybody very familiar with bees? You're familiar, bees? You're familiar, bees. That's our former Pennsylvania honey queen. On stage with me, I have our present honey queen and our present honey princess. And I have Charlie Vorchek. He's a former president of the state, and they're from out in western PA near Erie out in Crawford County. They'll get their shot up here too, but right now it's mine. So anyhow, does anybody know who was the first beekeeper in recorded history? Who do you think it was, ma'am? All right, who gave the hint out there? Who'd you say it was? Noah. You here before? Okay, where did Noah keep the bees? In the archives. You have to be distinct. But no, honeybees are not native to North America. The early pioneers brought them over, and the Indians called them white man's flies. The honeybee is very unique species. It's the only living organism that does not harm another living organism. When it makes its nest, it secretes wax. It builds its nest in a hollow cavity. When it visits a flower, flowers now pollinated is better than before the bee came. That cute butterfly ate that flower before it ever sat on the flower. Honeybee is also the only insect that makes food for man. It's also considered one of the only perfect foods. Bacteria does not grow in honey, so anything you cook with cane sugar, you can use honey, but to a lesser degree because honey is sweeter than sugar. If you go down to our learning center, we have brochures with these ladies' pretty little pictures that tell you all about how you can substitute sugar for honey, or honey for sugar. So very, very unique. Okay, we have how many kinds of bees in a beehive? Anybody know that one? You're pretty good with the answers. You got that one? You don't get that one. Anybody know how many different kinds of bees are in a beehive? There's 3. Does anybody know what any of them are? What is it? Drone? That's right, drone, queen, and worker. There's unique factors about each one of them. The queen and the worker come from the same kind of fertilized egg, but they develop differently because of the food they feed them. I can take a worker egg, put it in a queen situation. Instead of hatching in 21 days, it'll hatch in 15 to 16 days, depending on temperature and food. The male, you want to be the male honeybee? Well, if you are the male honeybee, you have a mother and a grandfather, you have no father. And when the queen only breeds once or twice in her lifetime, when she's a virgin, she goes out and mates. If you mate with her, you die. Pretty neat job. But anyhow, so they're very unique. We're going to tell you a little bit about the species, and we're going to tell you some of the rules and regulations. A lot of them were imposed originally by beekeepers themselves, which are good to help you. So Charlie's going to tell you a little bit about that. So.
Thank you. Check. Thank you, Gary. My name's Charlie Vorsek. I am past president of the Pennsylvania State Beekeepers Association. It's the Pennsylvania State Beekeepers Association that brings you this program today. We were established in 1904. We're one of the oldest beekeeping societies in the country. Not as old as Lancaster. Lancaster is 150 years old this year, and they're the oldest in the United States. But we represent the entire associations across the state. There's about 35 local associations scattered across the state. So if you wanted to become a beekeeper, we would suggest that you contact your local association, because they can offer you information on classes and resources, and that's the best information. And then they're also affiliated with the state organization, and the state organization works with the Department of Agriculture. We work with Penn State Extension, and we provide research, public outreach, and we are involved with honeybee regulation.
Yeah, I'll do that when I do that.
In Pennsylvania, there's about 6,500 beekeepers, which isn't really a lot when you spread it across the entire entire state. We operate around 66,000 colonies. Now, the average, or the most common, like 95% of all the beekeepers are small and independent with less than 25 colonies. This chart shows you the people in this audience. The majority of the beekeepers have 1 to 10 colonies, 88%. So, and they're not the ones that bring honey to market. The sideline and commercial beekeepers are the ones that bring honey to market. So, and only represent like 4% of sideliners, and less than 1% are commercial beekeepers. So it's quite an interesting, challenging endeavor. We register our bees in Pennsylvania for the reason of health control. So bees can carry a contagious disease called American foul brood, and we don't want to spread it from hive to hive. So we use modern equipment, and we have removable frames, and we have laws to help regulate that. Now, along with those things what the Pennsylvania State Beekeepers do, we also sponsor our honey representatives for the state, and I'm going to let them introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jordan Hackenberg. I am the 2026 Pennsylvania Honey Princess, and the Queen and I are here to help promote the beekeeping industry and teach you guys about the most important things. You can find us in the food court at the honey sweetened ice cream and waffle stand, and we also have a learning center and a marketplace just behind the butter sculpture. And you can find a bunch of products there. We have honey, wax, pollen, candles, and lots of other good stuff.
Hi, my name is Alexis Ottstott. I am the 2026 Pennsylvania Honey Queen. I cannot say how grateful I am to be here at the farm show today, demonstrating the extraction with you all. We are so excited to have 2 live colonies with us at the Learning Center. We welcome you to come and observe them, as well as talk to some of our beekeepers that are here with us today. If you have any questions, they are more than welcome to talk with you. We are more than welcome to talk with you guys as well if you see us around. And stay sweet.
Right, there we go. So today, what we want to kind of give you an overview of what beekeeping's about. But if you were a beginning beekeeper, or if you wanted to keep a hamster or a horse or chicken, first thing you need to know is something about the animal. You know, what's its life cycle, the biology of the creature that you're about to work with. So Kathy is going to give us a little overview of some of the biology of the honeybee.
Okay. Well, anyway, first thing before we start, if I have an active beehive and we want to produce honey out of that hive, inside that hive in the summertime, there are 60 to 80,000 bees in that colony. In the wintertime, when it's slow and their metabolism slows down, there's about 2,000 bees in that colony. It's a big handful. But in the summertime, we have to have 60 to 80,000 bees in that colony. This is a frame. This shows the bees working that. Okay, my first bee in the hive is my queen bee. Jordan's got a picture of the queen bee. The queen bee has a long tapered abdomen. She's about 3/4 of an inch long. She is the longest bee in the colony, or the biggest bee in the colony. She has one job. That job is to lay eggs. In the summertime, she lays between 1,000 and 2,500 eggs a day. She is good for laying about half a million eggs. She lives for about 3 to 5 years. In our observation hives down here, when we're maintaining the bees, we have a way of keeping track of the queens. Okay, so we have a dot. We paint a dot on that queen. Each year is a different color. It is a national system. This one has a red dot. We can see her easier in the hive. All right, so this is my queen down here, down at the observation. I think they have a pink dot and a blue dot. If you're looking at this, there's a circle of bees around that queen bee. Those are all worker bees. They are called her court. They're going to be working with her. They feed her, they groom her, they keep her warm, they protect her. She lays eggs. That's all she does. They will take care of her. My next bee in the hive we're going to be talking about is my drone. Out of that 60 to 80,000 bees, there's only about 500 drones. If we look at the eyes on this guy, he's big, he's hairy. He has one job. He does not do anything else in the hive. The worker bees have to feed him. The worker bees have to keep him clean. The worker bees protect him. Okay, he has no stinger. So this is my drone. The only reason we have him is when the queen bee goes flying out, they will all follow the queen and they mate with her. After they've mated with her, they explode. Birth control. All right, so that's what. But with the drones carry the genetics which we are looking for, and that has to be passed on. The last bee in the colony is my worker bee. My worker bee is the smallest bee in the colony. She's about a 1/2 inch long. She does all the work. That queen bee lays the cells. Like Gary said, if it is a queen bee or if it is a female bee, it is a fertilized egg. If it is a drone bee, it is an unfertilized egg. So that's why Gary was saying these guys have a mother and a dad, the drone, but my drones only have the mother. All right, the first job that my honeybees do when they're in the hive, my worker bees, when they hatch out, okay, their first job is to turn around and clean their room. Weren't we be so lucky if our kids would do that? They clean the room for about a day and a half, 2 days long, and then they graduate. They move on, and the next thing that they're going to be doing is they're going to become babysitters. The queen lays that egg. When they lay that egg and leave that egg alone, The worker bees will come in. They give it some royal jelly. They give it pollen. They give it nectar. They put all the food into that cell so that egg, when it develops, it eats the food that's in that cell. All right, so after they have done this and they babysat, they fed that egg, they put a layering on that, and then they move on and do another one. The next thing my bee does after she does that, she graduates. She does about 15, 18 different jobs. One of her last jobs she does is she is a guard bee. She stands at the entrance of the colony. My queen makes a pheromone or a scent. Every bee in that colony smells the same. That's what they're familiar with. If somebody comes in or something tries to come in and does not smell the same, they chase them away or they may sting them. All right? When my honeybee stings, really, really cool, only the females have stingers. The stingers are pointed. They have a barb at the end of it, and at that barb there are little hooks. My honeybee has to have an empty stomach. When she has that empty stomach, she arches her back and her stomach, or the stinger will protrude out of her. This is a picture of a gentleman. This is what, Gary, 5 days after he was stung?
Yep.
Okay, he's been stung. All right, here's a guy right after he was stung. That is a normal, people say we're allergic to bees. This is a normal reaction. Okay, if you are allergic to bees, your throat will close up. That's when you need the EpiPen. This is normal. For us, we don't worry about it because we've kind of become immune to that. Gary doesn't swell anymore. Charlie doesn't swell anymore. Okay. But my honeybee's last job, she goes out and she looks around the hive. She is a forager. My honeybee flies 13 to 15 miles per hour. She makes 3 to 6 mile round trips. She can do 6 to 9 trips a day. On a good day, my honeybee can fly 55 miles. When she goes out and she visits, every trip out, she goes between 50 and 150 blossoms. She goes and she collects the pollen. Boy flowers make the pollen. All right, so my honeybees have to visit the male flower. If we're looking at this picture, she has all covered with pollen. Honeybees don't like to be dirty, so they're going to pick that pollen up with their mouth. They're going to stuff it into baskets on their back legs. Those are called pollen baskets. All right? When my honeybees go back to the hive, they will relax the hairs on those pollen baskets, and the pollen will drop into the cell where they keep it, and they will consume that. That gives them energy, and that keeps them healthy. That's part of their food. All right, so then my honeybee, when she visits the flower, she picks up pollen. She also picks up nectar. She has a straw-like tongue called a proboscis. She's going to go to the bottom of that flower. She's going to suck up the nectar, and then it's going to go into one of her stomachs. She has 2 stomachs, a honey stomach and a food stomach. When it goes into that, she's going to come back to the hive. She's going to wiggle around. She's going to do a dance. That dance is called a waggle. She's going to be telling other honeybees where to go to get that nectar. And then she's going to go back into the hive. She's going to regurgitate. She's going to spit up that nectar. She's going to give it to another honeybee who will take it back into the hive further and put it into the cells. So that is how my honeybees, they are all working together. It is a female society. Okay, they're run by females. Okay, Charlie, is that good enough?
That's great. Yeah, we can go on and on and on. There's a lot of things to know about honeybees. Even when we, as experienced beekeepers, go to a conference or convention, I call it information overload. Like there's more than we ever anticipated. So now we know something about the creature, the livestock that we're going to keep. So we use what is called a modern hive. So honeybees are a cavity dweller. They want a hollow tree or a cave or the side of your house. We prefer not the side of your house. So we create a modern hive, and it's constructed, it's originated in 1852 from Reverend Lorenzo Langstroth from Philadelphia. He understood what we call bee space, but you can set that up here. So this is our bottom. We call this a bottom board. It's just a simple entrance area. Then we add the first box. The first box is where we introduce, and you'll see the hive space, what we call hive space. So, yep. And we have frames in each of those. And so this establishes the comb. If we didn't put any frames in there, the comb would be all staggered and you'd never get it apart. So this gives us the ability to inspect it for health and also honey production. If there's a bad area, we can replace it. We introduce the queen and the nucleus colony in here, or swarm, and so each of these frames is about 3,500 cells per side. So we talked about the queen laying 1,000 eggs a day, so it'll take her a couple of days. She won't. So they'll put honey around the edge of the eggs, but in 30 days, you got 30,000 more eggs, right? So it expands pretty well. And then at the point where we have a strong enough colony that they can make honey, we want to add more space. But we don't want the queen laying eggs in the area where we're going to take honey, so we have what's called a queen excluder. It's a simple screen that the workers can freely go back and forth, but it's just the right size that the queen can't go through it. So we restrict the queen to below the surplus boxes. The next box is what we call a super. It's our surplus. It's the short name for surplus. It's our super, and that goes on top. It's got the same configuration with frames and bee space established. The bees will draw this comb out as they consume honey. Their wax glands are stimulated, and they'll add comb to that. Now the super is, you can see it's shallower than the deep. The deep box, when it's full, it can weigh 80 to 90 pounds. It's very heavy and hard to handle. So when we're taking extra honey, we're taking honey off, this smaller box is a little easier. It can be 30 or 40 pounds, maybe 50 pounds if it's really full. But that makes it easier to handle for us. And then we have different configurations depending on how strong the colony is and how strong the honey flow is. Like all hives are not equal. They don't all do what we see in this picture, but when they do, we want to be ready. So we want to be able to add boxes to them. Then on the top, we have what we call an inner cover. It has a ventilation hole so the bees can dry off the nectar. The nectar comes in wet. They dry it off. They flap their wings or whatever, but we need a ventilation hole to go up through the top. And then above that, we have an outer cover, which is basically for weather protection, keeps the snow and the rain out, and it covers the inner cover. If we just put that cover on there without an inner cover, we'd never get it off, because the bees also collect sap from trees. We call it propolis. So it's a sap that protects as branches grow out, they have a sap. So the bees collect this sap, they bring it in on their pollen baskets, and they'll seal every crack and crevice and anything in there. It's very hygienic, it's very antibiotic, and it helps the bees. So now we have our hive, we have bees, but we want to work them. And as we all know, the honeybees have stingers. We saw that illustrated. So we have some protective gear that we like to wear. And Queen Alexis is going to show us how to do it properly.
While she's getting dressed there, one thing we forgot to tell you, when you do get stung, never pull the stinger out. It's a hollow tube with bars and has a poison sac with pumps. And if you squeeze it, you shoot all the venom into yourself. Always scratch it out. You can scratch it right out with your fingernail. I have kids say, go get a credit card. I say, how many kids got credit cards? None of them, but they all got fingernails. Just pop it out and you won't get the venom in you.
So the bee suit this is a a tight cotton weave. We like white because bees, they're not upset with the what color white. If you use dark colors and black, they're more apt to sting. So we use white. It has a nice waistband. You can also get them in full length, but we have protection on the hood. If you wear a hood style like this, we suggest a ball cap under it because the veil can get right up to your nose, and the bee might come here and hit you in the nose or the forehead. So, and then the gloves, the standard is leather gloves. Not sure it's the right choice, but it's been a choice for a long, long time. It's very protective. A lot of people will use latex or a nitrile glove in replacement because leather can also carry dirt and disease and stingers from hive to hive. So sometimes they'll wear latex or no gloves at all. Then we have a smoker, and the smoker we have use like wood chips or burlap, something that will create a cool smoke. We don't want a hot fire. But bees communicate with pheromones and scents inside the hive. It's in total darkness. And when we interrupt their ability to communicate, then they think they're in trouble. So they'll start to engorge on honey. They'll fill their honey stomach, in which case they have a hard time to curl around to set their stinger. That's some pesky bees up here. So we use a smoker to interrupt their communications. It allows us to come in there with less problems. And there's different genetics. Some of them are more aggressive than others, and we learn that over time. So theoretically, we've had a successful season. We have a hive, and we have honey to take off, and then we're going to move right on into the extraction. And Gary's going to show you how we get that honey out of the hive.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Now, there are many ways, as Charlie said earlier. I am less than that 1%. I always thought I was a 10, but I didn't know I was a 0. But anyhow, I am a commercial beekeeper. I did do this at one time. I now have more automated equipment where my frames are put in a piece of machinery. I pull a lever, they go down and spinning chains remove them. But our normal small-scale beekeeper would use this type of operation. Charlie talked about propolis, and when we build those boxes higher and higher and higher, the bees need a ladder. So they will make burr comb between the boxes. And if the spacing's not right, they will make bridges from frame to frame. So before I extract, I like to clean all that stuff off. Now, beeswax is perfectly edible. It was considered the first chewing gum in the colonies. You can chew the wax all day long. You can swallow it. You can eat it. It'll never hurt you. Until the late 1800s, we basically processed our honey in cubes, and we weighed it. And we still sell honey today by the pound, not by pints, quarts, ounces. I do know what a pint and a quart and an ounce do weigh, but yeah, of course an ounce weighs an ounce, but anyhow. Volume is different. Does anybody know what a gallon of water weighs? Roughly 8 pounds. What does a gallon of honey weigh? 12 pounds. So we have the same volume, but our weight is much different, so we still sell by weight. So Reverend Langstroth, did we get him or not? He designed these hives, and what they are, with the bee space, as tall as those hives get, but in a beehive, to them, it's one continuous comb, and they will fill it up with honey. And when they do, they put a wax capping over it when they get to a certain moisture content. And then we have to remove that. If I put that in this centrifuge, it is never coming out. It'll spin there all day long and stay locked in it. So with this small centrifuge, we have to reverse them. But there's many ways of getting the cappings off. I told you how I use the chain-driven machinery. This way, we're going to use a scratcher. This is not a pitchfork, unlike the people on YouTube. It's not made to go like this. You know, bees are the first recyclers. I will clean this up, and next year they will build that, and this will not be there. One of our princesses or queens may cut a frame here and booger it up a little bit, but the bees will fix it. So I'm going to show you how, you know, most small people would take, and they'll just carve this off, and then you got to clean up the little pieces you missed. That's where the fork comes in very nicely. You scratch that, and I broke all the surfaces. I'll get rid of that bad area. So this particular unit is hand spun. I did hand spun my first year when I was 6 years old. My dad, being a good FFA, Pennsylvania dumb Dutchman, he said, that's enough of that. He went and got a wash machine motor and 2 pulleys and a light switch and a belt, and we had electric extractor. As you will see here shortly, it's a good exercise tool, especially for the kids or the young lady who has nothing better to do today. You want to do the next one?
Hey, you don't want me to do it. We'd be here for like ages.
Yeah, we did. She was extracting the other day, and I said, we don't want it to crystallize till we get done here. Now, this young lady here, we can really razz on her because I knew her grandfather back in the late 60s when I was a tiny little kid, and he was doing 1,500 or so hives at that time. Now, if you see the darker spots in there, you can swing that a little bit. No, the other way, the other way. That is different kinds of honey. The bees put one variety of honey in each cell. They don't intermix it. We will see sometimes a rainbow effect where they'll have a honey flow come in, they'll put that honey there, and they'll put a different honey above it. So now this wax, like I said, is perfectly edible. When we melt that stuff down, we'll make candles out of it or reuse beeswax or something like that. The candles here, the blocks here, that stuff she's cutting off will look like this. When it's heated, it'll turn into liquid. We'll cool it, and it'll get into a hard form. What's unique about beeswax? What's unique compared to paraffin? You're not really sure? Okay. It will burn brighter, it will burn slower, and it gives off no smoke. So that's why they've used beeswax for hundreds and hundreds of years in Catholic cathedrals and things like that. They don't mess up the paintings on the ceiling. We turn that off. All right. Yes. Actually, a lot of people claim it takes certain dust and stuff out of the house. It has its own fragrance, but by far, in a honey house, everything's always sticky. You can't remember. You're as bad as my son. Like, let me wash my hands. Go ahead. Now here, we got to do centrifuge here. So this is our exercise equipment for the day. I guess we didn't put them in the same direction, did we? They have to be set correspondingly with the frame, with the weight and the distribution all on one side. Now see, I wait and I talk to you until she gets cherry red. Then I know time will switch.
I'm not red enough yet.
No, you're not. You got to go a little faster there.
Faster.
Now we will, there's many ploys. I am an organic managed beekeeper. I do not use synthetic chemicals in my hive. But if I do not control the varroa mite, which is wiping out our bees, I will have no bees. When I was a kid, a little younger than them, but if I lost 3 hives out of 100, I had a bad year. If I lose 50 out of 100 now, he'll say, oh, you didn't have too bad of a year. You only lost half your bees this year. You know, it's devastating right now. Last year, we lost more than 50% of all the bees in the country. But we're dumb. We got to, next year will be better. We rebuild every year. All right, you can stop.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't want you to yell at me.
Okay.
This style,
I see what you did here. Everything's
this
on the
style
same
of
side.
extractor is called a horizontal extractor. So it is perpendicular to the wall, and you need to rotate the comb so you can do the second side. We also have, in the industry, uses a radial extractor, which goes in like the spokes of a
Alexis,
bicycle,
it's not bouncing.
and it extracts from both sides. Oh, she lightened it. She lightened.
you got to make the frames like this. If they're like this in a centrifuge, it's like this when you go around. Anyhow, we will strain this honey. We're not going to filter it. It's another little. He's more politics. I'm more redneck. Okay, so that's a way of making you think, oh, this is great. This isn't filtered. This is strained, or vice versa. But what we're going to do, we're going to run it through 2 pieces of metal screening. First one's about the size of window screening, take out large pieces of wax. The next one is a smaller screen, we'll take out other pieces of wax. We do not, when you filter it, you get that sticky crap in the grocery store, it's extra cheap. It came from China, Brazil, and you name it. As long as it has 10% honey in it, they can call it U.S. grade A honey. So, but you don't know how much has been adulterated or not. We do try to check for that, but we cannot check every drum that comes into this country. We do not produce enough honey in the United States to supply the demand. We import a tremendous amount. You can actually stop, Jordan, okay? But so now we're going to strain the honey, okay? Nah, that's not necessarily good. Now, we used to be up on stage here, so I didn't have to lift this up, but for us to be able to show you a little bit, we're going to lift it up, and then we're going to, if anyone wants to taste the comb, they can eat some comb, or we're going to have a little taste test of the honey afterwards. Okay. So that just came out of the comb. You're not going to get, we'll call it much fresher or natural than that. Now, honey will crystallize. This honey will turn to a brick of sugar. It is not spoiled. They found honey in Egyptian tombs when it's crystallized. You just got to rewarm it by temperature, and it'll go back to its liquid form. You always have to taste the product. This particular batch has a little bit of spotted lanternfly honey in it. You're trying to what? Do you know what spotted lanternfly honey is? Unfortunately or fortunately, spotted lanternfly honey has been tested and it has 2 more antioxidants than the Manuka honey. It's supposed to really be healthy for you. But in my opinion, I do taste tests where half the people love it and half prefer the regular spring honey or something like that. In my opinion, spotted lanternfly honey tastes a little bit like smoky bacon or burnt maple. I'll be graphic and truthful. That's what beekeepers are. We're truthful. You like that one, huh? During the summer months, we grow corn and soybeans. When I was a kid, we did wheats, oats, barley. We let that field grow up with hay. Bees had flowers throughout the summer. We don't have the dairy farms. We grow corn and soybean now in central PA. So there's not much food in July, August for the bees to eat. Well, they don't like to starve. They don't want to feed their kids. So the spotted lanternfly eats that tree and it defecates. That's pure sugar. You see the trees on the highway, they're blackened. That's the sugar fermenting. The bees pick up that sugar, take it back to the hive, run it through the regular process as if it was nectar, and they turn it into honey. But it has a different flavor and it has a different look. I can see, to me, it looks like a motor oil in the mix of my lighter, my dark honey. It has a very distinct color and taste. A lot of people love it. I don't, but you want to buy it, I got the honey for you. I used to give it away, but anyhow.
We're going to keep this moving because we got another
11 o'clock
show coming up behind us, but we're going to have this available over to the side. You can taste this honey. You can take questions over there. We've got some information you're welcome to, but we want to keep it rolling because they got more stuff coming up behind us.
Learning and ice cream. Our learning center's right down here. Our ice cream's over in the food court. What's really nice about the ice cream and the waffles, it has honey put in it. So the ice cream is extra smooth and silky. It really has a great taste.
Thanks for being such a great audience. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, folks. And can we have another round of applause for the beekeepers? All right, stick around. We have Chef Thomas Barnes. He's going to be making some gnocchi with ragu here in just a minute.
Good morning. Good morning. How's everybody doing this morning? Everybody doing okay? Everybody having fun? Yes? Excellent. That's great to hear. My name is Gwen Rowland, and I work with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. And I wanted to welcome you guys to Culinary Connection and also to the PA Farm Show. And we're really glad that you're here and hope that you have a really great time while you are here. And thanks for showing up for Culinary Connection. We'll be getting started in about 10 minutes. But before we get started, how about doing a little trivia with me? You guys good with that? Yeah? You want to do some trivia? All right, super. Okay, so since it is Potato Day, we're going to do a little potato trivia. You guys ready for potato trivia? You sure? All right, great. So first thing, we'll be doing an easy one. Which type of potato looks like a finger? Hands up. Fingerlings, there you go. Why don't you come on up and get a prize? Oh, you're eating something. I hope it's potato. Maybe not. Not today. A potato donut. No, not even the potato donut. All right. That was an easy one. How about a harder one? You guys ready for one hard one? How many varieties of potatoes are there? If you want to make a guess, put your hand up. How many? 5? A little higher than 5. Go ahead. 10? Oh, much higher than 10. 30, higher than 30. 40. You want to guess, young man? Go higher than 40. 50, even higher than 50. 75, higher than 75. Anybody want to make another guess? Lady in the blue. 100, there you go. Nearly 100 varieties of potatoes. You want to come and get your prize? That's a lot of varieties of potatoes, aren't there? We usually eat about 6 or 7, although there's potato people here who probably could tell me that there's a lot more than that. All right, well, thank you guys for playing some trivia. We are going to be doing some tastings after the demonstration, so please feel free to stick around for that. And I hope you guys, again, have a great day, and we'll see you in an hour if you're still around. All right, thank you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation. And most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflect our chef's history as well as our nation's. We're going to get to this awesome demo in just a minute, but we have to put our sponsors in the spotlight just for a couple minutes because it's very important to do what we do, so to have them. So PA Preferred is our first sponsor, and it's the official state brand for Pennsylvania agricultural products established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. So when you go food shopping, look for this logo, look for the yellow check, and you know the product you're buying was grown or produced in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. They've provided us with a 53-foot trailer filled with food. And it's all the food that's in all these demos, all the cooking competitions. We couldn't be happier to have Giant as a sponsor. The Pennsylvania Cooperative Potato Growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations. Potatoes are the main ingredient in all of the recipes you're going to see demonstrated on the stage as well as the competitions, which means you guys get to eat potatoes in the samples that you'll be seeing in about 45 minutes from right over there. We can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Can we have a round of applause for the chef instructor, Aaron Reed, who's sitting right here? They're working super hard in the back. They work super hard out front. You'll see them running around like busy bees. They're incredible. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. Thanks to them, we have this incredible equipment. So we've got these awesome induction cooktops. They work via magnet. They don't get hot when you touch them. They're awesome. Also, the ovens and the refrigeration provided by Thermador. So go to thermador.com and check out the latest lineup of state-of-the-art appliances. We'd also like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry. So they made these butcher block countertop cabinets. So everything that's back here we need for our demonstrations and our competitions, it's all custom made. If you go to christianacabinetry.com, you can see what they could build for you. Located just across the river in Camp Hill is the restaurant store, and they have everything you could need to cook like a chef. So get a membership, it's free. Go to the restaurant store and you can shop and cook like we do. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every recipe in that book I was talking about is thoughtfully paired with the wine provided by them. This next demo is going to have a Riesling paired with it, and if you want to taste that wine and any of the other Pennsylvania wines, head in that direction past the Pennsylvania Hardwood exhibit, and you can taste or sample them at the wine booth. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, we've got this awesome chef instructor coming up next. This next presentation highlights the excellence of hands-on culinary education and an instructor who shapes the next generation of industry leaders. The students and instructors you're about to see represent the IUP, the Indiana University Pennsylvania Academy of Culinary Arts, located in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, and recognized nationwide for the quality of its accelerated hands-on training. With small class sizes and world-class chef instructors, the Academy provides an unparalleled amount of kitchen production time. Its 16-month program, accredited by the American Culinary Federation, combines intensive on-campus instruction with a paid externship, preparing students for success in professional kitchens across the country. Leading today's presentation is Thomas Barnes, an alumni of the IUP Academy of Culinary Arts who completed both the culinary arts and baking and pastry programs. Chef Barnes also holds advanced degrees in hospitality management, employee and labor relations, and instructional design and technology, and is currently pursuing a doctoral degree in administration and leadership. For the past 10 years, he has served as a full-time culinary instructor at IUP ACA, teaching across the curriculum and advising the Academy's Ice Carving Club. Together, Chef Barnes and the IUP Academy of Culinary Arts exemplify the commitment to craftsmanship, education, and mentorship that defines excellence in culinary training. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Chef Thomas Barnes.
Hi, everyone. How's it going this morning? Is everyone feeling good? Okay. Feels like the afternoon to me. We did a little news segment earlier, so I was up here at 6 a.m., so I'm feeling it. But today we're going to be making a potato gnocchi, so a little Italian dumpling pasta dish. My idea was I wanted to show you something that could be taken home and done very easily, kind of an accessible recipe for even the home cook to do. We're going to use instant mashed potatoes for it. It makes a beautiful, soft, fluffy, cloud-like gnocchi that really is going to, pair well with the sauce I'm also going to make, which is a sausage ragu. Today, I have Mason and I have Abby, both students in the culinary program, that are going to assist me with the demos. I'm going to kind of show them as well as narrate as they work through it. And then we'll put together a plate. We're going to have samples over there for everyone to try. So we're going to go ahead and get into it here. Mason's got some sweet Italian sausage already starting to brown in this pan here, and he's going to get it turned on and get it going again. What we want to do is brown it and crumble it and get it ready for adding the rest of the ingredients that we're going to flavor the dish with, which is this here. This is just carrot, celery, and onion that I put into a Roboku and just kind of chopped it up till it was nice and fine. It's going to help it cook a lot quicker. Plus, it's going to incorporate into the sauce nicely. You're not going to get big chunks of carrot or celery, which is okay in some aspects, but in this case, I want it to be nice and fine. So once he gets it going and gets it nice and hot, we're going to add this in. We're going to then cook out the moisture. What that's going to do for us, I was thinking, you can go up to 9, crank it up. There you go. Yep. Got it? There you go. What that moisture is going to do for us is release a lot of the flavor from the pan. So in the pan, we got fond that's forming, which is just the caramelization of basically the carbohydrates and the flavor in the sausage. So it's going to release that from the pan, incorporating it into our sauce, just building layers of flavor as we go. So while he's doing that, I'm going to go ahead and get Abby started with the gnocchi. It's a very simple ratio. It's 1 cup of water to 1 cup of the instant mashed potatoes. You can use pretty much any instant mashed potato. We're using Idahoan, just the plain flavored ones. You could absolutely, I have students ask me before, can you buy like the flavored instant mashed potatoes, like the butter and chive, or absolutely. I mean, I've never done it, but I'm sure you can. It's a very similar process. So the recipe in the book, if everyone grabs a recipe book at the end of the day here, it is just the 1 cup of potato, 1 cup of water. And I've already salted the water. Did we salt the water? No. We didn't salt the water. So we're going to salt the water real quick for cooking the pasta. And we're going to add 1 cup of the boiling water from our pasta pot into our potatoes, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. We're ready to cook our gnocchi when it's made. Yeah, you're good. So he's just adding the carrot, celery, and onion now. Okay. So we got our instant mashed potatoes here. We're going to just add our water, and Abby's going to start stirring it up, getting those dehydrated potato flakes rehydrated, creating our mashed potato base for the gnocchi. Once it's put together, we want to let it cool. So with the magic of television, we already have some ready to go. So we mixed this up about probably 15 minutes ago, and we're going to go ahead and get it mixed together with our egg. So like I said, the recipe is very simple ratio: 1 cup of the potato, 1 cup of boiling water, and then 1 egg, whole egg, and then 1 cup of flour. So it's literally 1, 1, 1. So you can multiply it and just make bigger batches as you go if you want, very easily without too much of a fuss. So we have a fork with this egg beaten up. I like to beat the egg just to break up the white. That thick albumin sometimes gets clumpy in the dough, so we want to make sure it's kind of beaten up, broken up, and ready to go. We'll just add the potatoes right into here. We want to get that mixed up. If we add the egg too soon to our potatoes, I mean, you can imagine what's going to happen. It's going to curdle the egg. You're going to have scrambled eggs with your potatoes, and we don't want that. So the challenging part here is just getting that potato mixed together, because on the instant mashed potatoes, what you do is you add more milk and butter and things like that while it's hot to get it to be that nice fluffy consistency. We just want it to be like it's pureed potato. So that's what we got here. She's got it almost ready to go here. We're gonna get the lumps worked out of it. And then on the recipe, I have 2 different flours listed, technically 3. We're using an all-purpose flour. It's suitable. It'll work just fine. It makes a nice consistency. It's not too glutinous, so it doesn't make it too tough or chewy. Gnocchi isn't meant to be heavy. It's not. It seems like it would be when you look at it because you got these dumplings, but it really should be nice and soft and like just delicate. And it pairs really nicely with like a hearty sauce, which is our ragu. So once we have it mashed potato-like consistency with the egg mixed in, we're gonna start to incorporate the flour. So we're gonna start with probably half and then work it in, get it working, and then we're gonna add some more, and we're just gonna get it to a nice soft dough. It can be challenging to work with because it is so soft, but the softer it is, the better it's gonna be in the long run. But going back to the different types of flour, you could use a 00 flour, which is an Italian flour. It's traditionally used in gnocchi making or pasta making or pizza making. It's a lot finer of a grind on it, has a little bit higher of a gluten content than maybe an all-purpose flour. Or you could use a bread flour. Bread flour is also fine. That's what we would use to make just like a white flour pasta that would really come together and give it some chew. I've seen gnocchi made with semolina flour as well. That's a little coarser and a little harder of a wheat, so it has a little bit more gluten and a lot more texture to it. But we're going with the softer textured pasta. And she's using her spoon now, but we may switch to hands here. It just saves a little bit of making a mess of yourself. So I'm gonna throw some gloves on to kind of assist to get this dough mixed up. She's got it almost ready to go onto the board. Someone's home. There we go. All right, let's work it out onto the table. And I'll go ahead and start kneading it. So it looks like it's like we got a mess on our hands, right? It's not gonna come together. It will definitely come together. It's a trust the process kind of thing, right? This feels really good so far, but it's just like kneading a basic dough. Bread dough, pizza dough. We wanna gather up all the good bits, and we're gonna start just kind of kneading some flour in as we go. Once we get it to a point where it kind of springs back a little bit, we can start to work with it. Pasta is one of my favorite things to make, really any type, extruded, handmade, filled, the gnocchi. It's just wonderful because it's such a simple thing that is has so many opportunities to add variation to the shape. It's got so much history. Each shape has its story and a reason as to why we would make it the way we do. The other thing about this is a lot of people think oh, you probably need special tools. I have this wooden board here that is meant for gnocchi making, also making garganelli, which is another shape of pasta. You don't have to use that. You can use a fork. Really all we're trying to do is incorporate a texture to it. And does anyone know what the texture on a pasta is important for? Or why it's shaped the way it's shaped? Anyone have any idea? Make it taste good, absolutely. It helps the sauce adhere to it. It helps the sauce kind of carry the sauce to your palate, right? So gnocchi, there's 3 or 4 or 5, maybe more than that, ways to make that shape. You don't have to you can roll it out into rope, cut them into dumplings, and leave them as is. You could roll them out like that, roll them on a fork, add that kind of rigid texture to it. Another way, just to do it. I call it the dimpling technique, and I'll take it and I'll put basically my thumb into it and pull it on a textured board, and it creates this dimple where the sauce can go into and then it just adds more of an opportunity to incorporate it. So this is feeling pretty good. And I'm going to show Abby real quick how to start making up the shape. And we want to make sure we dust pretty heavily. These can get pretty sticky as we're working with it. It would be ideal to let it rest and let it sit for 10 minutes. That would hydrate the flour a little bit more. It would also let the gluten rest, which again makes it a little bit easier to work with, but we're using all-purpose flour, so I'm not too worried about that. If you're worried about not working quick enough, you could always cover it with a bowl or with some plastic wrap. But what we want to do is, I just took like about a quarter of it, I roped it out, and I'm using my whole hand to just shape it, trying to get a nice even rope. Oftentimes I'm teaching students and I see it's all wonky. You got swollen parts in different places. You got a thick end, a thin end. It can get out of hand pretty quick. So I always try to show them, this is the proper way to do it. We got a nice amount of flour down. I don't like to dust with all-purpose flour because it is kind of clumpy. This is the 00, so it's a little bit finer and it doesn't clump as much. So I want to just coat it with some flour, and we're going to take a bench scraper and we're going to cut them about 3/4 to 1 inch in length. And once we do that, we'll put them onto a plate. Yeah, that's fine. I don't want to waste any, so I just take the piece that wasn't quite big enough to be a dumpling and I stuck it right on the end. We'll work it into the next batch. So here again, wrong flour. We want to make sure we dust it pretty good, get them coated. And we're just going to roll it on the board. And you notice I just dig my thumb kind of right in the middle, and it creates this little like dimple and a lip where that sauce is going to catch in that, and you're just going to get, carry it over to your mouth when you're eating it, and it's going to be absolutely delicious. Okay? So we can just start rolling it on there, and we're going to put them onto the plate so that we can go right into the pot here momentarily. So Mason's got our sauce working. It's starting to dry up, and we're starting to get some nice flavor going. Now's when did you add the tomato paste? Yes. So he already got ahead of me. He added tomato paste, a little bit of garlic. I didn't want to add the garlic early because that will usually burn. So I add it when I add the tomato paste. Now what he's doing is a technique called pinçage, which means to brown the tomato paste or to start to caramelize it, which is going to take away some of that like deep red color, and it's going to get this rusty brown color. And it's going to start sticking. It's going to get frustrating for him, but again, it's a trust the process kind of thing. We're going to get once he gets it kind of dried up and starting to brown up, we're going to add some white wine here. This is just a dry white wine. We usually use like Chablis at home or like a Pinot Grigio or Chardonnay, something relatively inexpensive. I mean, something you might want to drink because there's going to be some left in the bottle. But nonetheless, we're going to add that, and we're going to let it cook out, which would mean to go au sec or to go dry, where we're just leaving behind the flavor of the wine while still bringing in, I guess, more flavor. Okay? So has anyone made like a bolognese, like a meat sauce? This is a very similar sauce to that. It's just we're subbing out the ground beef for sausage. Bolognese traditionally has milk in it. This sausage ragu is the same thing. The nice thing about this is you can, depending on your spice level, I believe you put the red pepper flakes in. We used a sweet sausage today. I didn't have any hot sausage or mild. The sauce I made back a couple days ago, for which we have finished in that cup there, I used the hot sausage. So you get a little bit more of an orange color to the sauce because of the spices with the sausage. This one, we have that sweet Italian sausage, which absolutely would work just fine. I just want to add that little bit of heat. I want to make sure it has a little bit more of a kick to it. So I'm going to start getting my plate set up ready. just so we have it ready to go. This here, has anyone ever heard of burrata cheese? Burrata is a fresh mozzarella that is stretched around or filled with a filling of cream and the rags of fresh mozzarella, or like the shards from making it. Like they'll tear it, and then they cut it up and they shred it. They mix it with the cream, and then they put it inside of this ball of cheese. And it's this really just fresh, wonderful cheese that you have this nice creamy center in it, and it would pair well with something big like this. It adds that sense of creaminess, and then just allows for, some little creativity, something different than just like maybe grating some Parmesan cheese on it. You're not going to get the flavor you get from Parmesan cheese, but you're going to have just that beautiful creaminess to add to the dish. So I'm going to set this out of the way for now. My scissors down here. How's the gnocchi going? It's looking good. Okay. Mason, if you want to get some of the sauce in the pan and start heating it up, maybe like half of that. I'm going to grab some of these microgreens. Just get them trimmed. Put those right up on top. These microgreens were provided by Commonwealth Charter Academy. They grow them there at the school. They provided us with pea tendrils. You can see them down on the ends. They're really delicate, kind of sweet, taste like peas. This is a mild mix, so I'm assuming it probably has some arugula, maybe some basil. There might even be some other kind of spicier greens in there, maybe a horseradish green. But it's going to carry a little bit of flavor, but it also just adds this like really nice look to the finished dish. I also have some Moldon sea salt, which is just a really flaky, kind of big flaked salt that's not as salty as like you think like iodized salt. You're going to see me put some on, you're going to be like, he's putting a lot of salt on it. It's really mild in comparison to like a kosher salt or like an iodized salt, which makes it really nice to work with as a finishing salt. Okay, we can kind of go ahead and add the milk in and the tomato and the herbs. Okay, and then if you want to put those on here, I'm going to go ahead and get them in the water. Okay. Yep, for now. Just keep rolling them out. So here's our prepped and ready to go to be cooked. Now, if you wanted to do these ahead of time, a great option is to do them up, put them on a sheet tray with parchment, and put them in your freezer wrapped with plastic wrap. And then once they're frozen solid, put them in a Ziploc bag. They'll store in the freezer until you're ready for them. So you can make a large batch and kind of keep them around. Our water is boiling. That's what we want to see. So we're going to go ahead and add in our gnocchi. Kind of let it fall in loosely. I'm going to bring my plate over here. I'm going to get rid of this. I don't think we need it anymore. I got to get me one of these. It's one of our students' non-slip cutting board rack. So our gnocchi's in. Our water stopped boiling, which is fine. The gnocchi's obviously going to cool it down a little bit. And what we're going to want is it to come back up to a boil. And then once it's back up to a boil, they'll start moving around. When they float, they're done. I usually give it about 30 seconds of floating because then the rest of them can get to where they need to be. And then I pull them out. And that's going to ensure that they're nice and they're tender and fully cooked and ready to go. You done with this one? Okay. And then we got these high-tech stoves up here, which are fun to use. Touchscreen. Okay, we got those going. Okay, our gnocchi's starting to float. I don't know if you can see that from the camera. rip my glove. The other kind of misconception with a dish like this is everyone likes to put a lot of sauce with it. You don't need a ton of sauce with it. You don't want the gnocchi to be swimming in it. That's why we only put a little bit into our pan, because I can always add more. It's harder for me to take it out than it is for me to put it in. So we can go ahead and start lifting those. And then the secret ingredient in almost all pasta dishes, aside from love, which is not really a secret, is pasta water. The pasta water carries a lot of opportunity for us to help make our dish even better. There's starch in there, so the flour from the pasta, it's going to add this starch. There's salt, and then the water, we can bring that into our sauce, and it's going to emulsify it. If it looks like it's fatty or like broken, we add that water in, it's going to emulsify that fat back into it with the water, and it's going to give it this creamy-like consistency. It also helps us to stretch out our sauce a little bit, because it's not taking away from it. Like if I were to just put straight water in, not gonna, it's gonna take away from the flavor. So I don't want to add too much, again, because it could get too salty. But I don't want to not add it, because then, well, we won't have this nice creamy-like consistency. So I'm going to turn this up and get it nice and hot. And I worked at a restaurant. It was an Italian restaurant. We did pasta from scratch. We made this gnocchi there. We did this sauce there. This sauce we actually put in an arancini, which is a risotto ball. But we always use the pasta water. We always made sure that, the dish was hot when it went out. So what I look for is for it to be bubbling in the dead center of it. And if it's boiling away and getting really hot, then it's ready. So I'm ready to plate this. Get this in our finished plate here. So I like to lift it. I don't like to pour it, because again, I want to control how much sauce is going to be in this final dish. And we got this nice wide-rimmed bowl. I'm not going to fill the bowl up completely. I'm sure whoever's going to eat it's going to love the fact that I've put more in. But we want to give it a little height. And we're going to take half of our burrata. We're going to nestle it in on top. We're going to get a little Maldon sea salt right on that cheese. And we're going to come in with some microgreens. Just kind of nestle them in. Around the side there. Up on the cheese. Okay. And what we have is a nice little gnocchi with sausage ragu and burrata cheese. And thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed. Please get some samples. We made about, I forget how many gnocchi we made in class. How much? I think we did 2 times that amount. I think one group did 300 gnocchi. The other group did another 350. So we have a lot of food for you to try. I made about 2 gallons of sauce. So please get over there and try it. And thank you for watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please, for Chef Thomas Barnes and the students from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Thank you so much. I think everybody's really excited to have the gnocchi that you just made. And
I hope so.
Yeah, we're going to have another demonstration coming up here shortly, so stick around.
All right.
And if you have time on your way out, if you scan the QR code over there by the sample station, it's a 2-question survey you can fill out and be entered to win a gift basket. Thanks a lot.
Good morning. How is everybody doing today? It's still morning. Awesome. Ooh, I see some faces from last time we did this. Maybe you guys can win this time, right? Yeah. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Gwen Rowland. I work with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. We're going to get started here in about 10 minutes, but before we do, I wanted to welcome you to Culinary Connection stage, as well as to the farm show. Really appreciate you guys being here and hope everybody's having a good time. Is everybody having a good time? Yay, all right, good. Always fun to see our visitors having a good time while they're here. So today is Potato Day, if you didn't already know that. So I thought before we got started with our next demonstration that we could do a little trivia. People want to do a little trivia with me? Yes, there's prizes at the end, so that's good, right? It's always fun. Okay, so we're going to do 2 trivia questions. Please raise your hand if you think you know the answer, and I will call on you. Don't call out the answer because you know your neighbor may steal it from you, right? Yeah, we don't want that. So anyway, which type of potato has the thickest skin? Yes, sir. Russet. That's right. The russet potato has the thickest skin, and you win a lunch bag with the PA Preferred logo on it. Nice job. All right. That one was kind of easy. Maybe not for all of us, but some of us might have thought that one was easy. So for another one, let's go with what vitamin are potatoes known to be a good source of? Yes, ma'am. Vitamin C? Is that what you said? Awesome, that's right. Come on up and get your prize. Woohoo! Nice work, young lady. All right. Good job. Nice work. Well, thanks everybody for playing a little trivia with me. As I mentioned, we'll get started here in about 7 or 8 minutes. And there will be some sampling at the end of the demonstration, so please stick around and taste a little bit of what's going to be cooked up on the stage for you next. And if you have a couple minutes, please feel free to come by and take a picture of the QR code that's on this poster right here to win a prize and help us with a survey that we're doing. So that would be awesome if you could do that. All right, thanks so much for your attention, and we'll be back in touch with you guys shortly. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation. And most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflect our chef's history as well as the nation's. We're going to get to this food demo here in just a minute, but first we need to give our sponsors a little bit of the spotlight. They did do all this for us, and we're really happy to have them all, but we want to tell you all about PA Preferred. It's the official state brand for Pennsylvania agricultural products, established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. So when you go food shopping, we want you to look for the PA Preferred logo. That yellow check mark tells you that the product that you're purchasing has either been grown or produced in Pennsylvania. We also want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. They've provided a full-size tractor trailer of food to prepare and serve for you this week. It's parked out back, it's cold, and it's full. So thank you to Giant. Pennsylvania Cooperative Potato Growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations. So potatoes are going to be the main ingredient in all the recipes you'll see demonstrated on stage today, which means potatoes are going to be in all the samples that you get to try. We can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. They're here in the back, they're busy preparing, they're doing a fantastic job, and we wouldn't be able to do it again without them. Are they going to do the announcement? Let's see. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. Thanks to them, we have these incredible cooktops. These are induction cooktops. They work via magnet. There's no heat to them whatsoever, but they do an incredible job of heating stuff in your pots and pans. The refrigeration as well as the convection ovens that we have back here are provided by them as well. So go to thermador.com to check out the latest lineup of the state-of-the-art appliances for your home. We would like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry for these awesome butcher block countertop cabinets. These are all cabinets below here, filled with custom cabinetry and drawers. Moved immediately. ChristianaCabinetry.com to see what they could build for you. Located just across the river in Camp Hill, the restaurant store has everything you could need for your kitchen and ours. Industrial quality kitchen equipment from walk-in refrigerators to spatulas. I shop there probably once a week. Most of the chefs, we're there all the time. And if you want to cook like a chef with equipment that's the quality kind of stuff that we use that lasts a long time, you can get a free membership at the restaurant store and shop there just like we do. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every single recipe in the book, the 250th anniversary book, is going to be paired thoughtfully with a wine from Pennsylvania. This is the one for today. And if you want to sample Pennsylvania wines or purchase them, head in that direction past the Pennsylvania Hardwood exhibit, and you can do so. There's a wine booth over there. All right, so that's it for the housekeeping, so to speak. This next presentation celebrates Pennsylvania-grown talent, shared roots, and two chefs whose journeys come full circle on the PA Farm Show stage. Jared Lorden has been cooking for more than 20 years in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and Asheville, North Carolina. His career spans fine dining restaurants, resorts, entrepreneurship, and culinary leadership, including operating the largest indoor food hall in the state at the University of Pittsburgh. A graduate of the IUP Academy of Culinary Arts, Jared has also cooked at the prestigious James Beard House in New York City. Notably, his very first public cooking demonstration took place right here in the PA Farm Show on this stage. Joining him is Kayla Vargo, chef at Clink 92 in Pittsburgh. Known for her thoughtful, seasonal approach to cooking and strong culinary fundamentals, Kayla is also a proud graduate of the Indiana University of Pennsylvania Academy of Culinary Arts. Her work reflects the hands-on training, creativity, and hospitality that define Pennsylvania's next generation of chefs. Together, Jared and Kayla represent the power of mentorship, education, and experience, showcasing how Pennsylvania's culinary community continues to grow, connect, and thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please put your hands together for Chef Jared Lorden and Chef Kayla Vargo.
Hello, hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Chef K. This is Chef J. And today we're actually going to give you a demo on pomme à la go. So traditional French dish that did originate in the southern central part of France. But it is a delicate mixture of mashed potatoes and fondue that come together in a very rich, creamy, and just wonderful presentation. Traditionally, it was paired with sausages, but across the globe and the country, you can find it paired with pretty much anything, or you can just enjoy it on your own. So to start this recipe, it is super important. What you want to focus on is you're starting it like a mashed potato. You are peeling your potatoes, you are cutting them down, and you are boiling them. Right now, I do have them on the heat. We will turn this up a little bit here. And you want to make sure the potatoes are cooked through. If anyone saw the demo before this, making gnocchi, if you have any undercooked pieces of potato, you are really going to taste that when it comes to the prepared portion of the dish. So it is super important that you are cooking your potatoes all the way till they are tender. Once you have got them done, we actually have already done that portion behind stage. So these potatoes here, you can see they have been cooked. They are very tender. I can go ahead and cut them through. I just have them on the heat here because you do want to pull out any excess moisture that you're gonna have. So they have been drained, but as you can see, we're just gonna lightly kind of toast these in the pan. It's gonna help pull out any of that extra moisture because the next step in this process is gonna be ricing those potatoes. What is super wonderful about this dish is it is simple. It is not super complex. It is about taking a few simple ingredients, combining them together, and bringing like I said, a really delicate, rich, wonderful portion to your plate. It is very hearty though. So this is something that you can eat alone, like I said, but it can be paired with pretty much anything. So while these are heating up to get into the ricer, your four main ingredients are potato, right? So that's where we're starting. Cheeses. Traditionally in France, they used a cheese called tome d'Alago, but across the globe, you're really going to want to look for cheeses in this dish like mozzarella, fontina, Gruyere, any of your really easy melting cheeses. Today, Chef has actually brought a cheese with us to use. Chef, do you want to kind of go ahead and explain the cheese that you brought with us today?
I would love to. So where I live in Washington County is there's Twin Brooks Dairy. They make really, really excellent milk. It's pasteurized but not homogenized. And the cows they use, I think they use Jersey cows. So like you can see in the milk itself, right? Like the yellow hue to it and stuff like that. My son will tell you it's the best chocolate milk he's ever had in his life, right, Kev? Yeah, that's right. But so excellent milk makes excellent cheese. And this is an Alpine style Swiss. Living in Pennsylvania, we're really, really fortunate to have great farmers around us. And I really gotta say that. Over the past 20 years, with the cooking I've done in various places, I've been fortunate to just have some really, really good ingredients. So if you're a farmer, thank you for that. But this cheese is real like smooth, nutty. So picture like a Gruyere, right? Just locally made. I've got some samples here if anybody wants to try it. I'm gonna try a piece as I talk to you. But so as Chef K was saying, the important part of this dish is the potatoes themselves, right? You wanna use like a golden Yukon potato if you can. Idaho's work, they're not quite as good, right? Redskins, not quite as good as well. And here comes the most important part. You guys wanna give him a drum roll? He's ricing the potatoes, right? So you can do them with a hand masher, with a mixer, stuff like that. But if you really wanna get it right, you wanna use a food mill ricer, stuff like that. If you don't have one, go to a garage sale. They're about $5. Somebody bought it brand new about 5 years ago, used it twice, they'll sell it to you on a discount. And the reason you want to use the ricer is to break down the potatoes so it can absorb as much butter, cream, and cheese as possible. I'm assuming everybody here likes butter. I'm assuming everybody likes cream. I'm assuming everybody likes cheese. And hopefully potatoes, or else you wouldn't be here, right? But so in breaking those down, you can kind of see he's putting it through the food mill. Kind of back it up a little bit, right? And it gets them nice and fine, just breaks them down real, real nice, and it's gonna absorb our cream. I'm going on and on about this. Chef K, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine. What is super wonderful is you can do this by hand, so you don't necessarily need a ricer if you are making this dish at home, but having the ricer does help. They are fairly cheap. You can pretty much get them at any grocery store, but it really does help refine the texture of this dish when you're making it at home. If you do cook the potatoes, you get them, completely to a mash before you're even ready to start. This process will be a lot easier. Like I said, we boiled them backstage behind, so we kind of taken a little bit of the prep work out of here on stage. But the ricing portion is super important. When we go to mix all the ingredients together, it's all about technique. So like I said, simple ingredients across the board. It is the technique that you're using to bring up the texture at the end of the dish. So once we combine all the ingredients, you're going to see that this is potato meets fondue. So it'll actually be stringy. When you pull your spatula up, you will see the ribbons of the cheese. We need to create an emulsification within the potatoes, with the fat, with our cheese, the butter, and your seasonings, the aromatics that will bring everything together at the end of the dish. So like I said, it is simple ingredients, but it is pulling everything together in a combination at the end to just have a really rich and decadent dish that anyone can make at home. So as you can
Perfectly
see,
riced. Perfect.
Chef has, we have the potatoes riced. He is getting them into the pot here. And like I said, at this stage, you pretty much just have mashed potatoes. From here, you could add your cream, your butter. It's like at home. We're just going to take it a step above and really add what you might think might be a large portion of cheese to this, again, because we are looking for consistency. So, another important... Oh. Do we want to get the wine on? Yeah. Oh.
And I'm sure nobody here owns an F-150. So.
Another important step to this dish is in this recipe, we are adding some wine. So again, to enhance the flavor.
And turn this on.
But we do need to reduce, we need to have a little bit of a reduction down. So we're going to cook off some of that wine. And Chef, do you want to talk a little bit about the process here?
Absolutely. So we've got our white wine, traditionally France, Alpine region, mountain region, stuff like that. You're going to see like a crisp white wine. I believe do we have a bottle of it over there? No. I know that we paired it with this mead right here, which I make mead at home, so this looks pretty good. I'm going to have a glass of this when it's all said and done. But so we've got our heat up real high, and we're going to reduce this pretty quickly. And so that way, what you're doing essentially is you're adding an acid, right? And with the cream. So you've got heavy cream, you've got like the tang of the cheese, right? And that touch of the wine with this cream is really going to make a difference as far as like taking those heavy starch potatoes, right, and sort of bring them to life a little bit. Plus, usually if it's on a cold winter night, you're already having a glass of wine anyways, right? So throw it in with your potatoes and you're good to go. We're gonna add a little bit of cream here.
Yeah, so within our cream mixture, this is where we're adding all of our aromatics. So like Chef said, we have our wine, we're reducing, we're adding our cream. We're also gonna go ahead and at this point add any seasonings that we might need. Traditionally, they do use nutmeg, so Chef does have nutmeg, and he will just go ahead and grate a little bit into our reduction. Chef, what other aromatics are you gonna go ahead and put in that sauce?
You can do whatever you want with this. Essentially, like I wouldn't put pizza sauce in it, right? But like fresh thyme is always a nice touch. If you've got some truffle oil sitting at home, that's a nice touch. Fresh cracked black pepper tastes really good. When you're doing this dish, as long as you've got good potatoes, good cream, good cheese, you can pretty much do whatever you want with that. Your salt is always, have a nice level of salt in there. But it's one of those dishes where you're just kind of sitting there, it's cold out, you've got a fire going perhaps, and you're eating a nice warm bowl of potatoes. Don't catch those on fire. All right, good. So the potatoes are another key part of doing this dish too, and we found this around back. I was showing these guys. Keep your potatoes hot, right? Because if they cool down, they're gonna bind up on you, and not exactly in the way you want it. What we're doing right now is keeping them stirring over this heat, taking out any little residual moisture that's left, but also we're like developing the starch a little bit. We're waiting for our cream to come to a boil, and we're gonna add it all together. How your forearms feeling? Good? All right, let's go.
Another thing to watch out for if you're making this dish at home is going to be your salt level. So cheese does naturally have some salt to it. So if you're ever cooking with cheese at home, mac and cheese, I mean anything in general, you ever taste something and be like, oh, I added salt, it's a little bit too salty. That is something you want to watch with this dish because again, even though you're starting with a potato, which no salt at all, adding the
Nice and easy.
cheese can really add on a lot of salt. So you might want to wait till the very end when you're tasting to incorporate any salt, just so that way you're not over salting at the end. Also, with this dish, you might want to incorporate some pepper, salt and pepper. You know, those are the keys to really any seasoning techniques at the end. When you're cooking a potato, you know, you might want to use white pepper. Again, we are using
Yeah.
you know, you can use black pepper, that's fine. You actually might see it within the dish. If you use white pepper, it just kind of masks. It does have a little bit of a different taste, but, you know, roughly same across the board. But you can see the white pepper, you won't be able to see it in your potatoes at all. So it just kind of helps you give the appearance, again, of that very creamy white consistency that we're looking for. So
I use black pepper at home, but like the chefs that trained me would smack my hands doing it. Chef K is right with the white pepper. That's what you should do. Like, that's the right way to do it.
Yeah. But black pepper is fine. You know,
Yeah,
at home you're cooking just some black pepper. But again, it's something that, you know, in the restaurant you might see it. You won't see black pepper. We will use that white pepper, you know, to keep that color contrast away.
Be careful with the white pepper, though. It's
Yes.
really strong.
Yeah, really, really strong. So, and like I said, you want to do the salt and pepper seasoning at the end. We're always tasting,
good, yeah.
right? So we want to make sure, you know, we have the right blend of seasonings because it is very easy to over salt this dish. So again, you're incorporating cream, you're incorporating, you know, cheese. It can a really delicate mixture when it comes to seasoning. So, but as you can see, we have the butter incorporated. Our reduction is, you know,
Reducing?
almost there. It's reducing. We're getting close.
All right, Bubba.
We will begin to add our cheeses.
There we go.
Like I said, if you're going to make this at home, you can use pretty much any fine melting cheese. So like your mozzarellas, your fontinas, Gruyere is really great. Anything, again, that is going to give you a nice pooling texture. Commonly used, you'll see mozzarella if people make this dish. Like I said, Chef brought this wonderful cheese with us today to use.
Yeah, that made the ride from Pittsburgh last night. And we got out of the car. My kids are here, and we were walking in. And you have kids, you know, it's hard herding all the cats, right? And we were about halfway walking in, which we parked far away. And I was like, oh, man, we got to get the cheese. So I had to go back and get the cheese.
Yeah.
But it's worth it. It's worth it.
This is where that technique portion comes in. So when you are incorporating these ingredients, we want to activate the starch. We want to create an emulsification, right? So with these ingredients, you can see it is very, you are going to put some elbow work into this dish. So you are going to be mixing. It might be the most vigorous part of making this dish, but that is the technique. So again, simple ingredients, but it really comes down to this procedure here, which might not seem crazy. It might not seem like anything difficult, but it is something you will get a little bit of an arm workout in. So it is, like I said, incorporating the ingredients, having an emulsification, and just keeping everything moving. Again, this is hot. You want to keep it hot. You do want to monitor your temperatures. We don't want it to burn, but that's also where the movement action, it really does help. When it comes down to it.
You can see a little bit like it's starting to stretch like that, right? So, I mean, essentially it's a cross between fondue and mashed potatoes, right? Is the best way to look at it.
Yeah, you're looking for those cheese ribbons, like I said, at the end. So when you do pull your spatula up, if you happen to use a whisk, some people do use a whisk traditionally to help incorporate some air, get it a little bit fluffier. But you're looking for those ribbons. So you'll actually pull up and you'll see, yes, see? So that's what you're looking for. You're looking for the stretch. You're looking to make sure that the cheese has been incorporated. And then, like we said, last but not least, you're going to want to taste.
What do you think?
Indiana, would you like a taste? Absolutely. And actually, backstage, Indiana was helping us, and I'm sure your shoulder got a little bit of a workout there. Absolutely. So a very quick taste. And as you can see, like I said, on the spoon, you can see it's kind of giving you that stretch, that pull.
And I still have it on a low heat as we're talking now, right? I'm doing a little touch of salt.
Yes.
Just because I was always taught, my chefs always told me, season it properly, then add a little bit for chef. Also, most of my chefs had high blood pressure, but they had a good life.
No, but that's a good rule to follow. And again, like I said, that's the perfect time for when you're going to want to add any extra seasonings. It's really great that we didn't oversalt at the beginning because you can't really take that out. And again, it's all about texture. If you do add too much liquid, you're not going to have that stretch and that consistency that you're looking for at the end. So awesome. So one more test.
We're going to eat it all, and you guys aren't going to get any. So there's that. I have breakfast today.
Absolutely. Yeah.
This is good. Yeah.
And again, traditionally, this was served with just some grilled sausages, but you can eat it on its own. Across the U.S., people pair it with cheeseburgers, chicken, roasted lamb. It is a very versatile dish.
Yeah.
But you can even eat it like a fondue, dip it in crostini bread. I mean, really whatever you're going for. This is, like we said, it is cheesy mashed potatoes at the end. It is mashed potatoes meets fondue. So very versatile with whatever you want to use it with. It can be done in a homey setting. It can be done in a high-end setting. It is really just a very versatile potato dish that you can really enjoy in any way.
It's really good with shaved truffles, or if anybody's a forager out here, some sautéed morels or chanterelles over top, or really any like sautéed mushroom. Like, it's just a good neutral base. We'll have samples in a minute y'all can try, but like, you could put it on a burger like you were saying. Why not, right?
Yeah.
Maybe put it on nachos, pretzels.
Yeah, absolutely.
The more starch, the merrier today, guys.
We also want to give a shout out to, again, the PA Winery Association. They did provide us with that pairing, which let's
do a glass.
Yes. Which they did say that we can go ahead and have a taste for today. It is the Elder's Cut Meadery apple cider mead, which looks absolutely wonderful. So I'll actually go ahead and...
I'm down if you're down.
Absolutely.
We're done for the day, right?
We're done for the day.
I'm done for the day. After this glass, I'm definitely done for the day.
Wonderful.
Come on, Kev.
Super great.
My son wanted to come up and do the final taste test to make sure it was good. Come on. Ready?
Important chefs here in the meeting.
Go ahead. That's a lot. Don't put it back in. Good job. How is it, chef?
That was wonderful. I haven't tasted yet.
It was gonna go good with those potatoes, right?
Cheers.
Cheers. Good job.
You too. Again, thank you to the PA Winery Association, and thank you all so much. We will have samples over here from our students for you to enjoy, and I hope you had a wonderful day.
Thanks, everybody. Appreciate you. Yeah.
Thank you so much, chefs. Another round of applause, please, folks, for these great chefs. That was amazing. We love the Palm Aligo. It's a great little recipe. So if you look for samples, obviously already lining up down there, getting ready. They'll be on in just a couple minutes. Thank you so much. Stick around for the competition that's coming up next.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wow, look at all this great group of people we have out here. How's everybody doing? Great? Having a good time? Awesome. Well, we're going to get ready to do this wonderful kids contest in about 10 minutes. But until then, I just wanted to welcome you all to the Pennsylvania Farm Show and especially to the Culinary Connection stage. My name is Gwen Rowland and I work for the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. And this is kind of our big show every year. And we're really excited to see so many people here. And we're really excited that everybody's having a good time because that's what this is all about. Hopefully there's some learning going on a little bit, but if nothing else, we want everybody to enjoy themselves. So before we get started with the next competition, I do have a few trivia questions. If people want to play some trivia with me? All right. So I do see some familiar faces in the audience. And if I have to repeat some of my trivia questions, I'd ask politely that you not answer the question if you already know the answer, okay? Good? All right. The best thing for us to do, since we've got such a nice crowd here, is to raise your hand if you know the oops, and I will call on you. And so we've got a good group of people all the way over there, so raise your hand really high if I don't see you, okay? All right. So the first question is, how many grams of fat does a potato have? All right, we see one question you've got, ma'am? 0. You are correct. They have 0 grams of fat in them. Isn't that exciting to know? They've got a bad rap for being carbs, but, no fat. Want to come over here and I'll give you a prize? I'll meet you halfway. How's that? You're welcome. Thank you. All right. Hi, guys. How's it going? You having fun so far? I need a smile. I need a little smile. There you go. I knew you could do it. All right. The next, this one will be easy, but I'll just see how many people can get it quick enough, and I'll call on the first person I see. All right? Is everybody ready? Going to be hands raised, kind of raised. All right. What is another name for a potato? Right there. First one. A what? Nope. Go ahead. Nope. All the way in the back there. Nope. You in the black sweatshirt. A spud. That's right. Another name for a potato is a spud. And you may all have been right with all your other ones, but that was the answer to my question. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right, everybody. With our next competition, there will not be any tastings at the end. Our judges here will be doing all the tasting for you. But stick around and enjoy the competition because it's going to be a great one. And everybody continue to have a great time here at Farm Show. All right. Thank you and have fun. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation. And most of the recipes you've been seeing today and will for the rest of the week have a special story that reflects our chef's history as well as our nation's. And we're going to get to this competition in just a minute, but first I want to talk about our sponsors. We got to put them in the spotlight for a little bit because without them, none of this would be possible. PA Preferred is the official state brand for PA agricultural products, established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. When you shop for food, we want you to look for the PA Preferred logo. So look for that yellow check mark and you know that your product has been made or grown in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. They've provided a full-size trailer of food for us, and it's parked out back. It's for food for all the samples, all the demos, everything you see. We really are super happy to have Giant as one of our sponsors. The Pennsylvania Cooperative Potato Growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations, if you couldn't tell with this giant bag of potatoes here. So potatoes will be in just about everything you see. They'll be the main component to most of the dishes that you see and all of the samples that you get to enjoy. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. So thanks to them, we have these incredible appliances, including these induction cooktops, refrigeration, and ovens. Without them, we wouldn't be able to do this. And if you go to thermador.com, you can check out the latest lineup of state-of-the-art appliances for your home. We'd also like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry. Just go to christianacabinetry.com. Located across the river, just across the river in Camp Hill, is the restaurant store, and they have everything you could need for your kitchen and ours. Industrial quality kitchen equipment from walk-in refrigerators to spatulas. Membership is free, so go check them out, and you can walk out with equipment just like we use in our kitchens. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every single recipe you see demonstrated on this stage has been thoughtfully paired with the wine from the Pennsylvania Winery Association. And if you like PA wines or you're interested in finding out about Pennsylvania wines, head in that direction. On the other side of the Pennsylvania Hardwood exhibit is the wine booth, and you can do that there. All right. So that's it for our sponsors. Does anybody here want to see a competition today? You guys here excited for this competition? Cook some potatoes here. All right, so this is called the Best Breakfast Potato Kids Showdown. Obviously, we've got some kids here on the judges panel. We've got some kids that are going to come out here and cook. I'm going to introduce these chefs, all right? So our first competitors. Chef Cromwell was born and raised in the Philippines and has been cooking since his youth. He came to the U.S. and traveled, honing his skill. After settling in Lancaster, PA, he worked as a sous chef and corporate chef, but ultimately decided to pursue his dream, opening Extra Rice, a food truck serving primarily authentic Filipino cuisine. Now today, he's here with his son, Anderson. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome to the stage, Chef Cromwell and Anderson Palikte. Welcome, Chef. Yeah. And little chef.
Wait.
Our next competitor brings refined hospitality, culinary creativity, and event excellence to the stage. Jay Varga brings refined hospitality as the executive chef at the JDK Group, based in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. Known for delivering exceptional food and memorable experiences, the JDK Group is a leader in catering and hospitality across central Pennsylvania. Jay brings a passion for quality ingredients, thoughtful presentation, and seamless execution, whether cooking for intimate gatherings or large-scale events. And today, Chef Varga has his daughter Madeline cooking with him. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Chef Jay, Varga, and Madeline. Welcome, Chef, and somewhat little chef. All right, so there's one more person I have to introduce to you, and she's the peas to my carrots. She is my partner in the back, and if she does all of the planning, recipe execution, ordering, and without her, we couldn't do this, just like I was saying earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Chef Maureen Fowler.
I like that, peas and carrots. I like that.
All right. So you've seen this big bag of potatoes. You see these bags. If you don't know, this is a chop style competition. So this is a blind bin competition. These chefs don't know what's in these bags. They only know that it's potato day, and they already know the potatoes that they get to use. They have 30 minutes to cook. As soon as the timer starts, they're allowed to get into these bags, okay? And that's how it works. So we're gonna get a 30-minute timer up on the screen behind us. And we're gonna give you a little countdown to get this thing started. Chefs, if you wanna stand right here where the bags are to get ready. And I want you folks to count down with me, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's cook.
Oh, we got it.
All right, we're getting into our bags.
So obviously this bag is, these are the potatoes they get to cook with. We're just gonna slice this guy open right now for them. Chefs, you're welcome to come on in and grab whatever you need for this.
I see potato chips coming out of the bag.
I know.
I am very excited about that.
I had to do it. You know, I can't tell you how many times in the last 2 years someone has said to me, Chef, have you seen The Bear? And I have not watched it yet.
I haven't either, Chef.
But has anybody seen the chip dish from The Bear? No?
No,
Apparently
I don't know it.
Yeah, there's this amazing omelet that's made.
Oh.
And he makes it at home for his girlfriend, and he puts potato chips on top of it.
I'm here for it.
And I don't know, it's a viral recipe. I haven't made it.
I haven't made it either, but I think I need to.
I know.
Yeah. I like potato chips on sandwiches.
So we
You remember putting potato chips on your peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Oh my God, yeah.
I used to do it all the time.
Absolutely.
It's a lot like when you would do the when you put all the different sodas in. You know what I mean? You go down the line and hit all the different sodas. Just put whatever you have in there on top.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can put them in here.
I'm a big fan
Show you
of
one
that.
thing. Good thing about this.
All right, so we've got some awesome product coming out of these bags. We already have chips being crushed on this side. Perfect.
I see it. Expertly crushed.
Now, chefs, I will say the only difference, if you want to use one flavor of potato chips, you can. So you just have to use one of those potato chips. You don't have to use both the barbecue and the plain, okay? Yep, your choice, whatever you'd like.
Yeah.
I was going to put sour cream and onion in there, but I couldn't find it.
Ooh, delicious. I think
I
that's
know.
my favorite flavor.
It's my favorite too, actually.
Yeah, well, the barbecue too. I mean, it's a tough race.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh.
Any
Absolutely.
Martin's potato chip, I'm in.
So this competition features a bunch of product from Pennsylvania. I kind of use a lot of my former purveyors and things from my restaurants to get lots of local product in here. We also have, of course, the PA preferred amazing growers and purveyors that we use. And I'm going to tell you about these products right now. So this product right, we got these are duck eggs. I know you all saw this, but I thought they were regular eggs. These are duck eggs. They're from Jurgelowitz & Sons. And if you're not familiar, Jurgelowitz & Sons is in the top 10 of duck producers in the country. They're definitely number one in Pennsylvania. I'm a huge fan of all of their product. We've got several of their products throughout the week. I'm a fan of their breast and the duck legs for confit. And we've got their eggs from Fredericksburg, which is in Lebanon County.
I'm excited to see what they do with these duck eggs.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. We also have Sturm and Master fresh cut fries. So in Schuylkill County, Sacramento, Pennsylvania, is one of the largest, I believe, potato facilities in Pennsylvania. And Sturm and Master, they're our buddies. A lot of the potatoes you've seen on the stage today, and even the potatoes you buy at giant food stores, are from Sturm and Master. And they donated these fresh cut fries, which for a breakfast potato showdown, you can dice them, you can still mash them, you can boil them, you can fry them, right? I feel like I'm Sam from Lord of the Rings right now.
Or shrimp from Bubba Gump.
Oh, yeah.
Mash them, fry them, grill them.
Put them in a stew. All right, we also have Huck Family maple syrup. So it's a breakfast potato showdown, right? It's breakfast, so we got maple syrup. They're in Little Marsh, Pennsylvania, way up in Tioga County. Now, Tioga County is in an area of Pennsylvania known as the Maple Belt. So you've got a ton of maple trees that come down from Erie and down through Tioga and back up the other side, and then also up into New York State. A lot of people don't realize how much maple syrup and maple products we actually make in this state. It's amazing. I think we're second to only Vermont in the amount of maple that we produce in this state. Now, our fourth product in the basket is also from Jurgelowitz & Sons, and that's, so it's rendered duck fat. If you've ever had a great duck dish or fries that have been fried in duck fat, it's one of those things you know it when you have it.
So decadent.
Oh, man, it's amazing. So we thought we'd go with duck fat from Jurgelowitz for each side, and again, they're in Fredericksburg, Lebanon County. Looks like we've got some things going on here on both sides.
Ingredients.
And a time check. Chef Mo.
We're at 25 minutes, chefs.
25 minutes. 25 minutes left. 25 minutes. We got some glazing going on over here already.
I think I saw some soy going on over here.
Oh yeah, it's already looking glazy.
Oh yeah, it is looking glazy over here.
Our Asian side, which is like soy sauce.
Oh, chef, you have to. Absolutely. I love it.
Delicious.
Love it. Super hot right now, Filipino cuisine. It's all over. If you're paying attention to the foodies, you got Filipino cuisine everywhere. All right, so some other product we have. So our friends over at TB&J Gourmet, and they're located right there. If you look over there, you'll see the little piggy on the top of that tent. Those folks over there have donated some uncured black peppercorn bacon jam. So instead of just using traditional bacon, I thought we'd put something new and exciting, bacon jam in there. And they're also really, really great. They're in Reading, Pennsylvania, and they have donated these jars. And they also mentioned that all the participants from this contest are going to get to use their product. So it's fantastic. The last and the final secret ingredient is Martin's Kettle Cooked Potato Chips. So they have a choice between barbecue or plain. Martin's Chips is located in Thomasville, York County, which is Pennsylvania's snack belt right down along there.
I love the
along
snack
the southern,
belt.
Yep, the southern section. And chips are great. They're salty. They're savory. It's a great way to add flavor to just about any dish. You can use it on top. You can actually reconstitute it in a number of liquids to add flavor, depending on what you have. But the potatoes cooked in the fat, that right there is, I mean, obviously, you eat them, they're addictive, right? So, Chef Mo, do you want to talk a little bit about the rules? This one's a little more simpler, obviously, than the other ones. But we've got some basic judging and rules going on here.
Absolutely. So our judges over here, our kids over here that joined us so nicely, they get to taste all of this. So there's a few different categories they're going to be judging these dishes on. The first one is, how does it taste? I mean, that's very important. We got to see, is it seasoned well? Is it balanced? Secondly, how does it look? With our eyes first, we want a nice plate, some nice garnishes maybe. We see what they come up with. And also, how did they do overall? So there also is an overall score for the entire dish. And they may lose a little points if they don't use everything in the basket.
Yeah, so along with those rules, we're going to let you all know. You see these great displays on either side of the stage. They're not just a display. This is also functional. We want these chefs to use whatever they want from here, anything that they want to use. We've got avocados and peppers and pastas and leeks and potatoes. There's even tortilla chips over here, rice and butter. And then we've got these amazing micro snow pea shoots that were donated by the Commonwealth Charter Academy, which is it's an incredible aquaponics system that is in the building right across the way from the Farm Show Complex in the Commonwealth Charter Academy. It's run by students, and they actually delivered that to us just a couple days ago for all these competitions. Down below this cabinet here, this one, we've also got a dry storage with all kinds of pantry items. There's sugar and oats, there's grits and cornmeal, salts and different vinegars, all available for them to use, canned tomatoes, stocks. And then on each side of the stage, we also have a refrigeration unit. And in that refrigeration unit is all the stuff you would hope you'd have: milk, cream, butter, eggs. There's even cucumbers and cheeses. We've got stocks, bacon, sausage, all kinds of fun stuff. And they're allowed to use any of those items to make these dishes. The only thing they can't do is bring their own ingredients or run to the back and grab ingredients.
I'm seeing a lot of action going on over here. So it looks like the potatoes have gone in with some soy. Sugar?
Duck fat.
And duck fat. All right. We've got a couple ingredients in there already.
Like a Japanese powdered potatoes.
Okay. Yeah.
We'll incorporate it with whatever we have.
I love this. I've never learned about this, so I'm very excited to learn about this. Absolutely. Breakfast from around the world today. Looks like we've got some bacon jam going over here. What's the plan with the bacon jam, chef?
We've mixed in a little bit of the maple syrup with the bacon jam. We're going to create a base for our potatoes with it.
Delicious, delicious. Maple syrup and bacon jam. I mean, that's like us, maple syrup and bacon jam.
That's it. Say that one more time. A base?
Yeah, so we're going to, we blended a little bit of maple syrup with the bacon jam. We're going to bring a little bit of duck fat into that as well to kind of emulsify it a little bit, and then use it as kind of a base for our potato dish.
Sounds delicious. Thanks, chef.
Delicious. Yeah, I think I see all the ingredients working over here. Duck eggs are coming out. And chefs, we are at 20 minutes. 20 minutes total.
I think we have most of the ingredients actually already working on.
It looks like,
sides.
yeah, on both sides are working.
Which is great.
Absolutely. It's best to get them all in front of you so you don't forget.
I'm waiting to see this Painterland Sisters yogurt come out.
I know.
You know?
Ooh,
I haven't seen that used yet. I haven't seen it used in their Painterland Sisters yogurt is right over there. They're an incredible business. I think also Tioga County. I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure.
And they do an incredible job. Their yogurt's some of the best that you can buy.
We eat it for breakfast almost every day.
We do, thanks to the Painterland Sisters.
Thanks to the Painterland Sisters, they keep us going.
They fuel this kitchen.
They do.
All right. I'm gonna wait till you're done chopping to ask you any questions. I don't wanna interrupt your focus.
Yeah, she's very focused. There's a very nice small dice going on over there. The knife skills are pristine.
Yeah, it looks really good. And I believe she brought her own knives.
Hey, she's a pro.
Did you, Madeline? Very nice.
She's
very
a
nice.
pro.
All right.
She's a pro. A round of applause. Let's give them a little round of applause, some encouragement. They're working so hard.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, I like how I see the bacon jam going over here. Okay. Starting to do some swooshes.
Look at this guy with his, yeah, that's awesome.
I know.
Love the plating tech. Love to see a little smoosh,
Yeah.
little sloosh, little sploosh, little whatever you want to call it.
I love that. Such a good idea.
Well, it's time to meet our judges. How we doing, everybody? Good? Thanks for coming down. So, if you could just tell us your name.
Jasmine.
Jasmine, what are you excited to taste today?
The spices that they used.
Have you ever had bacon jam before?
No.
Never had bacon jam? Oh man, do you like jam on your sandwich?
Yes.
So peanut butter and jelly? All right. Do you like bacon?
Yeah.
So bacon jam together, do you think you'll like it?
Maybe.
I can't agree more. Who knows, right? Until you try it. All right, okay. How about a duck egg? Have you ever had a duck egg before?
Yes.
And where did you have a duck egg?
From the ducks we owned.
So do you live or work on a farm?
No.
And what are you doing here at the farm show this week?
One of our friends from Ag asked me to come down, so I agreed.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for coming. Really appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause? Thank you. All right. I'm going to go this way. It makes it easier for everybody. All right. What's your name? Say your name into the mic.
Fiona.
And why are you here?
To judge.
And how did you end up coming down?
My dad.
Your dad asked you. Oh, my goodness. And what does your dad do for a living?
He's a private chef.
Interesting. I'm a private chef.
And
Did you know that?
alike, too.
I'm also a private chef. Yes.
A little curious.
Yeah. It's weird, right?
It's a little familiar.
It's a little strange. Yeah. And what's your dad's name?
Kurt.
What do you know?
What do you know?
So have you ever had bacon jam?
No, I haven't.
All right. So you're going to try it for the first time today. Are you excited or no?
Yeah.
It's not mushrooms, right? That's your least favorite? Mm-hmm. Isn't it weird that I know that? It's strange that I know your least favorite is mushrooms. Sir, what is your name? And I'll just start with that.
My name is Finn.
And what are you doing down here? How did you end up getting to the stage today?
Okay.
My dad.
Okay.
And what does your dad do?
He's a private chef.
Man, I'll tell you, that's pretty odd. Okay.
Yeah, that's a coincidence, isn't it?
I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. And what's your dad's name?
Kurt.
Oh, all right. All right. So that's a very weird coincidence. And yeah, it's also a strange coincidence that I happen to know that this gentleman is not a huge fan of mashed potatoes.
Oh.
So hopefully there's no mashed potatoes on the plate. We'll see what happens.
Hear that, Jeff?
So Finn, what are you looking to try? What are you looking forward to try? Did you see? There's duck eggs. There's potato chips. There's bacon jam. There's stuff like. What are you looking forward to trying?
The duck eggs.
Do you think they're going to taste like regular eggs?
No.
Do you think they might be a little tastier?
Maybe.
All right. Thanks, Finn, for coming down. I appreciate it. And next up, could you say your name?
Yeah, my name is Ava Emmel.
Ava Emmel is the
Pennsylvania State Fair Queen.
Big round.
Let's get a round of applause for her. And I guess we should have a round of applause for my children as well, I guess. I'll just tell you, this is the way it is. So what kind of duties do you have for this job?
That's a great question. During the summer, they send me to visit as many fairs as possible. I went to 37 county fairs and traveled over 27,000 miles.
That's amazing. And so when you go to these fairs, do you get to do this kind of thing where they get to taste like great food?
I mean, yeah, it's hard to eat fried food in the summer, that's for sure. But I mean, I go on tours, they show me special things about their fair. It's definitely very diverse. Where you go in Pennsylvania, you can go up north, get maple. Different areas have such different foods.
I'm so glad you're here to say that because if all these folks here at the Farm Show don't know, we make just about everything in this state. It's incredible, everything you can think of. And as a chef, it's amazing to be able to pull from actual Pennsylvania product for your restaurants. What's like your favorite thing that you get to eat at a fair? And don't say funnel cake.
No, I'm actually not a huge fan of fried foods in the summer. So it makes me feel so sick. So I try to go for the most whole foods I could, which half the time ended up just being like cheesesteaks because fairs have nothing but fried food and sweets.
Cheese sticks or cheese steaks?
Steaks. Yep.
Okay. So cheese steaks. And are you a wit or without? So down in Philly, it's with onions or without onions?
Oh, with onions.
Okay. And what about whiz?
No, I don't like cheese whiz.
What kind of cheese do you like?
I don't know. That's a hard question. I'm really any kind of cheese. I'm just not a fan of like the American, the plasticky cheeses.
We got a foodie here, I think. Thanks for coming down. Another round of applause. Sir, thank you for coming. Can you say your name into the mic?
Eli.
Eli. Now, a little bird told me that you might know a thing or two about potatoes.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite kind of potato dish? Let's go with that.
Probably French fries.
French fries. All right. What's your second favorite potato dish?
Probably mashed potatoes.
Mashed potatoes, good choice. Yeah, good choice. And what farm? Do you know what farm you're representing today? Can you say it for everybody?
Country View Farm.
So, folks, Country View Farm is one of the larger potato farms in the area. They contribute lots of potatoes to Sturman Master, and they donated a lot of the potatoes that we have on our stage. We've got a competition later coming up. We've got some demos later with some potatoes from them. Every single year, Country View Farms donates bags, just like you see on the front of the stage to us, and we use them all through the week. So we're really appreciative to you and your dad. So thanks for coming down. Can we have a round of applause for Eli? Appreciate it. Thank you, guys. All right, we need a time check.
Yep, we are at 12 minutes, chefs.
We've already got some plates happening down on this side. I got some fried duck eggs. Potatoes being cooked down here. That's what happens. You've worked in his kitchen before, right? You know what happens. You got to get out of the way, right?
Yeah.
So what kind of knife is that?
That's a good question.
That's a beautiful looking knife.
I don't know.
That's awesome. Very nice. Love that. Tell me all about the sauce you just made.
So the sauce I just made is a mix of avocado, the yogurt we had, and the bacon jam with the maple syrup.
Okay.
So you got bacon jam and maple syrup out of the way in that right there. Awesome. You know, I grabbed those avocados this morning and I thought I hope somebody uses them, and there we go. Sure enough, they got used. Thank you for doing that.
Avocado with breakfast. I love how we have two very different approaches going on. This is going to be
Hugely different.
Yeah, I don't envy these judges.
No, not at all.
You all have a tough task.
Not at all. Did everybody see Chef Balikte just now as he spooned some of that hot fat right on top of the egg? And what happens is, I don't know if you've ever, like when you're trying to make a sunny side up egg and you have all the egg whites that are kind of not cooked on the top. He just was doing that to kind of get the egg whites cooked. It's a great technique. It works really well. Some people will take a little bit of water and put the lid on, but he basted that egg as opposed to doing that. It's a great technique that works for all kinds of stuff.
Add more flavor,
Yeah, like you've seen the video of the chef with the steak, and he's got the butter and all the herbs in there, and he's man, yeah. Yeah, and he's doing that for each one of his eggs.
Yeah, adding more flavor, delicious.
Chef, what's going on with the potatoes?
So we have them
get a
just kind
better
of
one,
cooking in
okay?
duck fat, a little smoked paprika, real basic. We're kind of taking a Spanish approach today. A little bravas sauce, but we're going to do a little twist to kind of like a patatas bravas.
Sounds awesome. Thank you, Chef. That's amazing. I know we're going to have some saffron grown in Pennsylvania on the stage tomorrow. It's a shame we didn't have that for him to use. I know.
Yes, that would be incredible.
Yeah, but stick around or come back tomorrow. We'll have it tomorrow. Some amazing Pennsylvania grown
After this one, we're
saffron.
done.
It's going to be incredible.
Just gonna.
He also is a mushroom grower, so we're going to put those together. Yep.
Fantastic. I love that combination.
Oh, yeah. A little Peruvian stew going on tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, I can't wait.
We've got plates coming out on this side, folks. Can we get can we do the old applausometer and see what we think here? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you think that this side is going to win, let me hear you. Chef Palikte's got the crowd going wild. All right, who thinks that this side's going to win?
Okay, a strong crowd on that side.
We got a strong crowd on that side as well. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it's got to be
tight.
close.
It's going to be really tight. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I love the use of the potato chips over here. The color, it's going to be so crispy and delicious.
This plate's looking great.
Yeah. So here, you want to start?
Is that whatever you want?
Yeah. 9 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take these.
Give a squeeze bottle.
All right. Doing something with the. Oh, go ahead.
Like small dices like that. Okay.
She's getting for you whatever you need.
Thank you.
Did you get all your ingredients in? Let's see. We've got.
Yeah.
Do a little ingredient check on this side. We've got potatoes. We got bacon jam. We've got duck eggs. We've got potato chips. Right? Did we get the maple syrup in yet?
No, we're gonna put that in.
Maple syrup.
thing,
You're
and then
working
we're
with
gonna
next.
check.
All right. All right. Sounds good. Maple syrup's coming up shortly. So, all right. What else we got going on? Chef, ingredient check, potatoes, right? Oh, duck fat. Chef Cromwell, duck fat, right? Yeah.
It was
all
in
right.
that thing. Yeah.
He did it with the potatoes.
Yeah.
Yes,
It
yes.
usually calls with butter, but we have butter here, but we have duck fat. Like,
Yeah.
come on.
I mean, if you're going to wait.
Yeah, you heard it from another chef, man. If
He asked actually that we're gonna use butter, but we have duck fat. But
Yeah, absolutely. Delicious.
Smart move, sir. Smart move. Duck fat's delicious.
I love it.
Now, ingredient check over here. I know we have potatoes and duck fat right here.
Yep.
We've got duck eggs going right now. How about here?
A little bit.
Nothing in there.
A little.
Nothing in there yet, but we also have maple jam in that sauce, right?
Maple and bacon jam in the sauce.
Okay, maple
Duck
bacon
eggs,
jam.
duck fat. Crushed chips going right now. and
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Maple syrup is in there already, and the bacon jam, right? And that's awesome. Okay, great.
Awesome.
So ingredient checks are complete. Gentlemen, you have about 7 minutes left.
Yep.
Maple syrup going on the plate right there.
Looks like a sweet finish over
Yeah,
here.
That's good, bud. That's good.
You're gonna add, you're gonna add those
Yep,
right in there.
All righty.
Those things and garnish. Put it on.
Plates are out over here. Plates are,
Put it in the center.
looks like they're finishing over
Yeah,
here.
being finished. With the microgreens from Commonwealth. Beautiful.
Love it.
Beautiful touch. It's so fun that we can just pick them fresh.
Yes, right off the plate.
I want two. Hey.
Faked
Love
them
it.
out.
Absolutely psyched him out.
Okay.
Classic dad move, right?
We all do it.
Yeah.
Every dad knows what I'm talking about.
Classic dad move. Here, I'll give you a good one. There we go.
Redemption, sweet, sweet redemption.
All right. We're gonna start giving it to them. Okay.
It looks like they're ready to present.
Yes. Chefs Palikte are presenting to the judges.
You're at 6.
Okay.
We got a duck egg scramble. We got a sauce. Looking good, looking good. I think,
we got
did you use
plenty.
some of that red wine too, Chef? I think you did.
Yeah, he's
Awesome.
awesome.
Get here. He likes.
Snuck that Pennsylvania red wine into that sauce, right?
He's a man of many flavors.
Love it.
It's soy sauce based. It's salty and all that. So what he did is like at the bottom there's bacon jam, and then the potatoes is
Cut up a little bit more.
seasoned with a lot of sugar and soy sauce. You caramelize it.
Final countdown already. What's that about?
And
It's 5 minutes and 25 seconds left. 5 minutes and 25
Filled
seconds.
with with a maple syrup.
The final 5 minutes.
Enjoy.
Final 5.
Hey, thank you. Hey.
Has everybody out there had a potato donut yet? Have you all had a potato donut? They're amazing, aren't
I've
they?
had at least 4, 5 today.
They keep showing up in the kitchen and disappearing
they
and
just
showing
keep
up.
showing up. So I mean, I'm eating
Disappearing, showing up, disappearing.
them. I can't let them go to waste.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know my kids have already had several potato donuts,
Yeah.
and they'll probably have more.
It's good for you. Ooh, I like the plating going on.
Has anybody tried the blue raspberry milkshake? Anybody? You folks, you did? Did you like it? Yeah, good,
Yeah.
good.
Cool.
I didn't get a chance to try it. I've heard it's delicious from that. Not as many people tried it, though.
I haven't had a chance to get there. Oh, I like what we're doing over here. A different approach. Okay, look at this approach. I love this. So, Chef, can
I'll tell you what. Yeah, that's the awards that we talked about earlier. I think there's a plating award in there, wasn't there? I think. Also, there's also a mess award in there as well, right? And of course, that comes with the cleaning award because when you make a mess in the kitchen, you got to clean it up.
You have to clean.
Mom, what you did?
Chef, do you want to hear what they did?
Yeah. We can tell that. We would love to tell them what you guys made today. Who would like to tell it?
Yeah. Come on.
You ready? You got to turn around. Tell everybody what you made.
So basically, we used the potato French fries, and then we had the soy sauce and sugar, and we mixed it, and then we put it in the pan, and then we had it to a certain temperature, and then we put the potato fries in. Then we had to stir it around to get the potato fries coated, and basically, then we went to and we also put duck fat in it, and basically for the plating, we put bacon jam on the bottom by and we put the fries on top, and then
Fried egg.
Yeah. We put the potatoes, then we put fried eggs on top, then we topple it with crushed barbecue potatoes, and then we put what's that?
Microgreens.
Microgreens.
Yeah.
Sounds delicious. Sounds delicious. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Anderson Pelite.
Such a good job.
Yeah, you did a great job. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Looks like we're plating over here.
Fantastic. I feel like you've maybe been in the kitchen before.
Do you cook at home with your dad? By yourself?
With supervision.
What do you like to make?
Omelets and grilled cheeses.
That was a good
Omelets
answer.
and grilled cheeses. Those are 2 of my favorites as well. I love
Yeah.
a grilled cheese. It's a classic.
You want water?
We've got some Mediterranean flavors going on here.
Yeah.
Some Spanish flavors here. A little bit of Portuguese influence. I'm gonna sneak in there, I think, with the eggs on top and the aioli. I'm gonna go with that. Yep. Oh, look at these potatoes. Oh man.
So much creativity up here.
All right, so I bet you, I'm pretty sure I could convince my son to let me take a seat over there right now. I'm about to because I want to try both of these dishes that badly. Oh man.
We'll switch out. They can do the MC and we'll just go sit. Is that okay?
One day, you and I get to sit there and taste this food. One day. Yeah, one day.
I always get very jealous.
Yep. Time check. We got 1 minute and 36 seconds left.
Looks like the potato chips are going on.
Come here, bud.
Beautiful.
So,
looks fantastic.
eggs
That
are a
looks
little
beautiful,
runny.
guys.
We made that on purpose.
So many colors
Cut
on the
it.
plate. I love
So
to see
the
that.
egg yolk will just, all right?
Looks pretty good.
It looks great, Chef.
Looks like a painting, Chef. Thank you so much.
Beautiful.
Whenever you're done, you let me know. Take a nice final peek on there.
Yep, you still have 1 minute.
Yep.
Make sure I got all my ingredients.
Yep.
Yeah, I think we're solid, man.
All right. Big
think
round of
they're ready.
applause. Look how beautiful that looks, everybody.
Well, yeah, and Chef, you still have 54 seconds if you want them. No?
He's ready.
No? Folks, will you count down for me? Let's pretend it's the end. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Hands up, right? Hands up. Great job. Great job, everybody.
Great job.
Maddie, great job.
Great
All right,
job.
Chefs Varga, would you please present your dishes to the judges?
Got him?
Feel good about it?
I'm sneaking in here to taste some stuff. I just, These guys over there, they cleaned up already. I don't get to taste anything, so I'm gonna sneak in a little taste of this.
Thank you.
Ooh, all right. Also delicious. All right, Chef, go ahead. Tell us what you got.
All right, so we have a little Spanish plate here on patatas bravas. So we have a duck fat fried paprika potato. Underneath is a brava sauce, so a little bit of spice, tomato base, a little red wine in there. You have, with the bacon jam and maple, we blended that with avocado and yogurt to kind of create an aioli to drizzle on top of the potatoes. A soft scrambled duck egg, and then we use the potato chips and fresh chives to kind of make like a little gremolata to sprinkle on top.
Hey, big round of applause
for Chef Varga. Chef Pelite, if you could explain one more time into the mic what you guys made, I'd love that.
So the idea of this is a Japanese powdered potato. So us being Asian business, we focus on soy sauce. So what we did is just clearly potatoes, parboiled potatoes, which is like French fries cut. The bottom is bacon jam, and then we actually heat up soy sauce and sugar. So that's the flavor of the potatoes, and then top it with duck egg. As you can see, even the eggs are Asian style, burnt on the outside. And then just top it with chips, and then drizzle with maple syrup. Enjoy.
So Madeline, how do you think it went over here?
I think it went pretty well. Yeah, I mean we've always been good at teamwork.
That's done.
I have faith in us. We're a good team.
There we are.
I think you are a very good team. Very good team. It's wonderful to see. But who's in charge? Who's the boss?
That's what they say in public.
Yeah, that's what they say. So what was your favorite part of the dish that you made?
That aioli is really good.
Well, I don't like avocado. I think my favorite part, honestly, I think the whole thing would be my favorite part because it's all one big just explosion of flavor. I think that would definitely be some of my favorite.
That makes a lot of sense. You got to try it all together to get all the flavors layered together. Absolutely, I love it. I love it. I think my favorite part of this competition was seeing the chips come out. So I was like, where are they going to go with the chips? What do you think your favorite part of your dish was?
Probably the potatoes.
Yeah, the potatoes.
Yeah, because we made it at home and I really liked it actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's great. That's great. It's good to be here on Tater Day, huh?
We make what we love to eat.
Yes,
Where's
absolutely.
my spoon? I was wondering what I did with my spoon.
Looks like our judges are nodding. There's some writing going on. That's always a good sign. I like to see it when they go back for tasting again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a special guest here today. We're going to bring Joey Jurgelowitz up on the stage. He's come all the way from Lebanon County, from Fredericksburg to Berks County, Pennsylvania. Next one over, he's here to tell us about the product. So we had his duck eggs, and some of his duck fat. So tell us a little bit about both of those and what you guys do.
Okay. Hey, good to see everybody. Welcome to the farm show, and everyone having a good day. So I got my first ever milkshake today. It was unreal. So it was very, very cool. So what an awesome event today. So we have, the chefs got to use rendered duck fat, so we call it liquid gold. So the rendered duck fat, first of all, go step back. So my family, we're duck farmers. We're here in Pennsylvania. We are a vertically integrated farm. We do everything from picking eggs up, one of my first jobs, and my three brothers. We have hatcheries, our processing plant, and then distribute our ducks all throughout the Northeast to a lot of Asian restaurants, Asian markets, and to fine dining establishments all throughout New York City, Philadelphia, you name it. So rendered duck fat is a great, great alternative to olive oil. You get amazing flavors. You can make, it's a hero maker, especially with French fries like this today. Duck eggs, my mother, of course, always baked with duck eggs. So a small duck egg is roughly the size of a jumbo chicken egg. So when you're baking, it's about 1 duck egg to 2 chicken eggs. It'll make some of the best brownies in the world, creme brulees, you name it. So really good to be here and seeing everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Joey Jurgelowitz and all their awesome product. I've been using their duck in my restaurant since 2013. I love their product. It's amazing. And I've had duck from lots of places, and I got to tell you, some of the best around.
I've never been disappointed with one of their ducks.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. We've got lots going on here this week. We're going to be bringing them out a couple more times. We've got whole ducks. We've got
smoked. Going on today.
Is it smoked? Can you tell us a little bit about the product? Is there a smoked duck breast that you guys do? Is that right?
We have a smoked duck breast, and then we also do a brand new product. My salesman coming out, a duck pastrami, which is
delicious.
Beautiful.
Okay, I want to try that too. That sounds great.
I think at the next event, not to ruin it, I think we're doing a duck confit.
Yes, duck confit.
Yeah, next up after this is going to be Chef Ben Beaver, and we did his duck confit and his family's potato filling. I want to say stuffing, but it's filling.
It's filling.
It's filling.
Yes.
He'll remind you all of that though. It's filling. So
yes.
Yeah, and so your facility up there. What can you tell us about that? Because it's quite the operation you have going on there. I mean, like acreage and stuff like that. Do you have any of that information you can tell us?
Yeah, so our headquarters and where I live, literally across the street, and grew up on the farm. We have about 500 acres in Hamburg, Pennsylvania. So if anyone's ever been to Cabela's before, we're about 5 minutes from there. So that's pretty much we get our paychecks on Friday and go to Cabela's. So
I would too. I would too. Yeah.
But no, at the farm, like I said before, again, vertically integrated facility. So we do everything from picking the eggs up all the way to putting them in a bag and distributing to some of the best restaurants in the world. Another fun fact about us is my father, Dr. Joe, and my brother, Dr. Jim, are both veterinarians. So we're the only veterinary-owned and operated poultry farm in North America. So
that's very, very cool.
Yeah. So there is a true correlation. I mean, appropriate being at the farm show of literally the better you treat the animal, the better the product is at the end. So
absolutely.
That's something that we take to heart and practice every day.
I can't tell you as a chef. Yeah, round of applause for that. It's so important. It's incredible. It's amazing.
So important.
It's amazing. Yeah, thank you so much for doing that. And it really comes through in the product.
Yep,
I'm telling you, it really does.
You show that there's a thoughtful process to the duck.
Yeah, and not everybody does that. It's actually, from a chef's perspective, using local product, using farmers, big farms, small farms. It's not all that common to hear that from someone who raises animals. So, are you guys? How unique are you in that? I mean, I'm trying to think. Apple Valley Creamery, I know, is one. I mean, it's just maybe the two of you. I don't know. In Pennsylvania, it's great. It's amazing. It's so important. Yeah. So I think, folks, we might have some results. Joey, thanks for coming up. Round of applause for Joey Jurgelowitz, please. Looks like we've got some results here. We're gonna get to that here right now. If you folks could,
Anna White.
You could come on over.
Next year I need the big letters.
Wow, this is a tight one.
It is a tight one. I know. I tried to keep my poker face on.
This is like 3 days in a row now. Okay.
I know. We've been within 10 points, 20 points.
This is unbelievable. Okay, all right, ladies and gentlemen. So thank you for coming to the Kids Potato Showdown of 2026. And we're going to announce the winner. So we're going to put the drum roll on, right? We got a drum roll? All right, drum roll, please. The winner of the Best Breakfast Potato Showdown 2026 PA Preferred is Chef Jay and Madeline Varga. Very tight score, 65-70. That is literally one of the tightest we've ever had. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Great job, guys.
Chefs, thank you for coming. Thank you so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, please stick around for Ben Beaver. He's coming up with an incredible dish. It's going to be a duck dish. You're going to love it. And if you think of it on your way out, there's a QR code on the other side of the judges' table. If you scan that with your phone and fill that out, it's just 2 questions, and you can win that gift basket. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you. 5 points, guys.
Guys, don't forget to empty the bus tubs, scrub everything down, please, and then get Chef Ben out. Here, spin around, put the kids, yeah, this is good. We're gonna do us real quick. I just want to get one real quick. Before we do the official one, would you mind taking one of us? Yeah. All right, and then we get all the judges too. Oh yeah. Yep. Cat needs their photo. Judges, right? Put the chefs in the middle, please. Two chefs, and the kids are right over. Oh no, kids no, chefs on the outside. Then down here. What's that? I gotta give it to you, man. You really stuck with them for a long time. And cheers to you. Yeah. You see the good in people. I mean, that's, yeah, man. You stuck with them for a really long time. I did too. I had shorter fingers. Yeah, me too. Hell yeah. Absolutely. I've got a lot. Dude, I wish you were here tomorrow. I have so many mushroom producers coming out. I got saffron guys coming out tomorrow. I'll double check with those, yeah. I love it. That's my favorite part of my job. It's one of the things that was like, there's this refrigerator out here, my boss and his wife, and I said yes to the job. This quarter acre right here, this whole we want to turn into a food plot. You can eat whatever you want out of it, process out whatever you want out of it. We just want you to feed us what you can. Yeah, exactly. I wasn't sure. Yeah. You guys are pretty in there, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we were. I was at Evergreen. Well, like a month or so ago. And I wanted to get cut before this. I had to go to Colorado next week. No, it was a piece of food. I know, but I had like, the month after this, I mean, it looks good though. But I didn't want to. You should have seen Voltaggio. You see my picture with Voltaggio? Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Like, hey man, now I wanted you to know she's taking. You can also take the next one. Oh, they took it. No, sorry. I'll take that. Yeah. Take the wine you used. Take the wine you didn't use. Yes. Yeah. We want Tommy? Oh yeah, he said he did tell me, he goes, next time you think I'll be the kid in the competition. Hey, what's up, man? So I love that because you're pushing me to get a rider. I've been saying it since we started this year. You know, the one thing we don't have on stage is maybe we'll get some fryers. Maybe we'll just get one in the middle and share it. I guess what we do like all right, I'm coming back. Thank you. I mean, I know I'm going to start off. Go to the bathroom, come back. Good job, guys.
Good afternoon, good people, and welcome to the Culinary Connection stage. It is Tuesday. It is Potato Day here at the Culinary Connection stage, and we'll have a demonstration about to gear up in the next 10 minutes. So we ask if you're walking around, if you want to see an awesome recipe from an excellent chef, excellent local chef Beaver, we'll be showing you how to make a delicious potato dish. But let me be the first to welcome you here. My name is Michael Keefe. I work with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, and it is the 110th Pennsylvania Farm Show. So in about 10 minutes, we'll be getting ready to gear up for this next demonstration. But in the meantime, I'm going to let you fill you in on a little bit of information about what resources we have to my right. We have the Pennsylvania Farm Show 2026 cookbook. So you'll see Chef Beaver's recipe in there. You'll see all of our cooking demonstration recipes in there. That cookbook is free, no charge. We also have a poster board here to my right. That poster board has a QR code, which is a little code that you could take a picture of, opens up a survey. If you take that survey, we greatly appreciate it. It also enters you in a chance to win this bag of goodies over here filled with all kinds of good stuff. I also have some more prizes to hand out here. We'll be doing some trivia questions to warm you up for our next demo. So I kindly ask, if you have an answer to my trivia question, just raise your hand and I'll come on over and you can give me your answer. All right? So let me find a good one here. Okay. Which type of potato has the thickest skin? Oh, hold up. We're going to let this announcement happen first. Again, that is what kind of potato has the thickest skin? Looking for a variety of potato. I see your hand went up over here. Oh, we're going to have you say it into the mic, but I think that's correct here.
Russet.
That is correct. Ding, ding, ding. And what did you win? Let me go and find out under the special curtain. Oh, it is an insulated lunch bag. This is perfect for your outing where you just need to keep some things cold. Maybe you're on the river. Maybe you're taking a picnic. This is a really nice thing to have. It has the PA Preferred check mark on it. You'll see a PA Preferred check mark when you go grocery shopping, when you go to the farmer's market, if you see that check mark, that lets you know that that product was grown or produced in the state of Pennsylvania. That's a little something that happens at the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. We make sure that that check mark gets into all the different places. That's the way that we try to support our local producers, our local farmers, our local potato growers. So if you see that PA preferred check mark, that's a clear sign, hey, I'm supporting local agriculture. Here's one more. One more trivia question. How many varieties of potato are there? Right here in front. About 100. That is correct. How did you know? There's probably more than that, but if you think about it, 100 potatoes sounds right to me. So that is the answer. There is your insulated lunch tote. All right, everybody, please come grab a seat. Please come to the Culinary Connection stage. You're going to check out a great chef recipe by Chef Ben Beaver here. He's excited to get started in the next 5 minutes, but thank you for witnessing some good trivia and for listening to my spiel, and hope you enjoy. Thank you.
It's really fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation. And most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflect our chef's history as well as our nation's. And we're going to get to a great demo here in just a couple minutes with a great family story behind something that he's doing. But we need to give our sponsors a little bit of the spotlight. So we're going to go through them real quick. PA Preferred is the official state brand for PA agricultural products established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. When you shop for food, look for the PA Preferred logo. When you see the yellow check, you know that product was grown or produced in Pennsylvania. We also want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, we absolutely could not do what we do. They parked a 53-foot trailer out back here filled with food for us, and we've been serving it all week and will continue to serve all week from that tractor trailer. The Pennsylvania Cooperative Potato Growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations. So potatoes are going to be the main component in most of the recipes you're going to see demonstrated on stage today, which also means that all the samples that you get to try also have potatoes in them. We also can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Their culinary program is incredible, and without them, we wouldn't be able to get all this food ready, clear the stage, serve the samples. So we really are excited to have them last year, this year, and hopefully next year again. We'd also like to thank the folks at Thermador. Thanks to them, we have these incredible appliances like this induction cooktop. It's state-of-the-art, as also the convection ovens in the back and the refrigeration. If you go to thermador.com, you can check out their latest lineup of state-of-the-art appliances. We'd also like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry for these awesome butcher block topped cabinets. Everything that's back here we need to do our jobs. We need to compete and to do these demos. And they custom built this for us. Pots and pans and drawers. If you go to christianacabinetry.com, you can see what they could possibly build for you. Located just across the river in Camp Hill is the restaurant store. They have everything you need to cook, and so for us and you, in a commercial kitchen, even a home kitchen. You need to get a membership, but I believe it's free, so go over and check that out, and you can walk out cooking like a chef. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every recipe in our book you'll see demonstrated today has been thoughtfully paired with the wine provided by the Pennsylvania Winery Association. If you like Pennsylvania wines or you even want to try Pennsylvania wines, head in that direction on the other side of the Pennsylvania Hardwood exhibit, and you'll see the wine booth where you can do that. All right, so that's it for our sponsors. This next chef's journey is a true Pennsylvania success story built from the dish pit up and driven by leadership, creativity, and local pride. Chef Ben Beaver began his culinary career at just 16 years old, bussing tables and washing dishes, where he first discovered how a kitchen truly works and knew he wanted to lead one of his own. He studied food service at Dauphin County Technical School and went on to build his career across central Pennsylvania, including roles with Hershey Entertainment, Cafe Fresco, and Sturgis Speakeasy, where he helped open the restaurant and earned Best New Restaurant honors in 2012. Ben later led the kitchen at Cafe 1500 and served as executive chef at Evergreen Brewing Company, where he focused on seasonal menus and strong relationships with local farmers and producers. In 2025, he took on a new role as executive chef at Per Diem at Hotel Rock, continuing his commitment to thoughtful, high-quality food in a refined yet approachable setting. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Chef Ben Beaver.
Thanks, Chef. Hey, thank you. All right. Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for coming to the demo. Today is Potato Day. So I'm doing a dish that I pretty much eat every holiday. It's one of my favorite. We paired that with some duck confit. So also another favorite technique of mine. That might sound scary, but really it's a very simple technique you can do at home if you have a little bit of time. So we're going to start with the duck and the curing process with that and how that's going to go, and then we'll go over the potato filling. I heard Chef Kurt earlier say it was potato filling, not potato stuffing. There is it's filling, you know what I mean? So I'm going to get started on that, and I'm also going to bring out Heather Sanders to talk about some food safety.
Hello.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. So yes, before we get started, I just have some food safety questions for you.
Yeah.
Specific to the duck confit recipe. My first question is, before you even get started, can you explain some of your hand washing and personal hygiene procedures for me?
Yeah, so the first thing we do when we enter a kitchen is we always wash our hands no matter what. If you're taking a break or if you're coming in for your shift, the first thing you do is you get changed. We just wash our hands for about 20 seconds. Usually it's happy birthday twice, slow. And then a good dry on your hands as well.
Awesome. Warm water?
Hot water, as hot as you can handle it, and a vigorous scrub with soap.
Perfect.
Yep.
Awesome. I see you're getting ready to cure, so I have some curing questions for you. This is something that you can do a day or two in advance, correct?
Yeah, so what we're doing is we're actually going to be inserting some flavor into the duck. So this curing process moistens the duck meat, adds moisture to it. The salt content goes into the duck itself, and it helps cure the duck as well. So you're curing the duck, you're flavoring the duck, and it's helping dry the outside duck out as well, so you can get a nice sear and crunchy duck on it.
Okay. So while it's being stored, say in advance, a day or two, how is it being stored? It's being stored in the refrigerator?
So yeah, technically you can submerge this in duck fat and store it in your fridge for probably about up to a month, and it's going to be okay. As long as it's submerged, there's no air in that duck fat. That's how they used to cure and hold stuff, back in the day. But if you are going to say, hey, you have a meal or like a dinner planned, you can do this ahead of time. You can confit your duck. Then you can pull it out of that fat that you're cooking in, and you can let that cool in the counter till it gets room temp.
And what temperature do you want to store that in the refrigerator?
Your temperature, it should be 41 degrees. We always have it a little colder for opening doors because we open our doors a lot in the restaurant. But you also want that duck to be room temp. You don't want that to be hot when you put that in your refrigerator.
Awesome. And then in the refrigerator, what section of the refrigerator would you store it in?
So it depends on if it's raw or cooked. So at the restaurant, how we have our shelves lined up is very important. We're not going to put raw chicken and then have lettuce and vegetables next. So how you want to look at it as, if that duck drips onto that bottom shelf, is it going to cook out? So that's how we label our shelves in the restaurant. So if you're putting your duck in your refrigerator raw before you cured it, or you're curing it, it should be on the bottom of your refrigerator. That way, if it does drip down, it's dripping onto nothing vegetable oriented that you can eat raw.
You got it. Perfect. Let's move on to actual cooking. So while you're cooking it, it's going to be a slow process, or what kind of process are you cooking it?
So this is kind of like a low and slow process. We're pretty much braising this in the duck fat. So we're going to cook this. By the time it gets very tender, your cooking temperature is going to be between 200 and 225 degrees. That's when it's going to kind of fall off the bone, and that's where you want to be at for your initial cook. And then say you're doing your dinner the next day, you want to bring this back up to 165 internally. So meat thermometer into the thickest part of the thigh or near a bone, and just make sure you hit 165.
Yep, you got it. Perfect. 165 for that poultry category. So you could immediately serve it, correct?
Yes. Yep. Right out of the oven.
Say I wanted to keep some leftovers. How would you cool it?
If I would have some leftover duck, honestly, what we do at the restaurant, we'll either sell it whole, or you can pull it from the bone and you can do mac and cheese, or you can put it into a bag. You can freeze it too. It freezes well, and you can pull it out maybe a month later and use it for whatever you'd like.
Yep. So, and if you are cooling, you want to cook. Cooling starts at 135 degrees Fahrenheit. So at 165, it's going to take a while to get down to 135. And then you have 2 hours to get it down to about 70 degrees, and then an additional 4 hours to get it down to 41. So whenever you're cooling at home, you have about 6 hours to get it down to proper temperatures. And then that's going to be stored safely. And then if you're going to keep it and you're going to have some leftovers, how many days?
I would say nothing over a week, 7 days for any perishable food.
7 days for your date marking. Absolutely. That's all I have. I appreciate your
Awesome.
time.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you. So now I'm getting the duck cure together, and this might be a good time to bring Joe out from Joe Jergowitz. If Joe's back there, we go.
How's it going, everybody? Good to see everybody. Welcome to the Farm Show. So Chef here is doing one of my favorite dishes. Actually, it sounds extremely complicated, but is very, very simple and extremely flavorful. So he's doing a duck confit from our family farm here in Pennsylvania. So my family has been raising ducks in Pennsylvania for over 40 years. So we're headquartered in northern Berks County, so right in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So if anyone's ever been to Cabela's, we're about 5 minutes from there. We are a vertically integrated farm. So we do everything from picking eggs up. That was literally one of my first jobs. I always have a funny story that I have 3 other brothers. We're the only kids in school that did not like 2-hour delays or snow days, because that meant that we were getting up earlier before the bus and going to pick up eggs or throw ducks in boxes because no one made it to work. From there, we have our own hatcheries, our processing plant, and then a distribution center. So we are lucky to sell our ducks pretty much all throughout the United States to some of the best restaurants in the world, to cruise lines, to supermarkets. So really good to be here, and hope you enjoy Chef's meal.
Awesome. Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much. All right, so while Joe was talking, I just mixed together my cure. So in my cure, most important ingredient for me is the salt. We use a kosher salt. You can use an iodized if that's what you got. We also have some brown sugar, some bay leaves, some dry thyme. I add a little lemon zest to mine. And you can honestly mix and match that stuff as you like. If you like rosemary, you can use rosemary or whatever herb you like. So right now we're going to actually season this duck heavily, and I'll show you the kind of how we do the curing process. Now I have this on a tray, kind of a large tray, so we can kind of heavily season this. And it's really important too, if you're using a cure and it's in your pantry and you're going to reuse this cure, try not to touch the duck and then go right in the same hand with your dirty hand, with the duck hand. So what we're going to do is I'm going to rub with my left and season with my right, and that way we just are not going to cross-contaminate anything. And then if you don't use this cure up the whole way, you can come back to it. So we're going to season both sides heavily, and then we're going to rub it down. And this duck has a little extra fat on it. You can leave it as is, or you can cook it with and render it down. Me at the restaurant, I would trim some of that up. So when it comes out of the oven, it's ready to go. All right, so we have our duck curing here. Now at this point, I would wrap it and I would put it in your fridge for no more than 10 hours. I would say like 6 to 8 is ideal. What can happen, it can get too salty. And obviously if you're salt sensitive, you can knock that time down to 2 or 3 hours as well. It's just, all recipes are personal preference. You don't have to follow it to a T. You can, mix and match certain things. So this, I would wrap up, and then I would throw that into the bottom of your fridge, and just be patient. And you'll actually be able to pick up that cure really heavily once you try the duck over here. I tried it in the back. It turned out really good. It is a little salty, but that's what you're looking for. So now our duck is curing. We can go into the main part, the potato filling. So what we have is we're using Idaho potatoes. You can most certainly use like a Yukon Gold. I prefer, on a mashed potato, I really enjoy Yukon Gold potato to an Idaho. We have some diced onion, some diced celery. We have butter. I have some extra duck fat here that we're going to incorporate into that as well. It's not on the recipe, but we have always duck fat left over. If we do this, we're going to have a tub of it. So you can incorporate duck fat into cooking at home, sauteing eggs, potatoes, whatever. You can sub that out for any oil or butter. So what we're going to do is we're going to sweat our onion, celery, and a little bit of black pepper, and I also have a little bit of celery salt just to kind of keep the theme of the celery. So we're going to turn our pan on. I would say just medium heat. You don't want to caramelize this at all. You want this to just become translucent and kind of just soften up. So we're getting our pan on here. So kind of going over what a potato filling is. It is pretty much a mix between a mashed potato and a stuffing. So we're waiting for our pan to heat up here. We'll turn this up a little bit more. All right. So with our duck fat, this has a high heat rate, so I'm also going to add a little bit of butter into this as well. And that's going to help the butter from burning. So we got our butter. We have some of our duck fat. And we're starting to melt. And you can go ahead right away. You don't have to wait for it to heat up. We're sweating this, so I'm going to let that just kind of sit there, and we're going to stir this occasionally. And something else, too, that'll help you sweat a vegetable, we're going to just add a little pinch of salt to our vegetables, and that's going to help just bring some moisture out. And then also when you're boiling your potatoes, I mean, obviously, if you're sensitive to salt, I like heavily salted water in my potatoes and like my pasta. It just adds another depth of flavor. And then this as well, we have celery salt when I'm sweating the celery as well. And just a touch. So a wooden spoon would be really good for this. That way you're not scraping your metal. Fine. Or a rubber spatula, just as good. So usually, you know, when you're searing and things like that, you hear a big sizzle when you're throw your protein or your vegetable in. If you're sauteing, you know, this technique, you know, you really just want to kind of just let it go and slow. And honestly, the slower, in my opinion, that you sweat the vegetables at a lower temp, I think more flavor comes out. And then all that is going to be going into your mashed potatoes. So we're starting to bubble already here. We're going to let these go. Next, for me personally, I like to heat my milk up or my cream up and my butter for my mashed potatoes. It helps. Now, if you're serving it like, say, tomorrow or something like that, it doesn't really matter. But say if you're serving mashed potatoes now and you want it to be hot, a lot of times you'll make mashed potatoes, you'll throw cold milk or cold butter in, which is fine. But it'll actually cool down your mashed potatoes and have an opportunity to get gummy and glutinous. You find a towel. So I'm turning this cream and butter on to just like a medium heat just to get the chill off. You can also use heavy cream, half and half. I really enjoy using heavy cream in my mashed potatoes. Has a higher fat content, adds more flavor to it. So our vegetables are actually starting to sweat here. And what you mean by sweat, you can actually see the liquid coming out into the pan here. And that's when you know you're at a good temperature, not too hot. If they start caramelizing, then you're going to want to just turn that down just a little bit. So our celery and carrots are working. We have our potatoes. We have our cream and butter. While our vegetables are sweating here, We'll go over some of the steps on the duck confit once you have it done curing. So the end result, you're left with this kind of caramelized, crunchy duck that's ready to go. It's cooked, it's cured, has a lot of good flavor. So what you're gonna do when you're braising this, I like to braise it around 300, 325. If you have a convection oven, maybe 300. If you have conventional, maybe 350. And what you're doing is you're going to lay your cured duck legs, that having rinsed. So I missed that, I skipped over that part. So what we're gonna do is we're going to rinse our duck legs like really well, just under some room temp water. And what that's gonna do is that's gonna take all that salt off. You don't wanna cook it with all the salt caked on, because that could be a little too overpowering. So what I like to do, just a room temp, not necessarily hot, not the coldest, but I do wanna dissolve all that sugar and salt off of the fat, the duck fat. It's gonna wanna stick to it. Once you have that duck dry, rinsed, patted dry, you're gonna go into a roasting dish. And here's where you can kind of do whatever you'd like. If you don't have any duck fat, obviously like a canola oil, or if you have an infused oil or anything like that, I would stay away from like an olive oil that will burn. And that'll actually caramelize your duck a little faster. So a neutral oil is great. A beef tallow, if you have like a local farmer's market, like I know I have some beef tallow in my fridge. That could also be a good option. A mix between beef tallow and butter, like a neutral oil could be really good. And then as far as flavoring it, when you're braising it, you can use whatever herbs you want. You can, we did lemon zest in ours. You can do, some lemon wedges. You can do garlic. You can do whatever herbs you want, rosemary, sage, thyme. All those flavors go well with duck. So you can kind of make it your own. At this point, our vegetables are starting to look translucent. So when you're sweating onions and celery and things like that, what you're looking for is that onion, that celery to become translucent, and it's starting to I can kind of see through it a little bit, and it looks cooked. Doesn't look raw anymore. And whatever patience you have, you can let it go further. For me, I would almost, it gets to the point where the liquid cooks out of it, and it's like a paste almost at that point. So another important ingredient for this potato filling is the toast. We have, traditionally how we've always done it, we have white bread that we toast. You can do wheat, you can do sourdough. It's really up to you. This is just how we do it. Our milk and cream is at a boil. I'm just gonna kill it. And I'll be ready to go to mix our potatoes. So, I can really smell the butter and the duck fat that we put in here with our celery and our onions. You ever cook like celery onions at home and some garlic and it just smells so good in your house? Add duck fat to that and it smells way better. So our next thing we're doing here, we have our toasted white bread. Toast in a toaster, toast in your oven, however you want to get toasted, air fryer, and you pull the bread, you don't dice it. Obviously, if you want to dice your bread, that is okay. If you want to get in like a filling bread that you buy at the store, that's okay too. If you have bread ends, this is great for that. Sourdough bread would be really good for the recipe. Wheat, all that honey wheat. I assume this recipe originated and it was be able to bulk up the ingredient and also use up bread ends, because I'm sure everybody has random bread ends laying around. So you can make breadcrumbs out of this. I'm just gonna tear this up really quick, and then we're gonna put together our potato filling, and then we'll go over how we're gonna heat up the duck, and then we're gonna plate everything up. And I'm just ripping this into some bite-sized chunks. It's gonna break down when you mix it. I I have a KitchenAid up here. I'm gonna do it in that with a paddle attachment. You can do it with a potato masher by hand, as long as it gets the job done. If you like your potatoes chunkier, great. If you like your potatoes thin, perfect. A Hobart or a KitchenAid here is gonna work. All right, so our vegetables are sweating here. They are pretty much ready. I'm gonna kill that. Now we're gonna make our potato filling here. All right, so we have our potatoes already ready to go, so they're gonna go right on in. We're gonna put our bread in, and I do have a little bit of extra cream and butter here just for that. We're putting bread and potatoes in. It's gonna soak up a lot of that liquid, so we're gonna need a little bit extra, and then say if you don't have enough, just do a splash of milk in or another tab of butter until you get to your consistency you'd like. Now we're gonna go in with our celery and onions and our celery salt. And you can add garlic to that recipe as well. It would be just as good. And then we have our butter and milk here. So I'm gonna start mixing this, and then we're gonna add that in as we need it. So I'm just gonna add this in as I need it. It's very important too, once your potatoes have come to a boil and you drain them, to mash them right away. Because what's gonna happen is potatoes filled with gluten, you're gonna get a gummy mashed potato, and it is not very desirable. Now add as much cream and butter as you want. I'm going to whip this a little bit, and we're gonna try it and taste the seasoning. Maybe, there we go, got some spoons. And this, as far as seasoning goes, just salt and pepper, just as much or little as you like. Now, we're serving that with a duck confit that is a little on the salty side. Excuse me. So maybe scaling back the salt for your filling, might be ideal. So our potato filling is done. Mix it one more time to break up some of the breadcrumbs. And this is something, honestly, that I would do a day ahead as well. So you can get your duck and your potato filling done day ahead. For example, we have some that we have baked, and we bake ours with in a little foil tray. We put some tabs of butter on top, and then you kind of roast it. I would roast it for 400, 450. You want that to caramelize and get crusty on top. Adds a nice texture to it, and it kind of get that roasty flavor as well. So we have our duck confit there. Our potatoes are done. We're gonna sear our duck thighs and legs really quick. I'm using the leftover duck fat as well. Just trying to utilize as much of that awesome ingredient as possible. So if you're doing your duck ahead of time, you can serve your duck right away, or you can wait and you can bring it back up to temp. So what we're going to do is we're just gonna sear this off, and then we're gonna roast it in the oven. And then as long as you bring it to 165, you're good to go. So we got our pan on. And with this, I'm gonna turn that up a little bit. I wanna hear it kind of sear and crisp that duck skin up. So finished duck is here. Before I forget, we paired this dish with a wine from the PA Winery Association located right over there. This is a white wine, Vidal Blanc. Should go really well with a salty, crispy, briny duck. So go check that out. when you're walking around after the demo. And personally, I think I would like something sweet with that as well, with your really fatty and salty duck. A nice kind of sweeter wine might go really well with that, just to kind of break through some of that fat and some of that salt as well. So we got our pan on to sear our duck, and then we are good to go. So we're gonna get our duck in here. And our duck is searing. And what you're looking for here is you're really just looking to crisp the skin up and get that kind of crunchy duck skin back. So what happens, it's kind of soaked up into that fat. Your duck skin is not going to be as crispy. And you can kind of see it's already starting to caramelize. It kind of very tender, already pulled off the bone. That's what you're looking for. And that skin caramelizes up really nice. So we can go ahead and just fire this right into the oven. And we're gonna cook that until 165. I'm also gonna pull out the potato filling. So this is the end result. This is the butter on top baked. You can kind of see it caramelized on the side. The top is crunchy. That way, when you go and get like a corner piece, you get a bunch of the crunchy bits. Those are personally my favorite. And you can serve this family style, or you can plate it up and serve it. You can add like a nice duck jus or any sort of sauce you want to. It might be nice. Demi-glaze also might be a nice option if you don't have anything with duck, which is like a veal bones stock. So to plate, I'll pull our potato filling out of here. We're gonna plate this up. Oh. So you can it's almost like a potato casserole. I would just describe it. So we have a nice scoop of our potato filling. Trying to get the edge pieces. And then we're gonna pull our duck out of the oven. Just pretend that it roasted for about 10 minutes. And so we got our duck in the pan. We also have some residual fat that has rendered from the confit. And so what we're gonna do here, we're just gonna lean it up against our potatoes. And then I'm just gonna grab some of the delicious duck fat that we have in our pan and just kind of pour it over top. You can also baste this duck as well. So you could throw a little butter into a pan, any aromatics, herbs you have, any garlic or shallots or anything like that, and you can baste this in the pan as well. That'll help you get that crust on there and also add more flavor and aromatics to the duck. You can add whatever veg you'd like to this, whatever's in season. Like right now is squash heavy. Grilled squash would be great with this. You can garnish with whatever. I have some fresh thyme leaves here. You can pick off and just kind of place over top, or just the whole thyme itself. And it's good to go and ready to enjoy. So thank you for coming out. I appreciate it. I hope everybody tries the duck confit. It's not as intimidating or as scary as you might think. You just got to have a little bit of time and patience with it. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Chef Ben Beaver. Chef, thank you so much. Fantastic job. One of my favorite duck dishes. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
We're going to be serving some samples of his awesome dish right down here shortly. On your way, if you want to scan that QR code, answer 2 questions, you can win a gift basket. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have Anastasio Santos coming up next.
Good afternoon, Culinary Connection stage, and welcome to the Pennsylvania Farm Show, the 110th annual Pennsylvania Farm Show. My name is Michael Keefe from the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. We will have our next cooking demonstration ready to go here. We have Chef Allie Duran. She wrote a cookbook called Venison Every Day. She'll be making venison sloppy joes, which sounds like a cool way to make some venison. You'll find that recipe here in our Pennsylvania Preferred Recipe Book. That recipe book is provided free. It's over here on our tables to our right if you're interested in grabbing one. It has every single recipe that we're demoing this week. Today is Potato Day, so all of our recipes are themed or involve potato in some way. We'll have Mushroom Day tomorrow, so if you want to come back, you'll be seeing some mushroom-themed recipes at that time. I'm here to do some fun trivia, get you ready to go, let you know what resources we have to my right. We have our cookbook. We have this poster board. This poster board has a QR code. A QR code is a little box that if you take a picture of, it'll open up a survey. If you take that survey, it's about 3 or 4 questions, takes just 2 minutes. You're entered the chance to win a bunch of cool PA Preferred swag bag, as they say. There's also a Pennsylvania wine tote. There's a apron. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. You take that survey. First of all, we very much appreciate it. And second of all, you could get some cool stuff. So cookbook, survey, QR code, and we also will be doing some trivia here on potatoes. So let me think. What's a good trivia question about potatoes? Okay, I have one. What vitamin are potatoes very rich in? What vitamin do potatoes provide? And if you have an answer, go ahead and raise your hand. I'll come on over to you. We have a brave soul here right in front. What do you think, ma'am?
Potassium.
Potassium, that is a great guess. They are very rich in potassium, but that is a nutrient, I guess, and we're looking for a vitamin here. I'm gonna go right back over here. So what vitamin are potatoes rich in? What do you think?
Vitamin C.
That is correct. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. And what did you win? We have something that you can find in our swag bag over here, but with just one gift. It is a insulated lunch bag, perfect for the spring outing, the summer outing. If you're out on the Susquehanna or something, you could keep your drinks cold. You'll see it has the PA Preferred check mark on there. The PA Preferred logo is right at the top of our screen up here. That's how you know something is grown or produced in Pennsylvania. So when you're shopping at Giant, when you're shopping at the farmer's market, you see that Pennsylvania Preferred logo, that check mark. If you buy something, that means you are supporting local agriculture. That helps to support the entire industry. So we do appreciate it when you do that. All right, so I'm gonna go through one more trivia question here. Now, I don't have this one memorized, so please forgive me. All right. Okay. This one's maybe a little in the weeds here, but how many grams of fat do potatoes have? If I were to eat a potato, how many grams of fat does it have? We're gonna go right over here.
0.
How did you know? That is correct. 0 grams of fat. You know, people say potatoes, maybe they aren't so good for you, but guess what? They are. They give you lots of good energy. I'll get your bag in just a second, ma'am, okay? But in the next few minutes, please come on over to the Culinary Connection stage. Again, we'll have Chef Allie Duran. She's gonna be doing a recipe. She did a cookbook called Venison Every Day. She's gonna be making venison sloppy joes. Again, we'll have that recipe in our free PA Preferred cookbook to my right. Please grab a copy. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of our great nation, and most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflect our chef's history as well as our nation's. And we're going to get to one of those great recipes and stories here shortly, but we have to put our sponsors in the spotlight for just a couple minutes. PA Preferred is the official state brand for PA agricultural products established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. So when you go food shopping, look for the PA Preferred logo. If you see that yellow check on the product that you're buying, you know that it's been made or grown in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. They've provided us with a 53-foot trailer filled with food, and we've been serving it to you all week, and we'll continue to serve to you for the rest of the week. Pennsylvania Cooperative Potato Growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations. So potatoes are the main ingredient, main component, in all the recipes you'll be seeing demonstrated on stage today, which means potatoes will be in all the samples that you get to try. We can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. They're here in the back, they're on the stage, they're in the sample area, working super hard to make sure everything happens the way it needs to happen, and we couldn't thank them enough. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. Thanks to them, we have these amazing state-of-the-art cooktops, ovens, refrigeration, and they really have done a lot for us. If you go to Thermador.com, you can check out their latest lineup of state-of-the-art appliances for your home. We would like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry for these awesome butcher block countertop cabinets. Underneath here, we've got custom cabinets that hold all the stuff we need during our competitions, during the demos, and they made them custom just for us. If you go to ChristianaCabinetry.com, you can check out what kind of custom cabinetry they could make for you. Located just across the river in Camp Hill is the restaurant store. They have everything you need for your kitchen and ours. Industrial quality kitchen equipment from walk-in refrigerators to spatulas. Membership is free, so go check them out. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every recipe in our book that you'll see demonstrated today has been thoughtfully paired with one of their wines made in Pennsylvania. If you like Pennsylvania wines or you're interested in trying or purchasing Pennsylvania wines, head straight in that direction on the other side of the Pennsylvania Hardwood Expo, and you'll see the wine booth. That's it for the sponsors. Now, our next chef brings together professional kitchen expertise, education, and a passion for helping chefs succeed. Allie Doran is the best-selling author of Venison Every Day, founder of the popular food blog Miss Allie's Kitchen, and co-owner of the Arrow Studio and Events. A self-described accidental hunter's wife, Allie is passionate about making wild game and home cooking accessible, beautiful, and unintimidating for everyone. She launched Miss Allie's Kitchen in 2016 to share the meals she was cooking for herself and her family, drawing from a background rooted in athletics, fresh vegetables, whole grains, and lean proteins. Though she didn't grow up hunting, her lifelong connection to the outdoors and a love for storytelling through food shapes her recipes, photography, and writing. Today, Allie brings her passion for simple, elegant meals and approachable cooking to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Allie Doran. Welcome, Chef.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. How are we today? We're gonna make some sloppy joes. And today I have my lovely cooking assistant, Kate, in here. She's gonna be assisting with me. And we're really excited. So this recipe is actually one that was created for my website, missallie'skitchen.com. You know, it's been 10 years that I've been in the food blogging industry, and in 2020, I was privileged enough to come out with my first book. This is Venison Every Day. There's a lot of really approachable recipes in here. Like it was just said, I kind of call myself an accidental hunter's wife. I grew up with a great love of the outdoors, but when I met my husband, we were two broke kids in a one-bedroom apartment with about $50 a week, maybe, to spend on groceries, but a whole freezer full of deer meat, so I decided to learn how to cook with it. After a couple of takeout nights of pizza, I finally kind of figured this thing out. So today we're actually making one of my family's favorite recipes. I have 2 kiddos, 5 and 1 years old, and this is one of their favorites, this Sloppy Joe recipe. But today I was super excited, and the reason I decided to make this one, we've got Potato Day, and I do this, we love the potato. The husband I'm referring to, my big hunter, is a meat and potatoes guy. That's how I earned my wife status here, with this humble potato and this gorgeous venison meat. But today we're actually going to plate up our venison sloppy joes on a bed of roasted potatoes. I'm a big texture person, so you'll see here we're gonna layer some flavors, but we're also gonna layer some textures. This meal comes together in under 20 minutes, maybe even under 10 minutes of active cooking time, so it's a great one for a weeknight, but it's kind of sneaky, so it might even surprise some guests if you ever do a little bit of entertaining. So we're gonna roast up some potato rounds, and we're gonna serve our sloppy joes. You know, I kind of invite you guys, let's get into it. It's a Tuesday afternoon, so feel free to, you know, interject and get into it with me, but we're gonna get started. I am going to, I've got this big skillet here. I really make everything that I make kind of in a big skillet. I'm really big on recipes that don't require a lot of equipment. So usually I'm just using a large skillet here. If you have a large cast iron, that's great, or a Dutch oven that you like to cook in, that's also wonderful. You can put a lid on it and keep it warm until dinner. But I'm gonna let this preheat over about medium heat. I'll let it preheat while I chop up my veggies, and then I'll get my oil kind of hot in there. You know, I'm someone that's really big on using natural materials in the kitchen, so cast iron, stainless steel, and I really love to use, you know, a Dutch oven. So a super easy way to make sure that anything that you're using is non-stick is to preheat your pan and then preheat your cooking fat. So that's a good little tip there. I'm gonna uncover my gorgeous venison here. So we've got some beautiful venison meat here, and that we're gonna get browning up in just a minute, but most of my recipes start out with a base of onion and either carrot or bell pepper. Today we're using bell pepper and garlic. So it's super, super simple. I'm gonna show you guys, you know, I don't know how much you guys chop onions, but I feel like all I do all day is chop onions, and this is the fastest way that I have figured out. So I kind of have a halved and peeled onion here. I go lengthwise while holding the onion and make some slices here. You'll be able to see my hands kind of up on the screen behind me, but you'll see when I turn here, I'm gonna make some diced cuts. And it's a really easy way to get a nice little fine dice super, super quickly. So that's kind of how I like to prep my onion. Just gonna move that to the side and then get working on my bell pepper here. Great. And Kaden, I'm gonna ask you if you wouldn't mind disposing of this guy for me. Thank you so much. And then I'm just gonna do little slices with my bell pepper. And again, we're dicing everything. We're gonna go with just a pretty standard size dice on the onion and pepper. And we're gonna go with a fine mince with our garlic. I want the garlic a little bit smaller than the onion and the bell pepper because I want the flavor to be evenly distributed in our sauce. So what I'm really, really big on when I'm cooking in my kitchen is layering flavors appropriately. I think a lot of people who have access to wild game and deer meat have a similar story to me where they kind of thought it might have been gamey or just kind of like irony tasting. Maybe you don't like it. Maybe it's in your freezer. Maybe your uncle gives you a couple pounds every year for Christmas and every year it sits in the back of your freezer. Or maybe you have a family member or significant other like I do, or you're interested in hunting, but you just don't know what to do with it. So some of my big tips I'm gonna get into today, but really properly layering flavors and using appropriate cooking techniques, especially just really classic French culinary techniques, are always gonna work really well with venison. And it's easier than you think. So I'm gonna see how my pan is preheating here. I'm gonna go ahead and add a little bit of olive oil here. Avocado oil also works really, really well. And, you know, sometimes I use butter. I'm really big. I'm trying to use as much animal product as I can. So if you've got beef tallow, it's quite flexible, this recipe. And I actually, we'll see, we'll get into it in just a minute. This is one where you can make some substitutions. That's kind of how I got my food blogging career started. I am probably the laziest cook you're ever gonna meet. If I go to the store for an ingredient, that's something. It happens maybe once or twice a year. So I'm all about recipes that you can kind of start to make with things that you have in your pantry or in your fridge, and you can make little tweaks with it. But today I'm gonna show you how it's actually written. But we're gonna make one small tweak because I just couldn't help myself. But here we have onion and pep going in. So really what we're looking for here is just these onions to kind of become translucent, for the peppers to become a little bit softer, basically soft enough that in the end, I don't have to mash anything up for my 1-year-old, and he can eat about a pound of it on his own, and everybody's happy, and I just throw away his onesie when we're done. That's kind of what we're looking for. That's where we were last night when I made this one last time before the presentation today. So that's what we're looking for. I am just finishing up this mince on the garlic, as you guys can see there. I want it pretty finely minced. It's smelling good up here already. This is, again, one of those recipes that, you know, when somebody comes home after a long day, you've got onions and oil and a little bit of bell pepper and garlic. Whoever walks in is just gonna say, oh my gosh, what's on the stove? What are you making? I'm gonna go up a little bit. There we go. Get cooking with gas here. So just get these guys moving around. Get that oil really well evenly distributed. And one thing I really like to do, so if you are using a recipe where your seasoning, so your salt and pepper, are pre-measured, you can measure them out in little ramekins like I have here. I do like to salt early, and I like to salt often. So I'm just gonna add a little bit of the salt, not the whole thing. You're gonna see me kind of pinch it the way through. That's gonna start to release some of the juices here in the onion, kind of get everybody happy, a little bit of a party going on in here, and everything's gonna start smelling really good. So, what we're gonna do here is, Kaden, I'm gonna have you on this side, and I'm going to have you kind of just keep an eye on this guy while we talk about some of our ingredients today. And I wanna get into a couple of my venison cooking tips. So obviously venison is a really lean meat. That's why I love pairing it with the beautiful potato, because the potato is like rich and gorgeous and creamy, and it kind of provides some pizzazz, so kind of a leaner meat. I actually like pairing this meal with a potato better than I do a bun. But venison, very classically lean, so you'll see we're using a good amount of oil in our pan, and we're gonna get the pan, you know, hot enough, crispy enough, so we get a nice browning of this meat. But so, like I said, the number one complaint that people tell me, they say, oh, Allie, I've got venison, but I don't use it. I don't like it. I don't know what to do with it. It's too gamey. So here's the thing. We need to use high heat. We need to use enough fat. And my number one trick, the one thing that everybody, the light bulb moment, is adding a little bit of acid, or kind of a lot of acid. So today, this recipe does call for apple cider vinegar. But today, since we are having such a wonderful partnership with the Pennsylvania Winery Association, we have a gorgeous wine. I actually swapped swapped out, I do this quite a bit, I swapped out my apple cider vinegar, and we have this gorgeous Noirette from Happy Valley Vineyard and Winery. So I'm actually going to do a direct swap for the apple cider vinegar to this wine. So this is something I do quite frequently. I deglaze my pan with something acidic like a vinegar or a wine or a citrus. So I have a really, one of my most popular recipes is my venison chili, and I actually use lime and orange and something like that. So that way, that heavier flavor that you're feeling that some people refer to as gamey, it's like, whew, it gets a facelift. It gets brightened up. It's like somebody put cold water on your face in the morning. And it really helps to balance out those flavors and make it into something like clean and delicious. So highly recommend that. A few other key components that we have today, a little bit of Dijon mustard, also a little bit of zippy there. It's got that kind of bite to it, which we love. And it also does kind of help to emulsify the mixture together. Also emulsification, creating like a silky sauce. We've got some tomato paste. And then another standout star in this recipe is coconut aminos. You could definitely use soy sauce, but I really love using a coconut amino in place of soy sauce. Not only is it a little bit more nutrient dense, but it's a little bit sweeter and thicker. So it really gives a nice kind of well balanced. You'll notice in this recipe, I do focus on recipes with more whole ingredients. It doesn't use ketchup like a lot of Sloppy Joe recipes do. So I've got a little bit of tomato sauce here, the tomato paste, and the coconut aminos, and the wine or apple cider vinegar. That's gonna create that kind of ketchup-y taste and that little hack to really get you there without using something like ketchup. I've cooked for, my family, we eat it all. I love when people come up to me in a restaurant and say, do you have a dietary restriction? And I say, absolutely not. Bring it to me. But I have had the pleasure of cooking for people who are potentially gluten-free, refined sugar-free, dairy-free. So you'll find a lot of my recipes just kind of focus on those principles. So now that's looking really good. We're gonna add some of this garlic here. Add garlic. And if you wouldn't mind kind of stirring that around for me. There we go, gonna come in with my knife. And I really just like to add garlic, about 1 minute before I add my meat and some spices, just to give it time to bloom and infuse with the oils. So after we give it about 1 minute, we're gonna go in there with the venison, and then we'll just kind of really get cooking here. So this recipe can simmer for anywhere from like 10 minutes, that would be the minimum, to all day. So you can kind of sit it and let it go low and slow. So it is a wonderful like Sunday cold weather meal that I really like to make. So I'm gonna sneak in here. I'll trade spots with you again, Kaden. Thank you so much. This is so nice having a cooking assistant. Most of mine are less than 3 feet tall, and they're a little overzealous. I'll trade Jen, hand you this, thank you. So it's really nice to be able to have Kaden here with me today. So I'm just gonna break out my venison, super easy, just get a good brown on it. If you have one of those fancy dancy, meat breaker-uppers? I don't know the right term for it. Those are really helpful with venison because it is so lean, but we're really just gonna get it moving here over medium-high heat until you notice that your venison is cooked through and browned. And then we'll build the sauce right on top of it. So you'll see a lot of recipes with ground beef where maybe you might brown the meat before you cook with it, which is great, and then you might drain it and let that meat rest on a towel for a minute. Because venison, elk, those wild game meats are so lean, you really don't need to do that here. So you'll notice in my recipes, we go right from our aromatics, our onion, our bell pepper, our garlic, and we go right from our aromatics right to putting meat right in the pan. And I really like that because I don't like to do a lot of dishes. Lazy cook. Remember, I'm lazy. I don't have to do a lot of dishes, and I get to keep every single bit of flavor. So I'm all about flavor, I'm all about texture, and I'm all about doing it with mostly things that you have in your pantry. So we're getting pretty good here. Kind of let this brown. There we go. And while this meat browns, we are gonna work a little bit on stick this here. We're gonna work a little bit on our potatoes because this has about 5 more minutes left. Yeah. There we go, and thank you so much. So today, I'm making a smaller portion than I usually do because my husband is 6'4" and 200 pounds and eats like he's 6'8". So I usually have to make a lot of potatoes, but I'm just gonna show you how I like to do these for this recipe. So I love this. This is just a great russet potato. I love the russet. I do love a Yukon Gold sometimes. Very partial. Mustard potatoes is near and dear to my heart. They have been a partner of mine with my Miss Sally's Kitchen journey. They're right in Schuylkill County, which is where I come from, and just love those guys. I had to give them a shout out. But what I'm gonna do here, I'm actually gonna do about a 1/2 inch thick slice. So you don't want a super thin round. So I want them with a little bit of thickness to them so that the insides of the potatoes stay nice and creamy. So we're still kind of looking for like that maybe mashed potato feel, but I want to get some texture on those potatoes. So again, there's like a little crispy crunchy. So we're getting best of both worlds with kind of having a mashed potato-ish bed and then crispy on the outside. So you see here, I'm just doing about a 1/2 inch slice, and this is really all she wrote. Here. And then I'm just going to use this little handy dandy pan here and just kind of arrange these guys. Any roasting pan will do. Super easy. Whatever you've got on hand. You can do this in a cast iron skillet. That is more than fine. Just going to put these guys that way. So anything that you have will do to roast your potatoes. I'm going to jump over here. Let those guys sit for a minute. You don't want to sit your potatoes out too long or they'll brown. But while you're moving things around, that's perfectly okay. We're almost there with the venison. And I'm just going to focus a little bit on breaking up my meat so that we have a little bit more of a cohesive feel with our end product. There we go. Perfect. So at the beginning of this summer, I challenged myself and my family, no takeout, no restaurants for the entire summer, no pizza nights, no anything. And to be honest with you, it was great. I've got 2 little kids. We cook most of our recipes entirely from home. And when I tell you we're busy, we own a wedding and event venue. I do the food blogging, and we do wild game cooking classes, and my husband is a contractor. So my recipes are largely designed for busy families who just love good food, don't have a lot of time to cook, want something the kids are actually going to eat, and you want it to be ready fast. So if that sounds like you, or you really just don't love spending a lot of time in the kitchen, I'm telling you, recipes like this are great. So let's finish off these potatoes while this is almost done, just needs about another minute. So I'm just gonna take a little bit of olive oil. I just use enough to kind of coat these guys, and I will brush them all over with this handy dandy pastry brush. You can also get in there with your fingers, that's great. Gonna give these guys a little flip, just so everybody gets a little bit of love. You do want your potato rounds to be well covered in oil because we love that. It helps with making potatoes nice and luscious and creamy and crispy. As much as I love to focus on healthier foods, something I never skimp on in my kitchen is salt and fat. It's just, you know, it's something that you really want to use if you want to have a really well-balanced, gorgeous meal that tastes delicious. So I'm going to go in with a little bit of salt here, just enough to coat these guys. Plenty of salt. It's a salty, peppery. And not a nutritionist here, but I definitely even serve my 1-year-old salty potatoes, and he loves them. So this is gorgeous. Caitlin, I'm gonna have you slide these in the oven. These usually are gonna take about 40 minutes, but I think we're gonna work a little bit of magic today. So I'm gonna give you guys some other cooking tip pointers here. I'm gonna slide this way. There we go. And so I am going to build a little bit of flavor here. So this is kind of where the magic happens. We are going to take our tomato paste and put it in here first. Tomato paste is actually something that is really best used. Oh, here we go. Let me slide this over here if you don't mind. Really, really best used when you can add it to a pan and also let it infuse in the oils. So it's kind of like using spices where you want to, you'll notice in my recipes that I like people to add their spices in before we add the liquid components, because you want to let it kind of infuse in the oils and everybody kind of get happy in there. I'm going to do the same thing with my Dijon. Remember, I'm using the Dijon and the acidic tomatoes, and I'll be using some of that acidic wine to really create that like bright feeling that we're wanting to feel with wild game. So I think a lot of times when people are cooking venison, they're looking to use a ground beef recipe, and they're wanting it to taste exactly like the ground beef recipe does. I think that you can use a wild game recipe and use beef anytime, but I think you might be disappointed if using a recipe formulated for beef with wild game. It's just gonna be a little bit different. So I've got the Dijon in there, I've got the tomato paste in there. I'm gonna add some coconut. Maybe I'm gonna add some coconut sugar. Coconut sugar. So it is a little bit less refined than a brown sugar. It has a little bit more nutrient density, so there's trace minerals, things like that. I also just really like the flavor. It's a little bit richer and a little bit smokier than a traditional brown sugar. But again, if you have brown sugar, that will work wonderfully. And I would even venture, I do like the consistency of using something like brown sugar or coconut sugar, but you could use maple syrup as well. That would be a lovely flavor. So here, I'm gonna add again, a little bit of salt and pep. We'll add more before we finish. And then I'm about to do some magic here with our wine. So we always want to deglaze when we are, let's see here. We always want to deglaze when we're building something that is saucy, like a chili or a bolognese or something like that. So I'm gonna put about a tablespoon or two of this gorgeous Noret wine. This is a big-bodied, bold red wine, which pairs beautifully with venison. So I'm gonna place this over here. Grab our cork. And what that wine is doing, I wish you guys, here, I'll go like this. Can everybody smell a little bit? But I wish everybody could smell what's going on up here. So it's a really, really wonderful smell. Obviously, the use of the wine is gonna be a little bit different in flavor profile than the apple cider vinegar. But you know, we're kind of in the home stretch here, guys. So I'm gonna add my tomato paste. So now it's gonna actually start to look like a sloppy joe. And if you'll notice, the thing that you're gonna see less and less of is those veggies. I did everything in my power when I had my daughter 5 years ago. Her first meat was bear meat. She doesn't really know anything besides venison, but you know what? She hit 3 years old and she decided she just really likes peanut butter and jelly, and she likes ice cream, and vegetables besides broccoli sometimes just really aren't on the menu for her. So I like dishes like this where I can sneaky add some extra veggies. So this is one when you're finished. I do love serving this with green beans or broccoli, just simple steamed, and then, you know, just stick it in a pan with a little bit of oil after you kind of boil them for a couple minutes. It really helps to keep the integrity of a green bean or broccoli. But if you're in a pinch, there is onion and bell pepper, and you have these beautiful nutrient-dense potatoes. So this is a complete meal in my book. Now, if you're gonna be letting this saute for a little bit, you can add a little bit of beef stock. I do traditionally in my kitchen. I usually cook with homemade venison or beef's bone broth. So it's usually a little bit more gelatinous. But I'm going to get some wine poured for our pairing. Gonna chop up a little parsley, and we're gonna plate a little bit earlier than I normally would. So I'm just gonna let this go here. And let's see, I'm gonna borrow that and use the parsley right there. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Yes, I am done with that. And this guy too. Thank you so much. All right, so again, maybe if it's a Monday, I'm not doing a garnish, but for you all, we'll really send it there. I do just love simple parsley. And one thing that my husband and I, we have a lot of things in common, but one of our number one things we have in common is we both love a little bit of heat. So if you like, you can add a little bit of red pepper flake in there. And then I'm gonna finish with the rest of my salt and pep. And she's looking really happy. So nice and glossy, gorgeous. You'll see that as I'm running my spatula through here, everybody's kind of separating down the middle. And we've just got a really nice viscosity to that sauce. So I'm gonna let that go for one more second. Slide this here, this way. And we're gonna work on plating, finally. Would you be able to hand me those potatoes, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, I am. Let's see, do we have tongs over here? Yeah, great. Okay, so when I'm plating this, you can kind of measure to your heart's desire, but you can see here that these potatoes, magically, voila, we might have had some in the oven. They're nice and crispy on the outside, but they're gonna be nice and fluffy and gorgeous on the inside. So I just kind of like to arrange them in a pattern. I love using like a soup or a pasta bowl for this, something kind of like with a little bit of a bowl shape, but low sides. I think that's really nice. I'm gonna kill my heat here. This is looking just gorgeous. While that cools down for a second, we will go again, and I'll just kind of make sure we got our parsley ready. So I'm gonna go pour up some of our gorgeous wine. Thank you again to the PA Winery Association. Again, this is the wine that I used in the Venison Sloppy Joe, an easy swap. A big-bodied red wine is also wonderful with wild game. So this guy is open. You can see the bottle here. I'm actually just gonna pour a little bit. I'm gonna let it breathe for a second here while I plate up. And we're gonna taste with that gorgeous wine there. Would you be able to find me a couple of spoons for us? Thank you. Perfect, thank you. All right, here we go. So this is about, oh, thank you, about as easy as it gets. Just put a nice portion in the middle there. You see, that's looking a little bit fun for a weeknight dinner. And then a little parsley razzle dazzle, and that is all she wrote, folks. You can always put a splash of Tabasco and a little bit more crushed red pepper if you're as obsessed with spice like we are in my house. Obviously, I leave that out for the 1-year-old. But here we go. So we've got this gorgeous venison sloppy joe. I'll invite you down here, Kaden. We'll get a little taste going in here. I'll do a little taste of the wine here. Give it a good smell. It's a wonderful, full-bodied flavor. So give it a little taste. Thank you again to the PA Winery Association. This is a beautiful Noirette. Love that. So it's a little hot, but should we go in? Okay. Going in for a little bite. Yep, all she wrote.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause for Allie Doran?
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Chef.
Yeah,
I really
sure.
appreciate it. Great job.
Thank you.
Folks, stick around for another demo with Anastasio Santos. He's going to be making some purple potato gnocchi. And if you wouldn't mind, we've got a survey. If you scan the QR code on that poster board over there, it's 2 questions. You can win a gift basket. Gift basket's over there if you want to check it out. Thanks again.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 110th Pennsylvania Farm Show. You've made your way to the Culinary Connection stage. Welcome. My name is Michael Keefe. Sound? Okay, cool. My name is Michael Keefe. I work with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture and the Bureau of Market Development. We helped to set up this Culinary Connection stage. We've got a lot of cool things to my right here I want to tell you about. We have some fun trivia questions we'll be going through, and we'll have a demonstration from Chef Anastasio Santos. It'll be a purple gnocchi. So the first thing I want to let you know about is to my right over here on these tables. In between, we have our sample station there with our chefs from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. We have our 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection cookbook. This has every single recipe that we're demoing all week. Every day has a theme. That's how the cookbook is organized. This is a perfect entertaining tool. Has different wine pairings of Pennsylvania wine that are featured for each recipe that are specifically selected to give you a really nice dinner, show off to your friends. You can do a different themed recipe. There's vegetable day recipes, mushroom day. Today is potato day. So every single recipe that we have going on today is featuring the potato, which there are several potato farmers all across the state of Pennsylvania. If you'll see here at the top, we have our PA Preferred check mark. That is the state branding campaign. Will let you know, hey, when I buy these potatoes at Giant, if I see that check mark, that's the way I know that these potatoes were grown in the state of Pennsylvania. There's lots of cool potato products out there. You know, Pennsylvania's the snack capital of the world. Lots of potato chips. We also have a really great flash frozen Pennsylvania French fry that's just hitting the market. If you go to Carnes, if you go to Giant, you'll be able to find those. Just look out for that PA Preferred check mark. All right, so we, in the next few minutes, will get started with Chef Santos and his purple gnocchi recipe. But let me tell you about one more thing I have to my right. You'll see this poster board right there. We love a good poster board. On it is a QR code, which is this little square code that when you point your phone camera at it, it's going to pull up a 3 or 4 question survey just about your experience here at Culinary Connection. Let us know how you feel. Just 3 or 4 yes or no questions. At the bottom, you'll be able to provide your email address. If your survey, if your entry is chosen, you'll be able to win this swag bag, which is full of all kinds of special stuff. We have an insulated tote bag here with the PA Preferred check mark on it. Call it a lunchbox, call it an insulated bag. It's both. We have a PA wine tote bag. We have an apron in there. There's a tumbler. There's a coffee cup. There's lots of cool stuff in there. All you got to do is take the survey. So please, next few minutes, hop on up there, take the survey. It'll take you 2 minutes. But for now, we're going to be doing some potato trivia. All right, so I haven't done this question yet. So who can tell me, potatoes are rich in potassium. So what fruit do potatoes have more potassium than that you might think of right off the bat? What fruit do potatoes have more potassium than? I'm going to go right here in the middle. What do you think, ma'am?
Bananas.
That is correct, bananas. The average potato has more potassium than a banana. That's not to discredit the banana. I love a good banana, but hey, if I can eat a French fry, get some potassium from it, that's great. Potassium's a vital nutrient. It helps out our soil, helps out our bodies. Eat your potatoes, you get some potassium. That's a good deal to me. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I can do 1 or 2 more trivia questions. Let's get into one more. All right, this one's easy. We can do this one. So there's a variety of potato, right? Kind of looks like a finger. Does anyone know what that variety of potato is called? This potato, it looks like a finger. I'm going to go back into the left here. I'm going to have you speak into the mic, okay? Coming over to you.
Fingerling.
Oh, it's that easy. A fingerling potato. That is correct. Thank you for answering that trivia question. I'm going to get you one of these insulated tote bags, lunch boxes. It's great for a hot day out on the river. keeps your drinks cold. It has that PA preferred check mark on there. Again, that's our state branding program. Lets you know that any agricultural commodity that you see at the farmer's market, at the grocery store, was grown or produced in Pennsylvania. All right, should we do one more? Yeah? Okay. I didn't hear a yeah, but we're going to do one more. All right, so we'll do one more question, and then we'll get started in the next 2 minutes here. So what is another name for a potato? What is another name for a potato? What is another name? What do you think, sir? Right here in front.
Spud.
Spud, that's right. Spud. Check out that Spud muffin. There you go, sir. There's your insulated tote bag. We'll get started here in the next 2 minutes with Chef Anastasio Santos. He's making his purple gnocchi recipe. After he's done, don't forget to check out our survey, grab yourself a cookbook, and enjoy the show. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation. And most of the recipes that this year have a special story that reflect our chef's history as well as our nation's. And we're going to get to the food shortly. We're going to have a demonstration here about how to make purple potato gnocchi. But first we have to put our sponsors in the spotlight for a couple minutes. PA Preferred is the official state brand for Pennsylvania agricultural products, established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in Pennsylvania. When you shop for food, we want you to look for this logo, the PA Preferred logo. Look for that yellow check and you know what you're buying was produced or grown in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. They provided us with a 53-foot trailer. It's parked out the back of the kitchen, and that's where all the food is coming from that we're prepping for the demos and the competitions. The Pennsylvania Cooperative Potato Growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations, and potatoes are the main ingredient in all the recipes you'll be seeing demonstrated on the stage today, which means that there'll be potatoes in all the samples you get to try. We can't do what we do without the talented chef instructors and students from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. They're in the back, they're out front, they're down in the sample area, they're on the stage, they're all over the place, they're doing a great job. They're doing a fantastic job, and we couldn't do this, again, without them. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. So thanks to them, we have these amazing appliances, these cooktops, and the convection ovens, refrigeration units back here. If you go to thermador.com, you can check out the latest lineup of state-of-the-art appliances for your home. We'd like to give a big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry for these awesome butcher block countertops, custom cabinets. They are drawers, they're shelves, there's a built-in refrigeration. It's amazing. It's all custom built for us. So if you go to christianacabinetry.com, you can see what they can do for you. Located just across the river in Camp Hill, the restaurant store has everything you need for your kitchen and ours. Industrial quality kitchen equipment from walk-in refrigerators to spatulas. Check out the restaurant store. Last but certainly not least, we want you to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every recipe in the recipe book that's being demonstrated today was paired thoughtfully with a wine from PA wineries. And if you like Pennsylvania wine or think you want to taste it or purchase some, head in that direction past the Pennsylvania Hardwood exhibit and taste some PA wines or purchase. All right, so that's it for the sponsors. And now, Anastasio Santos is a hospitality professional whose career bridges leadership, culinary artistry, and hands-on experience throughout the local area. Currently serving as assistant branch manager at the restaurant store, Anastasio brings a deep operational understanding shaped by years on the line and in executive leadership. A former executive chef of Per Diem, he has also made his mark chefing it up at notable establishments including the Press Room, Aussie and the Fox, and the Cork and Cap. Known for his passion, precision, and ability to lead teams under pressure, Anastasio continues to blend culinary creativity with business acumen to elevate every operation he's part of. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Chef Anastasio Santos.
On, we're good? Awesome. How's everybody doing today? My name is Anastasio Santos. I am the assistant branch manager of one of the local restaurant stores located downtown, down in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The closest one to here is Camp Hill, right across the river. So make sure that when you guys are done doing this today, we close at 6 p.m., open up at 7, but definitely check out one of our store locations. If you're ever down south, we're now in Florida, which is fantastic. So if you're on vacation in Florida and you still need some restaurant store, as the kids would say it, swagger, you definitely go down there, get your pots, pans, spices, anything you need. The restaurant store does it. Let me introduce Ray. Ray's from IUP. He's actually going to be my assistant today, which is pretty cool. So thank you, Ray. Ray, what's one thing you want the people to know about you?
I'm really competitive.
Okay.
I really like to cook.
All right, really competitive and really like to cook. So today, purple potato gnocchi. This dish has a very special place in my heart, as this was one of the first dishes that I got introduced to earlier in my career. And it just started off as regular gnocchi. We were literally doing massive batches of gnocchi at the Cork and Cap restaurant. And then when I got my first crack as executive chef, I said, hey, talked to my first chef, Tammy Hurley. I said, hey, is there any opportunity for me to kind of bridge that gap of when I first started my career to where I'm at right now and pay homage to those chefs that helped mold my career to where it was at that point to where it's at right now? She said, hey, not a problem. Do it your way. Do it better than I ever did. And we have purple potato gnocchi, okay? With this recipe, obviously, It's scalable to what you need it for at home. I think it's fun. It's exciting. I've done it with my girls. I've done it with my fiance, who's soon to be my wife, in the front row. We have a blast making this dish. You get your hands dirty. It's fun. Throw some flour around. Throw some potato gnocchi balls when it's done. Do whatever you want. It's such a great time just making this dish. So purple gnocchi, you could use any type of flour you want. Just found out recently that we have to start changing a little bit of our structure at home just because we have a dietary restriction. So I'm using chickpea flour at home now, but today we're using all-purpose flour. You have ricotta, and you also have Parmesan, and you also have some herb medley, which we're throwing into this gnocchi to make it what it is. So we've been had some gnocchi prepped up ahead of time for you guys to try later, but we're gonna show you the basic process of how we do this from start to finish, and then put it up for you guys to try. So everybody ready? You know, honestly, I think the reason why they chose me to represent my company is because I get the crowd going. Are we ready to do this or what? All right, there we go, all right? So, Ray, do the honors. Let's bring those bad boys out, please. So with gnocchi, you could do it two ways. You could do them in the oven, roast them skin on, or you could put them in a pot of water and boil them in water. There's really no right or wrong technique to doing this. There's many different ways, okay? What I always like to tell everybody is try it your way. Recipes are only a foundation. You're meant to deviate from a recipe and make it your own. The founding fathers of culinary did this hundreds of years ago, and everything is based off of that, and it's now brought to today, and we've changed it one way or another. So let's have some fun with it, all right? So with this, like I said, we do have some purple gnocchi or some purple potatoes. The best thing that you want to do with this, make sure that your product is obviously hot. It's going to be easy to work with from there. The biggest thing that I can say is make sure it's not too hot that you're burning your hands. Obviously, I get made fun of in my house because I have kitchen hands, so it really takes something really hot to put a hurting on my hands. Other than that, I'm pretty much handling it, all right? So with this, obviously you could do it two ways. Cut them in half, peel them, however you want to do it. It's going to make it easy. But basically, we're doing this so that way we could get the meat of it. So the meat, obviously, is going to be the potato inside. Peel it back. You could do another way of using a potato ricer once you get this peeled. If you didn't know, you could get a potato ricer at the restaurant store. In my store, it's located in aisle 30. Other stores may be different, but I had to drop that in there because I don't know if you guys look behind you. I have a couple of my execs here, so I always like to throw that out there, all right? So we're gonna continue to peel this up, do this process. All in all, honestly, this dish takes roughly about anywhere from 30 to 40 minutes, depending on if you have this product already prepped up, like the wonderful students at IUP did for us, which is fantastic. This stuff really, takes 30, 40 minutes, start to finish. And the cool thing about this is when you do a batch of this, you could actually set it aside and freeze it, right? So at home, I'll take probably about, if I'm using purple gnocchi, I'm probably doing about 10 to 12 potatoes. If I'm doing russets or golden Yukons, I'm probably using about 3 to 4 based upon size. Get it cooked up, get it portioned out, the size you want them. Sprinkle a little bit of flour on a sheet tray, stick them in your freezer, let them kind of freeze up, put them in the Ziploc bags, portion them out, and then that way, you can pull out gnocchi anytime you want, boil it, put it in a pan, fry it up, good to go. Do we have a ricer in the back by chance? Do you want to bring a ricer out, please? So with this, just want to get all of this taken care of. The last time I did something like this in front of people or like in front of a camera, I was actually more nervous than I am today. And I don't know why that I'm not as nervous, but this is pretty cool. So thank you guys for all being patient and hanging out and doing this with me. So like Kurt said, while I'm doing this, started off my career in Lancaster County. I actually graduated from YTI, found the knack for this back since I was a kid. So realistically, my culinary career started at a local steak shop in downtown Lancaster, and then took me to culinary school and took me to a couple of the restaurants in Lancaster. If you want to pop these in there, start ricing them in there, please. Fantastic. Some gnocchi recipes call for egg to be in it. Other recipes call for no egg. Mine today is going to be a no egg gnocchi. So once we get this riced in here, got that, and throw this in there a while, have some more fun, keep doing that. I'm just going to dump this in there. We're going to make a mess. In my home, it's always a mess. So the way I do it up here is the way I do it at home. Clean countertops, obviously, so we're good to go. All right, how are we looking? Almost ready? Yeah, just keep doing it. So this ricer, definitely you can find at the restaurant store. So come check it out, all right? Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Or we're open on Saturdays too, so come check us out on Saturdays, all right? Any sales coming up? Yeah, actually April 14th and 15th. So April 14th and 15th, come on in, stop in at any one of our locations. You can catch yourself a wonderful guard. We do have pots and pans. We do have spices, so in case you guys like spices, honestly, our spices are probably, in my opinion, we're up there, okay? You get your own plates. You could get pretty much anything you could think of, okay? With the exception of, actually anything. Now that I think about it, yeah, except for wine. You can't get wine. You get Marsala, cooking wine, but not wine like this. I believe this is what. PA Winery Association. So today with this one, this is Twisted Kiss. This is a rosé table wine. So typically my recipe will call for Marsala wine, and just like Ali before me, I'm gonna change it up a little bit. We're gonna actually incorporate some of this into that, so that way it gives it a little bit more flavor. All right. Yeah, let's get our hands in here, get a little dirty. Fantastic. That's good enough for me. All right. So there's really no rhyme, no reason, really no formula to this. So you go as you go. Get your hands dirty, as I like to do. Okay. I'm gonna throw some ricotta in here. What's up? Yeah. I'm gonna throw some Parmesan. So with gnocchi, the one thing that I've learned throughout my time is that when you do this, once it gets incorporated into a dough, it's almost, my one chef said, if you're able to poke it and it comes out clean, then the dough is ready. And that's something that I've always done and follow suit with because it made sense to me. And he did it, and the chef before him showed him that as well. So right now, we have is some purple dough. Get a little bit of the good stuff here on the table. All right, why don't you grab us a bench scraper? So one thing I forgot to bring out. All right. And our dough is set. So I'm waiting for Ray to bring that out. Like I said, kind of folding it, almost like you're doing bread dough. You're kind of kneading it a little bit. Stick my finger in it, finger comes out with no dough in it, so our dough's right. We have a pot of boiling water on, heavy with salt in there. That's what we're gonna use to blanch this, and then we're gonna finish it in a pan. So let's get this stove turned on here. Let's get this going to, let's get it at 7. And then we'll get this front burner on. If you want to tap that one, get that one going. And let's go at 7 as well. So with gnocchi, there's a couple different techniques that I've learned throughout the years, but I always revert back to the one technique that I've learned, and that's just making little pillows, right? You've seen traditional Italian way of making gnocchi. They have a little wood board that has grooves in it that you kind of just roll it off. There's also other ways that you could do where you use a fork and you create that pattern on the gnocchi. Like I said, with this one, it's just traditional. I always revert back to the way that I was taught, and that's the one that we use at home now. So with this, Ray, let's get dirty. Hop up. So with this, everything I like to do with this, we're gonna roll it out. And while we're rolling it out, we're extending our hands outward to the right size that we want, right? So I almost like to call it like my finger size is the right size for me. This is where I'm gonna cut from. And from this, like, you really don't have to have a specific size or a specific like gauge of like, this is how big I want it, right? Always remember the larger size product or the larger that it is, the longer it's gonna take to cook, okay? So if you make it short, sweet, you're gonna be fine. From here, cutting one end off and almost creating like a little dimple. It's gonna look like a little pillow, which is pretty cool. So we'll do that. If you don't have a bench scraper, you could always use a knife if you wanna cut that up, Ray. Knives work just as well too. With that, you don't have to go as hard. That's one thing that, with that, you can either use your sharp end or you can use your blunt end of the knife and create little pillows of happiness. Because every time I make this, I always smile and it makes me happy, all right? So next up, I feel like we got a pretty good, decent size here. Ray, let's put them in the water. Let's get these blanched off. So the cool thing about this is, right, once we put this in the water, gnocchi, and just like any type of protein, will tell you when it's done, okay? With this, it takes about, in hot boiling water, anywhere from 30 seconds to a minute, these will tend to float up and it'll let you know that it's done, right? Food speaks to you when it's done. You put a piece of steak on the grill, you put a piece of steak in a saute pan, the steak, the chicken, whatever protein it is always gonna tell you when it's ready to be flipped over. You just gotta listen to it. Take your time, listen to it. You can always touch it, wiggle a little bit, see if it's ready to be flipped over. And once it's ready, go ahead and flip it over. Just like with this, we're gonna wait for this to kind of let us know when it's ready. We should probably get a mixing bowl. That's one thing I keep forgetting. Cool. Ray's gonna go back in a mixing bowl. I don't know if you guys can see this right now in the pot. Currently, this gnocchi is starting to now rise up to the top. From there, I'm gonna switch out these gloves real quick. And while that's working, we now have our pans here ready to go. We're gonna add a little bit of oil in the one pan. Let's see here. Counted for everything except for oil, but that's all right. Any type of oil, any type of fat, you can use butter. You can use, I think, is Joe still here? We had the Jerkowitz, what was that, duck fat. You can always use that as well. Always like to say a little bit of oil goes a long way. You don't want anything super saturated in oil, okay, because then it leaves like a greasy mess, which you don't want. Let's go ahead and pull these out a while if you don't mind. Yep, into the mixing bowl. And then what we'll do is go ahead and toss a little bit of oil in there as well, not too much, so that way they don't stick together when they start to dry out a little bit, all right? Fantastic. So next part of making gnocchi is actually just making whatever else you want to go with it. You could definitely throw some duck breast in there. You could throw some beef in there. Whatever protein you want. Me, this dish I kept vegetarian. At the restaurant, I needed to make a vegetarian dish, and to me, nothing speaks more than vegetables. I love vegetables. I love what we have today here. So we have some mushrooms. All right. We have some sun-dried tomatoes. We have some butternut squash that was already roasted off. Some garlic, some shallots. We have some herbs there that I forgot to put into our gnocchi, but that's okay. We'll incorporate it into our blend here, which is not a problem. So right away, let's get this plate built up, which is fantastic. For me, Going with some garlic, some shallots, gonna let that kind of do its thing. Okay? While looking at this, the good thing about this is when you add this in first, this kind of lets off an aroma that is just rich, and you know it's flavorful, and it's gonna be amazing. So let's start off with that. And I kind of do this and build it in layers of like what needs to be cooked first. Garlic shallot, I'm gonna throw some mushrooms in here. I love mushrooms, so there's a couple mushroom stands around here. Please check it out. If you ever just want to know about mushrooms, definitely talk to the farmers. Mushrooms to me is like one of those underrated vegetables that people like don't like because they're like, ooh, it's fungus. No, it's tons of flavor. There's different types of mushrooms that provide different types of nutrients. Like, trust me, you will not go wrong with mushrooms, all right? So we're gonna let this do its thing here. If you want to keep mixing that around, please. All right, we always got salt, pepper here. We've got a little bit of brown butter, which is going to be the base of our sauce. So next up, we'll throw in some, you don't have to throw all of them in. I would say just, yeah. Yep, perfect. Saute that around. All right. We'll throw some butternut squash in there now. And with this, we're gonna get some herbs in there now as well. Cooking is all about building layers of flavor, right? The more you add in there, the better flavor you have. If you add too much in there, you're gonna throw your flavor profile off. So do your research. How do you want your protein to taste? How do you want your vegetables to taste? How do you want your potatoes to taste? Everything that you do will always add flavor, but sometimes too much is not good, okay? I'm gonna throw a little bit of pepper in here, a little bit of salt. Then once again, we want to thank the PA Winery Association for Twisted Kiss. This is a Pennsylvania rosé table wine that we're going to use for this. My recipe calls for masala, but we're going to use this up. We're going to deglaze this pan. Not a bad wine for me. I don't drink, but we'll definitely serve this up and allow it to sit here for presentation. And if you guys haven't checked out the section of wine, I believe it's over by the Pennsylvania Hardwood area. There's like a little roundabout, wonderful amounts of PA wines, local. Definitely check it out, okay? So from here, let's go ahead and throw in a little bit of butter. So we're gonna throw some little bit of butter in there, not too much, and we're gonna finish with brown butter. So while Ray's doing that, I'm gonna start building our gnocchi in our saute pan over here. So I like to use a nonstick pan. If you don't have a nonstick pan at home, here comes another promo spot for the restaurant store. Definitely check out the restaurant store as they do have nonstick pans available, okay? A little bit goes a long way once again. I'm gonna throw these in here. Now with this, it depends on how many gnocchi you want in here. You can throw as many gnocchi you want to build your dish for you. Doesn't necessarily matter. As long as you eat it all up, do it up, okay? So we're gonna let it do its thing here. Let's turn this one off as we don't need that. Awesome. All right. Then next, we have that going, that's good. All right, let's turn off that heat now. All right, let's let this sit to the side. So one thing I do in my house, and I feel like I do it all the time, is I always taste everything that I do because I want it to be flavorful. I want to make sure that it has the right flavor to it. And this is looking pretty good for me. And with our gnocchi, So with this, you want to get some color on it. A little bit of color goes a long way. I like the crunch on it, so that way every time I bite into it, it's crunchy on the outside, soft on the inside. But this is for the most part cooked and almost ready to go. Once again, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. Don't like to add anything else to this. Try to keep it simple, stupid. I think that's one of the first terms that I learned in the culinary world. Keep it simple, stupid, make sure it looks good. And that's what we're doing today. Yeah. This is what I have. I mean, this is, like I said, this is something that's close to my heart. This is something I love making at home. It's something that reminds me of where I came from. Something that I could definitely show my kids, and they could show their kids later on for generations to come, and leaving my legacy one dish at a time. So this is my take on gnocchi, and this is a vegetarian style gnocchi, guys. All right, so with plate up doesn't have to be anything fancy. You know, different chefs have different plating techniques. For myself, this is one way that I've always done this dish. So I've kind of always just spread it around in a circular formation, so that way it looked nice on the plate. Then from there, take our vegetables, get these vegetables here in the middle, and kind of build it up the way that I want this dish to look. So with this, you could finish it off with a little bit of more herbs on top. But today, we're also going to use these wonderful pea shoots that were provided, which if you ever had pea shoots, these are fantastic these are fantastic. You could literally just eat them as is, which is great. These are very flavorful. Tastes like these, we'll have that like that. Sprinkle a little bit of Parmesan on top. And you can do it with grated Parmesan, or you could take like a nice little block of any Parmesan cheese you have at the store and just shave it off on top. Make it look nice, but cheese shaver, fantastic. Guess where you can get it at? The restaurant store. I like you, guy. Restaurant store will have your cheese shaver, but ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys for having me here today. Really do appreciate it. This was definitely something that I didn't expect to do. But I am here, and I'm very thankful, very blessed to show and share my dish, my upbringing in the kitchen with every one of you. So thank you very much. On behalf of myself and the restaurant store located in Lancaster and Camp Hill, which is in this region, thank you, Kurt. This is Purple Potato Gnocchi.
Round of applause, please, for Chef Anastasio Santos.
Thank you, Chef.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. All right.
Folks, stick around. The students from the Indiana University of Pennsylvania Culinary Department are going to be competing on stage in a 30-minute blind bin cook-off here in a couple minutes. If you have a second, please scan the QR code over here on your way to get a sample and answer 2 questions. You can win a gift basket. Thanks a lot.
Good evening and welcome to the 110th Pennsylvania Farm Show Culinary Connection. We have an awesome cook-off here with our chefs from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. They've been helping out for the last 2 days. They're going to challenge each other to a chopped style cook-off. We got some mystery ingredients in these giant bags up there. My name is Michael Keefe. I work with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture, and thank you for being here. Everyone else, please come. We have a awesome cook-off in the next 10 minutes, but I'll be going through a few cool resources that we have over here to our right, next to our sample station. We have our 2026 Culinary Connection cookbook, which features all the recipes that we've been demoing. It's a great party tool. If you're ever looking to show off, make an awesome recipe, it's curated by chefs, local chefs from all across Pennsylvania. It's meant to feature local ingredients. It also comes from the Pennsylvania wine pairing that comes with every single recipe that's specially paired to feature the flavors of that recipe. So all of these products, if it's made in Pennsylvania, if it's produced in Pennsylvania, it might have that PA Preferred check mark up there. That's our Pennsylvania Preferred branding campaign. And that's how you know when you're at Giant, when you're shopping for your produce, when you're shopping for your potatoes. It's Potato Day here at the Culinary Connection stage. You look for that PA Preferred check mark, you'll know that that product was grown or produced in the state of Pennsylvania. You are supporting Pennsylvania agriculture by purchasing those products. You're also supporting by being here, and we thank you for being here. So check out that cookbook over there. We also have our poster board. If you're looking at me, I'm up here to the right of the stage. This poster board has a QR code on it. QR code is a little code that if you point your phone camera on it, it'll open a survey. That survey has about 2 or 3 yes or no questions, and if you go ahead and take that survey, you'll be entered for a chance to win a PA Preferred swag bag. Has a nice apron that you see Chef Kurt's wearing up here. We have a tumbler, an insulated lunch bag. So there's a lot of cool goodies that you'll be able to potentially get if you just take this survey. As soon as the cooking competition is over, come on over, go to the poster board, take the survey. It'll take you about 2 minutes, and you'll be entered for a chance to win. Just don't forget to leave your email address, because we'll be reaching out by email to contact the winners. So as I said, it's Potato Day. This is our last potato-themed event of the night. Again, we'll have chefs from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. So I'll be doing a few trivia questions. I recognize some familiar faces, so if you know the answer, I might be going to someone new. Been doing these trivia questions all day, but let me go through a few trivia questions about potatoes. All right, so I did this one earlier, but this one kind of surprised me. Potatoes have more potassium. Potassium is a nutrient that helps your body, it helps you become healthy. It's actually really good for the soil as well. But potatoes have more potassium than what popular fruit? I'm gonna go right over here.
Bananas.
That is correct. Ding, 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 ding. Congratulations. We have an insulated lunchbox here with the PA Preferred check mark on it. You'll be able to show off that PA Preferred check mark to all your friends when you're out at the cookout and you're trying to keep your drinks cold. It's a perfect bag for something like that. So we have another trivia question here. Let me just get my handy dandy phone out here. So here's another question. How many grams of fat do potatoes have? How many grams of fat? Anyone over here? You want to venture a guess? Say it into the mic.
0.
Oh my gosh, she's correct. 0 grams of fat. Maybe not when you deep fry the potato, but on its own, the raw potato, you sear it up with some olive oil, it'll be pretty healthy for you. 0 grams of fat. So here's another insulated tote bag. Again, it has our PA Preferred check mark on there. Put some PA Preferred wine in there. Thank you very much. All right. We'll be getting started in the next 5 minutes, again, with our Indiana University of Pennsylvania chefs. So please if you're out milling about, please come in. We'll be starting in the next 5 minutes our cooking competition with the IUP chefs. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2026 PA Preferred Culinary Connection at the 110th Farm Show. It's a special year as we celebrate the 250th anniversary of the start of our great nation. Most of the recipes this year have a special story that reflect our chef's history as well as our nation's, and we're going to get to this awesome cooking competition in just a minute, but we want to put our sponsors in the spotlight for just a minute. PA Preferred is the official state brand for Pennsylvania agricultural products, established by law to help consumers easily identify products grown and produced in PA. So when you food shop, look for the PA Preferred logo. That yellow check Mark will tell you that what you're buying is produced or grown in Pennsylvania. We want to thank our friends at Giant. Without them, none of this would be possible. They've provided a full-size trailer of food for us to prepare and serve all these demos and competitions for you this week. And it's great to have Giant as our sponsor. Pennsylvania Cooperative Potato Growers have sponsored all of today's cooking demonstrations, and potatoes are the main ingredient in all the recipes you'll be seeing demonstrated and have seen demonstrated, which means potatoes are in all the samples and in these blind bins for these kids to cook here shortly. We'd also like to thank the folks from Thermador. Thanks to them, we have these awesome appliances, these induction cooktops, as well as the convection ovens and the built-in refrigeration units. Go to thermador.com to check out the latest lineup of state-of-the-art appliances for your home. We'd like to also give big thanks to Christiana Cabinetry. They custom built these butcher block countertops and cabinets back here for us so that we can fit all the stuff we need to do our demonstrations and competitions. Check out christianacabinetry.com. Located just across the river in Camp Hill, the restaurant store has everything you could need for your kitchen and ours. Industrial quality kitchen equipment from walk-in refrigerators to spatulas. Membership is free and the rewards do add up, so check out the restaurant store. Last but certainly not least, we want to thank our friends at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. Every recipe in our book that you will see demonstrated on this stage has a wine that's been thoughtfully paired by the folks at the Pennsylvania Winery Association. And if you like Pennsylvania wines or want to try Pennsylvania wines, you want to head in that direction past the Pennsylvania Hardwood exhibit, and you can sample at the wine booth. All right. So that's it for our sponsors. We've got a fun cooking competition coming up with the students from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. This next challenge highlights the skill, intensity, and real-world training of tomorrow's culinary professionals. The students you're about to see represent the Indiana University of Pennsylvania Academy of Culinary Arts, located in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, and recognized nationwide for the quality of its program. With small class sizes and world-class chef instructors, IUP Academy of Culinary Arts offers an exceptional amount of hands-on production time, preparing students for the demands of professional kitchens. Through its accelerated 16-month program, accredited by the American Culinary Federation, students spend a full year training on campus before completing a paid externship during their final semester. Today, they bring that intensive training, focus, and creativity to the stage as they compete in this school cooking challenge. Now, we've got two teams. One on each side. We've got the Fuzzy Forecasters, and that's Indiana, Juliana, Abby, and Caden. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Fuzzy Forecasters. All right. Our next team is made up of Rayron, Mason, Lane, and Garrett. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bikini Bottoms. All right. And now one more thing we have to do here. We have to introduce my partner in crime, the peas to my carrots, if you will. I have a good partner back here that she does all the planning and the ordering. She takes care of the kitchen for me and for everybody. I couldn't do this without her. We want to introduce, and I want you to put your hands together for Chef Maureen Fowler.
Who's ready to cook?
I am ready to cook.
I am ready to watch some cooking.
That's it. All right, so this is a school cooking challenge, and they have 30 minutes to cook. They are not supposed to know what's in these baskets, but it is potato day, so we're pretty sure they have a good idea of some of the things that are going to be in this basket. We're going to put a countdown on the clock, and if you folks could, well, first of all, are you guys all ready?
Yeah, Chef.
Ready? Are you ready to go?
Yes, Chef.
Are you guys ready? Yeah? All right. All right, we're going to count down, and then you can start, all right? You guys can grab those baskets as soon as we say. You ready? Let's count down with me. 5,
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, let's cook.
Getting these baskets open. See what surprises are inside.
Anything
It's always a debate what's going to be in the baskets. You know, we always tell them the only thing we can tell you is the theme day, you know?
Yep, potatoes.
Gloves.
It's potato day.
I have no hands. We have no hands.
So we have some potatoes. And surprise, surprise, they were sent to us by Sturman Masser.
Some red skin potatoes over here. What are you working with right now? What do we got? Some pork chops? Oh, those are beautiful pork chops. Those look really, really nice.
Everything else.
Chef Kurt will tell us more about the pork chops. Oh, and some Swiss chard. Beautiful. That was grown right next door. That's very, very beautiful. What else do we have here? Trumpet mushrooms. Okay, what's the plan with the trumpet mushrooms? Have we decided?
I'm going to make a bit of a sauce with the trumpet mushrooms.
Okay, I like that. That's a good idea. Absolutely.
So we've got some awesome product from Pennsylvania. That's the whole point of this stage, is to incorporate all these small farms producers, anybody that makes product in Pennsylvania or grows product in Pennsylvania, and highlight them throughout the week. And these baskets really give me a chance to highlight some of the smaller farms as well as the bigger farms, and kind of see what all of Pennsylvania has to offer at every level. So the potatoes are Redskin potatoes from Sturm and Masser. There's lots of options for those. And the Hawk Mountain mushrooms, these are an oyster variety. So a lot of people don't realize a trumpet mushroom is actually an oyster mushroom. It's a mutation of an oyster mushroom. It's grown a very large and thick stem. And we've done lots of cool things with them in the kitchen. One thing that's fun is you can slice them in half because they're so big, score them and sear them almost like a steak or a scallop. It's a good way to do it. Or you just chop them up and add flavor to something, or saute it, or... Mushrooms are great. They're versatile. We're going to talk all about them tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, on Mushroom Day.
On Mushroom Day.
Yep. Have you ever seen when they slice the stem and they make them look like scallops?
I love it.
It's so cute.
Yeah,
I love
take
it.
the stem apart. Yeah, it's a fantastic way to.
It's a really great
serve
move.
a mushroom.
Oh, it looks like somebody might have been listening to us. I don't know. There's some scoring of some trumpet mushrooms happening over here.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah. Okay. I like it.
What do you want down in the pan?
Fantastic.
Very spinachy. Okay.
So we also have in the baskets some bright light Swiss chard. And bright light Swiss chard is, if you're used to like normal greens, they're usually green. The bright light Swiss chard, which you can see right down here in front of their cutting board, they have orange stems, pink stems, yellow stems, and red stems. They look really cool. They taste really nice. They've got
they're beautiful.
Nice earthy flavor. They're fantastic, and they're grown in the aquaponics system. So the Commonwealth Charter Academy right across the street, run by youth, and powered by tilapia, as opposed to hydroponics, which is powered by chemicals.
Yep.
And fertilizers.
This is a all-natural, full-circle way.
Yep, and then we've got, what else we got? We got the pork chops, right? It looks like
Some
these
beautiful
guys
pork chops.
They've already butchered their pork chops
I know.
down
It looks
a little
like they
bit.
maybe pounded them out a little thin. I like that.
Chef Mo confirmed, did they pound those?
Oh, no. It looks like, did you butterfly them?
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, butterfly. Good move.
All right. Yeah, they got to make 4 plates out of 2 pork chops, right?
Yep. Got to make it work.
So those pork chops are from the Honeybrook Farms, which is and they grow heritage breed hogs in Schuylkill County, Pottsville to be specific. In
Delicious.
fact, those came from the farm store.
Yeah.
The farm store folks were here with us on Thursday. They did a fantastic job. They've got all kinds of great local product in their store, and they also raise heritage breed hogs right there on site.
So delicious.
Amazing charcuterie,
Oh, my
salumi, beef sticks, pork sticks.
Yeah.
They do a great job.
Right below.
I think we just had charcuterie for lunch one day.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was my entire lunch.
Yeah.
Finocchiona, which is fennel seed salumi, Italian style.
Delicious.
The final secret ingredient in these baskets, don't be shocked, but they are limes. They're actually grown in Pennsylvania. My friends at Threefold Farm are sitting right there, actually, in a climate battery greenhouse. So they're amazing. He handed them to me. Just touch them, and your hand smells like lime for like 3 minutes. Nothing like a grocery store lime.
You didn't dress it, right?
They're incredible.
Okay.
All right, so those are the ingredients. They've got mushrooms, pork,
Don't dress
limes,
it until the end,
potatoes.
Once I finish these,
See what they
get
can
them,
do.
And some Swiss chard.
Olive oil, salt, pepper.
Oh, I
and
see
then
a little
want
dredging
some of
going
these
over here.
yeah.
Maybe a pan fry. I'm excited about that. I love a pork cutlet.
I got to tell you, these students are organized. They are working efficiently.
Working
And
cleanly.
I think, no offense to Chef Jay, but this may be the smallest mess on this stage I've seen all week. This is amazing. This is the cleanest. These are the cleanest stations I've seen in a while.
Yeah.
It looks really good.
Absolutely. We can tell they're pros.
Now I'm just saying that because Chef Jay did the old Spanish technique earlier on his El Bulli, I think was the right. I think it was El Bulli, right?
Yeah.
Where you put the sauce on the plate and you smash it with the spoon and it goes everywhere. He did that right about here. It was a beautiful plate though, Chef, and it won you the competition. So.
Yep. Hey, it was worth it.
If you're sitting up front, you may be in the splash zone, so be careful.
We didn't have any ponchos, but yeah.
Anybody know who Gallagher is? The splash zone. Smash some watermelons up here.
Toss them in the.
So these guys have their pork chops butchered down, and they look great. They took them down, and it looks like they took them down into the strip and the loin almost. Or that, yeah, that looks great.
I toss a little lime in there.
No, we took the bones off.
Job.
Yeah, it looks beautiful.
Great job.
Very good butchering skills.
And we do have a pan fry going on here. So we've got four pieces of pork. And what did you dredge those in?
Salt, pepper, flour, and a little bit of cornstarch.
Keeping it simple. That's what we said earlier. We said let's keep it simple, make it good.
Yep, absolutely. That's it. Looks like some potatoes are mixing with some herbs, some dill in there maybe. That's looking delicious.
I need to get my potato.
And our trumpet mushrooms went side down. They're doing a nice sear over there. Let's do a time check here. We have 23 minutes on the clock, chefs. 23 minutes.
All right, so let's tell you, we got some rules to this competition.
Yeah, we got to tell them the rules.
Right below.
Folks, just so you're aware, the judges have these papers over there in front of them, and they're some basic rules and criteria to the competition. 50 points for taste.
If you could do almost like a half
flavor, texture, proper use of cooking technique, that kind of thing. 20 points for presentation and general impression, so clean serving dishes, visually appealing, appetizing food, that kind of thing. Usage and harmony of ingredients is going to be 15 points. So if they've got a balanced flavor going on the plate with all the secret ingredients, originality and creativity is 15 points. And then they can lose points. So for every minute that they are over the 30 minutes, they lose half a point. And for every ingredient they miss, they can lose half a point.
Mm-hmm. But it looks like we've got
potatoes
almost all the ingredients in use over here. I just saw some limes get squeezed. What are we doing with the limes? What's the plan for the limes?
So we have an orange lime vinaigrette. We're going to do it with our greens there.
Okay, sounds very nice. A little citrus. I like it.
And where's that dressing for me to?
Let's check in over here with the fuzzy forecasters. Who came up with the name? That's what I want to know. It's very creative. I love it. A little tribute to our Puxatawny Phil, huh? Well, hopefully you have the luck of him, you know?
Yeah.
And you'll see winning today.
Yeah, it was Punxsutawney Punks was the first choice, but then they went with Fuzzy Forecasters instead.
I love it. I love a play on a groundhog.
You guys stopped it.
Okay, so a different approach with the trumpets over here. We've taken the stems off and we're julienning them.
Actually do that.
Okay. What's the plan with the mushrooms? Are you going to tell me?
It's a secret, chef.
Oh, it's a secret. Okay, all right. We're going to have to wait to find out. I'll have to wait too. These guys are tough over here. They're not letting me know anything. Oh, our pork's cooking up. It's looking golden brown and delicious. Oh, I can smell it. Oh my gosh.
Just making sure you know.
We good to set our plate.
I don't see the Swiss chard in play over here yet, though.
No, that's
I haven't seen it.
You know what? It is. It's baby Swiss chard.
It is. It'll cook fast.
It not only will cook fast, but it can also be served raw.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks very tender.
As opposed to full
size
Swiss chard, you don't want to eat that raw.
No, too fibrous. A little too fibrous.
I pickled the stem.
Oh, I love a pickled Swiss chard stem. Absolutely, delicious.
Man, the pork smells delicious.
It smells great. I'm very envious of the judges right now that they're going to get to eat this delicious heritage pork.
You guys are doing great. You're all doing
Thank you. Yeah, everybody's communicating well. You're doing great.
got
Oh, we've got some apples in play over here. I like that idea. Are you going to tell me what we're doing with the apples, or are you going to keep it a secret?
Keep it a secret.
Oh, she's
Yeah, are we
keeping
done with this
secrets
cutting
from me
board?
too. Oh my
Done with
gosh,
this cutting
nobody's
board
letting
for
me
sure.
know.
Right below.
So Chef, did you see what they did with their potatoes over here?
No, I didn't see it. I missed it.
Okay, so they have them in water, and I believe, is there soy sauce in there?
Soy sauce and sesame oil.
Soy sauce and sesame oil.
Okay, all right, all right. All right, I'm interested in what direction this is going. Okay.
They're going Asian over there.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. I
More
like
soy
it.
sauce. I see tamari.
Yep.
I see sesame oil. We got mirin.
Yep.
It's going to work really well with the lime.
Oh yes. Oh my gosh. Absolutely.
Garlic, scallions, trumpet mushrooms.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
Yeah. I'm in. I'm in.
The seared trumpets, they're going to look really nice.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really good. Chefs, we are at 19 minutes. We just passed the 20-minute mark.
Yep, 19 minutes left. I think it's time to meet our judges. All right. Here we go. It's time to meet our judges, folks. Dr. Jesse, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing fantastic. And can you tell us a little bit about what you do?
Oh, wow. I'm Dr. Valon Jesse. I'm the Bureau Director of Food Safety and Laboratory Services. So we make sure that the food that you ingest here in Pennsylvania is safe and that is of high quality, because safety and quality go hand in hand. And so that's what we do. We do your inspections. We ensure that the food that you ingest is tested and free of any contaminants. So.
Every chef owes a debt of gratitude to Dr. Jesse and what her department does, because it's really important. It is extremely important for your food to be safe. I can't tell you how important it is. I mean, from chicken, raw chicken, all the way to like foreign contaminants. Anything can happen to your food at any time, and these people are helping keep it safe. So I want to thank you for that.
What else do you need?
And what are you looking forward to tasting today?
You want me to get some
I heard apples, and so I'm looking forward to the sweetness of that paired with the pork chops. So I think that's going to be a good harmony there.
I want to see what they do with apples. I love apples and pork, and there's a good Pennsylvania pairing, right?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming down.
Nothing, just the vinaigrette would taste
All right, tell us a little bit. What's your name, and tell us a little bit about what you do.
My name is Selena Anon, and I'm currently an intern for the PA Department of Agriculture.
And do you have a specific department, or are you doing something specific as an intern? Have you been doing anything fun at the farm show?
Is this raw, or are we done with it?
Digital and press intern. I've been taking pictures at different events. Salt and pepper. It's been a lot of fun so far.
I think I've seen your face like right in front, like maybe just your forehead and a camera, like right in front of the stage right here. Is that right?
That is very possible. Yes.
So you've been floating around to all the events, taking photos.
Yep.
And I don't know, what are you looking forward to tasting?
No, do you need?
I would agree with what she said was the sweetness in the apples. I'm definitely a more sweet person rather than.
Do you need me to run off?
So we'll see.
All right, I think you're gonna get a lot of savory here, but there should be a little bit of sweet.
Why don't you
Does that sound good?
Songs or something?
Yep.
Mr. Masser, how are you today?
I'm Nathan Tallman.
Oh, that's right, Tallman. I'm so sorry. Nathan Tallman, I thank you so much for coming today, and thank you for all the potatoes. What can you tell us about what you do?
So I'm CEO for Pennsylvania Cooperative Potato Growers. We're the sponsor here today. You probably all know us from the food court. We're famous for our potato donuts, pierogies, French fries, potato cakes, and of course our original item, the baked potato. So I've been running around Farm Show doing today's Tater Tuesday, so it's one of my favorite days of the week.
This has to be your busiest. Is it one of your busiest days of the year?
For sure, I would say so. Yeah, one of them. Yeah, ranks up there. It ranks up.
And are you doing stuff here outside of this week? Like, are you generally in the farm show doing things, or is it usually just this week here in the farm show?
It's just this week. We don't really sell food outside of Farm Show. This is our biggest fundraiser of the year. We're a nonprofit cooperative. We market potatoes for the potato growers of Pennsylvania. We work with the snack food manufacturers. We work with Utz, Hers, Wise, and Berwick, WISE, Martins, and Middlesworth. So I contract potatoes for the growers of Pennsylvania. They know what they're getting for the potatoes before they even plant them. The growers plant the potatoes, harvest them. Me and my office staff hire trucks to haul those potatoes to those chip manufacturers. We are the snack food capital of the world here in Pennsylvania. If you folks don't know, Pennsylvania has more chip plants than any other state of the union. So that's a big part of our business. And then we also sell fresh cut potatoes that are cut in dices to potato salad manufacturers, fresh cut French fries.
500.
And we sell seed potatoes to our growers. So we only make food
real hot on that.
1 day or 8 days a year, but we're well known for that. But our day-to-day is selling potatoes for the growers of Pennsylvania. We have one of our growers right back there, Mark Troyer, wave on the orange. He's one of our chip growers from Erie, PA.
Round of applause. Thank you. Yeah. Give him a round of applause. We love our potato farmers.
Yeah, so Farm Show's a great time for us. Mark's here showing his family opened organic frozen French fry plant here in Pennsylvania. We're real proud of him and his family. And they're right here in the PA Preferred Marketplace. So proud of Pennsylvania potatoes. When you all go to the grocery store, I would encourage you all to buy a yellow flesh potato, a red or a white, russets from Idaho. Boo. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll finish them.
Mr. Tallman, that was perfect. Thank you so much. That was perfect. But we love Pennsylvania grown potatoes, right, Chef?
Oh, most definitely.
So you were here already for a competition. What are you watching while they're on the stage? You won the competition today. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Chef Jay Varga, the winner of our best breakfast potato showdown earlier today with his daughter, Madeline.
Yeah, it was a great time. It's fun to be on this side of the table now. It's really fun to watch the students. I got to talk to all of them. I gave them each one piece of advice, and that was to keep your eye on the time, because that's what'll get you.
I think that's the most important thing, is to keep an eye on the time. I told them one other thing. Let's see what you think. I told them, I said, keep it simple.
Oh, most definitely. I said, no need to go, and be ready to work on your feet. You don't know what's going to be in that basket, so whatever game plan you might have had, be ready to pivot if you can. I think I'm really excited to see what they do with the Swiss chard, though.
Yeah, I mean, it is that baby aquaponics. We're both familiar with aquaponics. We've worked on it before in the past together. So you know that that baby Swiss chard, they could serve it as a salad on top, like almost like a garnish salad, to top the dish, or they could cook it. I don't know. We'll see what happens. What would you do with it?
I would probably cook it some way. I'd probably incorporate it
Add that cream to
with the mushroom. I think the oyster mushroom with the chard, you can really get a good balance there. So,
a little bit
salty. You ever had the PA grown limes?
It just tastes sweet. Yeah.
I don't know if I have, to be honest with you.
I think I might have put Pennsylvania grown lemons in your basket one time when you were here, because you've competed on our stage before.
Finish with butter.
So, all right, well, thanks for coming down, Chef. Thank you all for being here. Let's have a round of applause for the judges, please. All right, I think we need a time check here.
Do we have a strainer for these?
12 minutes and 20
seconds. 12 minutes, 20 seconds.
Students, you have 12 minutes and 20 seconds left, all right? Looks like the potatoes have come out.
The potatoes have come out. They're going into a pan.
Potatoes out of the oven and into the pan.
Yep. And you missed. We were deglazing with some white wine over
out
here.
Of the frying pan and into the fire.
Fire, that's what I'm saying. Got a little.
Bobby Weir right there.
Yes, sir. Yep, we've got some really golden, delicious pork chops over here. Oh my God, I'm jealous.
They look great.
Yeah, they look phenomenal.
Yeah, they look great.
Oh my gosh, a nice crust on them.
This sauce is thickening up here. We got a little cream in there.
And it smells fantastic. A little Dijon mustard, it looks like. Oh my God.
Everything smells great.
Yeah.
You're all doing a fantastic job.
Okay.
Oh, and these trumpets just got flipped, and they're just like.
Oh, let's see.
Oh, look at them. They look great.
They do have it in the camera. Perfect.
Yeah, I want y'all to see that. They're delicious.
Very nice job. That is the quintessential seared trumpet mushroom. You did an excellent job on those mushrooms.
That's like a picture. We're gonna get a picture.
Or Juliet. Oh, those are bad nuts.
I know
nice
the knife cut. I know, impeccable over here.
Very nice cut.
Impeccable.
Chef Aaron, you're doing a great job with these students. I'm just going to tell you
really
that right
are.
now. This is amazing.
You can just. Yeah, that's fine.
Good.
Burn on there.
A lot of nice collaboration. Oh, we're tasting together.
Swiss chard's in a bowl. Looks like they did a chiffonade on the Swiss chard.
We love to see that. All the colors in there. That's going to be beautiful.
Potatoes still going.
And chefs, we are at 10 minutes and 30 seconds.
Crispy pork is resting over here.
I want to rest with it. Oh my God.
I hope they save the juices and use them later.
Yeah, let us have some.
Yeah.
I'm very interested in what's happening with the potatoes over here. What all went into this pot?
Soy sauce, sesame oil, and I also put some Thai chili in there and garlic.
Ooh, some Thai chili too? Okay, I love this. Really just infusing that flavor in there while they're cooking? I love it. It's a really great idea.
We often will poach potatoes in cream with garlic and onion and thyme.
I love it.
But I can say I don't honestly think very often about
I haven't.
those things to the boiling water.
I might have to steal that idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking
I want to taste them for sure.
Yep, me too. It's a really, really original idea.
9 minutes and 35 seconds.
Under 10 minutes, chefs.
Under 10 minutes, but we have plates out, so.
We do. I think we're looking good. They're looking ready. They're thinking ahead. They've got their mise en place all set up. Oh, it looks like there's a salad happening with the apples. Okay.
And the chard.
I may have figured out your secrets over there, fuzzy forecasters.
Apple and chard.
I love that.
Slotted.
Yeah, it looks like our potatoes are getting a little pan fry over here, getting a little crispy. I love that.
We good on these? Yeah. Here, double check.
All right, judges, we always invite you to come over and take a look at what they're doing. If you'd like to come out on the stage, take a peek. Take a little peek, get in their way a little bit if you want, a little elbow, you can if you want. No, don't do that.
I think I'm gonna get in their way. I need to try this sauce. I need to see what's going on in here. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. It's buttery, it's creamy, but it's got a little acid to it. Oh my gosh.
No, 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 no. Under here.
You're in.
Dr. Jesse, what are you seeing over here?
Everything. It looks good. It smells
Yeah, once I get out of here.
great.
Can you see? Did you see the? You can't see the apples from here. You were both actually asking about the apples. They have the apples in that bowl with the Swiss chard. So it looks like you're getting a nice Honey Crisp apple salad. Yeah.
They just.
Yep.
It's a great idea. I love that.
So, and you also eat with your
Smells good
nose
too,
and your
doesn't it?
eyes before you actually taste your food. So if it doesn't smell good, I'm not going to serve it.
Very, very good point. I love it. Using all the senses to cook, right? Yep, absolutely. Smart.
That's. Wait, cooking popcorn over there, huh?
Yeah.
Popcorn to the microwave?
I just told Chef Kurt, everything usually smells burnt at my house.
Want to taste one?
So this is beyond delicious smelling. Did you see what they did with the potatoes?
Yeah.
I feel like everybody underestimates how long it takes to cook potatoes.
I agree.
To grow them?
No, to cook them. Oh yeah, well. To grow them's not. To grow them's not so bad.
6
I grow them. I grow
minutes?
potatoes all the time, every year. But to cook them.
Yeah, to cook them, it takes a little longer than expected.
Yeah, unless you buy like some par cooked potatoes, stuff like that. You guys, I think you do one of those products, don't you, for potato salad or something?
It's just fresh cut. It's not just fresh cut. Yeah, we don't do any cooking to them, but.
Yeah.
I made it. Yeah, potatoes are America's favorite vegetable, so they're a perfect side dish.
They are for just about everything.
They're perfect. Yeah, they're perfect for everything.
For everything.
Absolutely. They can fix almost any problem, I think.
Well, potato starch is one of those things people don't use very often, but I usually use it to thicken all the time. People
Oh,
don't
for
realize
sure.
it. So
Absolutely.
Even in desserts, you can use
Yeah.
potatoes. So we're down to 6 minutes, and they're looking just fine.
I mean, we're
just
looking
fine.
like
How
pros
you
over
feeling
here.
Gentlemen, good?
Giving us a thumbs up
Very
over
good.
there.
Yeah, very good. Okay.
Feeling good. How we feeling over here?
Okay, so if we
feeling
wanna
good?
dress
Feeling
it-
confident? All
3
right.
minutes till. Start plating 3 minutes till.
I love the teamwork. I really
Sounds
do.
like
the
they're gonna start
communication.
plating, all right. That's awesome.
They're talking about it.
Yeah, as long as the butter's in.
I'm very curious to see how this presentation's going to go.
This is off.
They've got the oven down to 150 over here. They're just holding.
Holding, yes.
If you're familiar,
Very smart.
yeah. You take your ovens down as low as they can go. Keep your food warm while you're waiting. It's a great feature that these Thermador appliances have. You can take it all the way down to 150 degrees, which is perfect just to hold something, just to keep it warm. It's a great feature. And if your oven doesn't do that, you can always put a kitchen towel, crack the door open. It'll bring the temperature down.
Yep, that's the perfect trick.
One, two.
They're debating over here.
I know, there's deep discussion about plating, I think. There might be some differences, I don't know.
I think so.
I don't know. Is this where Bikini Bottom falls apart? I'm kidding.
Biggest piece, add one.
Have you been waiting to say that the whole
I have. Yeah. I kept that in my back pocket all day.
That's a good one.
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, it's the final countdown, it sounds like. Yes,
It sounds like it. We're at 4 minutes and 33 seconds, chefs.
No, just do sauce.
We're checking our potatoes. That's probably our longest cook time in all these things here today.
If you just do the sauce here.
We're slicing some pork over here, and it looks perfect. Looks great. Great job.
Yeah, it looks delicious.
That's fine if you
Great
have
job.
it. Oh, the mic came undone.
Potatoes.
Yeah.
The sesame and soy infused potatoes on the plate.
I'm gonna put sauce down.
3 minutes, no, 3 minutes. Oh, yep, let's do that. Yep, just light.
3 minutes and 40 seconds. Looks like our Swiss chard is getting dressed with that lime and orange vinaigrette over here. Looks delicious.
Let's do an ingredient check real quick. Does everybody have, you guys have all the ingredients going? You got the limes, you got the Swiss chard, the mushrooms.
A little bit more, a little bit.
Yeah, the potatoes, the pork.
Yeah, salt. Actually,
right?
salt, that's it.
Yeah, okay. What's in this pan here, bud?
Mushrooms, shallots, garlic, a little bit of white wine, heavy cream, Dijon mustard, tarragon.
That looks great. Nice job. Sounds delicious. Don't forget to taste it.
I know. Why don't we give them some energy? Can we get some applause for these two teams as they enter their last 3 minutes?
How much meaner?
Last 3 minutes.
Let it go, let it go.
All right.
It's got some sauce going down on the plate over here. We're all coming together, working together to plate.
Left.
Make it pretty.
Potatoes, pork, Swiss chard,
Beautiful.
the sauce. Okay. All right, we're gonna do the old applausometer, I think here. Should we do the old applausometer?
I think so.
See what the audience thinks.
Pardon?
Who out there thinks that Bikini Bottom is gonna win today? Let's hear you. All right, how about
Heard.
Fuzzy Forecasters? Who thinks the Fuzzy Forecasters are gonna win? Man, that's pretty close.
It's a pretty even split, I think. I don't know.
Split, yeah.
This is going to be a hard decision for our judges.
We should get one of those machines one day.
I know. I really would like an applausometer. That would be really fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be great. Or some giant hand.
My green onions go.
I think that's a good idea. Put that on the list.
All right.
I think the restaurant store carries giant hands.
They might.
Yeah, they probably do. Oh, look at those beautiful trumpets. It's a gorgeous thing, isn't it? It really is.
Judges, you got your hands full here.
Yeah, you better get ready over there, judges, I think, because this is going to be a tough one. Earlier today, we had a 5-point spread on the stage. I mean, this could come only 5 points. This could come down to even closer.
That's fine. No, green onions.
Chefs, we have 1 minute and 10 seconds.
Sprinkle a little bit.
Yep. Toss them right there.
All right, guys, 1 minute left. 1 minute left. Get all that stuff on your plates, guys. Don't forget, get it all on the plate.
Yeah, I think let's look at our ingredients. It looks like we've got them all used, I think, here. Beautiful presentation, chefs.
40 seconds.
Beautiful.
Take your time, 40 seconds. I'll get in
Chefs,
with the wipe.
we are almost at 30 seconds, okay?
Okay, great. That's good. So you're good over here?
We are at 30 seconds right now.
Place, same place. Yep.
Looks fantastic.
I got it. 20 seconds. Let me get into wipe. Let me get into wipe.
Get it all on the plate.
Let me get the wipe.
We're at and 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right.
Great
Round
job.
of applause
Big
for
round
these
of
guys.
applause for them. Beautiful job.
Would you like to present your dish to the judges, please? Theirs looks really good.
Yeah.
More person?
Theirs looks really good, yeah.
Yep, go ahead. You're good. Go ahead, tell them. When you get over there, I want you to tell them what you made right into that mic.
Holy shit, yeah, that looks really good. Yeah.
Hotter than ours.
Yeah.
Take it together first.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I have for you guys a pork-inspired Asian dish. We have the Swiss chard and apple with a sesame oil and soy sauce glaze with the lime juice as well. And then to go on to like Korean side dishes, I did like a potato with sesame oil, soy sauce, garlic, Thai chili flakes, and I also put some cornstarch in there as well. And the sauce is on there with the
When I
mushrooms.
put my towel in, I felt it unplug. You can hear me? Okay, word.
And the mushroom has a soy honey glaze on it as well.
Awesome.
All right. Big round of applause for Team Fuzzy Forecasters.
I feel like what's the like? Not centering.
Yeah. Dude, they did great. Yeah.
Our food comes direct.
Yeah.
The top left one's good centered.
Yeah.
Great job.
Thank you.
Great job.
Awesome.
All right.
I can take
Bikini Bottom, you guys going to bring your dish over now? You can bring it over now and present to the judges. And I want you to talk nice and loud. Explain to them what's in it.
You don't know them?
I have to say anything. I'm sorry.
Good.
I know.
Which is that the contrast is we had color on the pork chop, color on the mushrooms, color on the salad, and then the potatoes are so.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
They have to have something.
So in front of you is a pan-seared pork cutlet with a Marsala white wine reduction with roasted potatoes with those beautiful mushrooms. We used a PA vineyard wine just to stick to the farm show theme. And then we have those beautiful fresh Swiss chard we dressed with a nice citrus dressing. Please enjoy.
For Team Bikini Bottom. All right, y'all, let the judges do their thing. You're not trying to eye them up, are you? I see some intimidation happening over here.
Pretty awesome. So we've got the judging going on. Gentlemen, you can come on back over. What's the next thing? Once we get done cooking, what do we got to do?
Clean up.
Yeah, we
Gotta clean it up.
Got to clean it up. Let's get it all cleaned up. And we've got a special guest here while the judging is going on. Tim Clymer from Threefold Farm. You want to come on up here and talk about these limes?
Hot.
Give him that mic.
Perfect.
Would you go grab a cluster of limes with a leaf on it for me? Thanks for coming, Tim.
Yeah,
I
thanks
really
always, Chef
appreciate
Kurt.
it.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
awesome.
So tell us a little bit about your farm. Let's start with the name and location. Where are you guys located at?
Yeah, so we're Threefold Farm. We're out of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania. We're about 20 minutes west of here, so not that far. And we're a farm, we call ourselves a farm of unusual fruits. So we grow figs, pawpaws, persimmons, kiwi berries, and some citrus. So that's what we brought here today.
Now, you know pawpaws are my favorite, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I've cooked with pawpaws on this stage at least twice in the last couple years. I made a pawpaw creme brulee once, and then a pawpaw barbecue sauce another time. So pawpaws, can you tell people a little bit about pawpaws? You know I love them, so I could, but you grow them.
Yeah, we grow them. So pawpaws are one of the two native fruits that we grow. We do grow American persimmons, but pawpaws are North America's largest native fruit. They're in the custard apple family, which is a family of like tropical fruits, but they're only relative of the family to live this far north. And so pawpaws are they kind of look like a big mango.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then they have like a custardy texture inside and taste kind of like a banana mango.
Yeah, they look like a mango with green skin.
Yeah.
Like bruised green skin, and I always, as a forager, they taste better when they're a little bit bruised, you know.
Yeah.
And you guys grow some perfect ones.
It's like bananas. Some people like them a little more almost firm, and then some people like them when they develop some caramely flavors, and they do that just like bananas. So.
And so in the woods, when we're foraging for pawpaws, if they're on the ground, we know they're ripe.
Right.
Do you at your farm? I've never asked you this. Do you let them drop before do you pick them?
No, ideally not. We like to pick them. So pawpaws have a notoriously short shelf life. If you think of bananas, if you'd buy a ripe bunch of bananas. When you get them home, you have a day or two. That's kind of like pawpaws. If they've dropped from the tree, you have a day or two to eat them, and then they're gone. And so we like to pick them kind of like you would pick an avocado from the grocery store. And if you test it and it's just a little bit of give to it, that's when we pick it, because we know then it'll ripen off the tree just fine and still reach its full potential. So.
That is when I shake trees.
Yeah.
So when I'm foraging for pawpaws, I walk around and shake trees, and if they fall,
we don't quite do that. So we go. That actually would be more labor smart in a way, except they would bruise. So we go around and squeeze. If we know a row is ripening, we squeeze basically every fruit on that tree every day until it's ripe.
Oh,
so we pick them. So it's sort of a labor of love.
But absolutely, yeah. It is for me too. I usually wear my bike helmet and I shake the trees, and if they fall and hit me in the head, and they don't smash into some pieces, then I know I'm good.
Then you know you're good, yeah.
So tell us a little bit about this right here, because this is pretty amazing for Pennsylvania produce. I mean, this speaks volumes for what we can do in Pennsylvania. So tell us, I mean, how could you possibly be growing limes in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, so
you're
cold
outside.
You're not doing this outside. There is one citrus relative that grows outside, but it's not edible. So we grow these in greenhouses, but we don't heat the greenhouses conventionally. So normally in a greenhouse, you have maybe 1 or 2 sheets of plastic between you and the outside world, very little insulation. So you're just putting a ton of usually propane, natural gas heat into those things to keep things alive. And
sometimes firewood.
Sometimes firewood. Yeah. So basically old sunshine. Old sunshine is what we're using. So instead of doing that, we actually use one of the side benefits and drawbacks of a greenhouse, in that it, even in February, even in end of November, it's generating way more heat. A normal greenhouse, if you keep it closed up, is generating way more heat than it can actually use. So normal growers vent all that heat out, right? It's a big plastic, it's like your car. It heats up and you need to get rid of it. Instead of getting rid of it, we actually pump it underground. We design a big underground radiator and use the soil underneath the greenhouse like a big thermal battery. And so we can store that extra heat during the day. During, let's say a 20-degree day that's really sunny in February, there's a ton of heat blowing down on that structure. And then when it drops into the teens at night, we can push that heat back in and drain that thermal battery back out. So for the cost of running a few fans, we can heat and effectively cool our greenhouse.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So there's big tubes that are in your greenhouse. That's what they do. They go down to the ground and then come back the other side.
Right. Yeah. So it's a one-time expense. Basically a big basement when we're building our greenhouse. We fill it with tubes like a big underground radiator, and then just one moving part, fans. So it should in theory last a really, really long time.
And so, when the sun goes down, do you turn the fans on to bring that warm air out?
Yeah, so it's all on a thermostat. So a thermostat kicks on when we see if the ground is, let's say the ground is 50 degrees, when the air temperature in the greenhouse gets to 70 degrees, we start pumping that heat underground so that ground can absorb some of it. And then the same thing at night. In this particular greenhouse, we keep it just above freezing, or try to keep it just above freezing. Just so that stuff like the citrus here, our figs that we grow in there, we have some banana plants, some other stuff just to try to see how far we can push it. And yeah, they've loved it. So
Yeah, so in the past, when I was purchasing produce from you for my restaurants, you were always the first people with tomatoes, and that's how you did it, right?
that's how we did it. Yeah. Yep. So a lot of growers. We use propane to get us there. We use the climate battery.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, I mean, you'd have to. I remember you having like grape and cherry tomatoes, like May?
End of May. May. So very, very much in line with what you would expect out of a normal greenhouse.
Yeah, but they're not pushing so much though. They tend to taste better, I think, when you let them happen more naturally. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but
yeah.
And so. Is this a specific variety of
this is
did you really specifically because of the
so true lime. This is a Persian lime, which is I think a cross. I was just looking it up today because I didn't know, a cross between a true lime and a lemon.
Okay.
And so it has a little bit of the hardiness of some of the lemons, and so it'll survive. It can survive a little bit of frost, which we still get in there from time to time. A lot of stuff we grow in there. Meyer lemons are a cross between a lemon and a mandarin. And then we grow Satsuma mandarins in there too, which can take some cold too. So
are those the big ones with the little knob on the top? Is that those? No.
No. Well, sometimes,
right? Okay.
Sometimes, yes, yeah.
And so these start out as a flower.
Yeah.
And when does that flower come out? In Pennsylvania, obviously, is it the same as it would be in the tropics, or?
So some citrus are free flowering, so they'll just flower kind of regularly through the year. Some citrus, I'm not an expert on citrus, but some citrus will flower primarily in the spring. And so these guys flower primarily in the spring. Once we get to March, early April.
Okay. And so they start to flower, and then how long? So March, early April.
April. So it's been on 8 months probably.
So 8 months.
8 months.
Before we
get this. Yeah. There's some really interesting fruits in the tropics that actually take a couple years because they never really experience cold. So the flower to fruit is actually like a 2-year process.
Oh wow,
it's weird.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really.
I did not know that. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Tim, I think we have some results of our competition. I want to say thank you for coming, as always.
Yeah.
Keep doing what you do. If we have a round of applause for the climbers, please, from Threefold Farm. We're going to bring these teams back out here. Stay on the side. Yep. Here we go. Bikini bottoms, and all right. We good to go? That's another tight one. All right, with a score of 366 to 350, the winners of the Indiana University of Pennsylvania School Cooking Challenge are Bikini Bottoms. Congratulations. You guys did a fantastic job. I mean, an amazing job. Round of applause for both of these teams, please. An amazing job, folks. Now, thank you for coming. Thank you for hanging out. Tomorrow's Mushroom Day. We're going to be here all day doing some fun stuff with mushrooms. But here in a little bit, we're going to have the maple growers of Pennsylvania here showing you how to extract maple and how to make maple candy and maple syrup. So stick around for that.
Do the maple.
Yes, sir.
time, I did the hand mic the other day.
Okay.
But could I do the little?
Yep, you could just talk to JP Lilly and they can hook you up with that.
Can I set this stuff?
Yeah, absolutely, please, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Farm Show After Dark. My name is Michael Keefe. I work with the Pennsylvania Department of Agriculture. This is our final Culinary Connection event of the night, so please, in an orderly fashion, make your way to the demonstration station. Let's turn our attention to the next demo. Please join me in welcoming the Pennsylvania maple syrup producers. In just a moment, they'll be walking us through the maple production process from tree to table. You don't want to miss this. We're going to see how real Pennsylvania maple syrup is made. So please join us and enjoy learning about one of Pennsylvania's sweetest traditions. All right, take it away, sir.
Hello, my name is John Plaster, and I am with the Pennsylvania Maple Syrup Producers Council. I am also the owner-operator of Shadestone Farm in Snyder County, Beaver Springs, Pennsylvania. It's a very small place. I'm sure nobody's heard of it, but that is where we operate our maple production. We're a small maple producer, but we also have a diversified farm. We do a lot of other things on the farm as well. And maple fits in great because we do chickens, pigs, sheep, cows, and all of that stuff is sort of taking a break this time of year when we're kind of spinning up for maple. So it's a really good little extra bonus operation that we can fit into our schedule. First, I want to find out who I've got out there. So, do I have any maple producers in the crowd? Go ahead and raise your hand. You make maple syrup? Good, then I can lie to you and tell you anything I want, and you won't know. All right, how about anyone who's just like dabbled with making maple syrup from their backyard? Anybody tried it? Can be a lot of fun. All right, how about anyone who puts maple syrup on their pancakes? Okay, all right, good. Let's see what we're working with here. All right, so maple syrup. One of the cool things about maple syrup is we make it right here, and there's not a lot of other places that make maple syrup. So Canada and the US, that's it. You don't find anyone making maple syrup anywhere else, which is kind of cool. So, a kind of pop quiz. Who, on a rank, okay, Canada is the #1 producer of maple syrup. We'll give them that. In the United States, though, we obviously have quite a few states that produce maple syrup. So can anyone tell me where they think Pennsylvania falls in the field of maple syrup production? 5th. Good guess. Some years that is right. This year, we were 6th. And it's like that. We swap a lot with Michigan. We kind of switch places quite a few times. So yeah, last year in 2025, Pennsylvania produced like 196,000 gallons of maple syrup, which sounds like a lot. Vermont, our #1 producer, produced 3.1 million gallons of maple syrup. But they're way ahead of every other state pretty much. So New York is #2, which surprises some people. And then you have Wisconsin, Maine, Michigan, the U.S. I think I got them, or the U.S., Pennsylvania. So yeah, New Hampshire's below us. I think they're 7th. So that's kind of how the rundown of it. So Pennsylvania makes quite a bit of maple syrup, and I think that's pretty cool. It's a sugar produced right here in our country. So how do you make it? Well, it comes from trees. So we know that, the maple tree. And in the past, it was made with a bucket, right? So you put a tap in the tree's sap flows out of the tap, you capture the sap and collect it, and then you concentrate it. And originally, maple syrup actually got started, this is the legend, I'm not sure how much of it's true, but when European settlers first came over to the United States, they found that the Native Americans were actually drinking a concentrated sap. Now, the way the Native Americans did it is they would let the sap freeze, they would chuck the ice, because that was mostly water, and what you were left with was a little more concentrated sugar solution. Think of this as your first Gatorade. This is the energy drink. This is the drink I want to take with me on the hunt, because it's got energy and it's hydrating, right? So it's kind of your first athletic drink. And the European settlers took a look at that and they said, well, we can do that even better. We'll cook it to concentrate it, and then you have maple syrup born. So that's the idea. Collect it, concentrate it, eat it. All right, it's a pretty simple process, but it can be a whole lot of work. You can imagine if you have to collect, so does anyone know the ratio of how much sap you need to make a gallon of maple syrup? If you have 40, it's 40 to 1. So if you, one gallon of maple syrup, and you have all sugar maples, which are the highest producing maple tree, you need 40 gallons of sap to boil down to 1 gallon of syrup. So that's a lot of these little buckets that you're collecting, and that's a lot of work. People figured out that it would be a whole lot easier if we just put a tap in the tree and hooked it up to a tube, and we ran that tube to one location. So we can tap all these different trees. I don't have to walk to each tree and get a bucket 3 times a day. I can just let the sap flow into a big collection bin, and then I can go from there. So most of your operations, you'll see tubing. You'll see it running through the woods. It's usually either like bright green or bright blue, so it shows up pretty good. And these small tubes will connect to the tree, and they will connect into bigger tubes, usually like 3/4 inch or 1 inch black tubing. Sometimes it's blue as well, but it's usually like, it's the same water line that you buy in Lowe's or wherever. You can use that same stuff. And the sap will gravity flow from the trees to your low point. And it would be great if that was also your sugar shack, because then it's right there and you can go to the next step. Oftentimes that is not where your sugar shack is, so then you have to move all that sap somehow to the sugar shack. But that is a problem for the maple producer to solve, and they solve those problems, and they eventually get the sap to the sugar shack, and then they got to concentrate it. As I said before, that can be done a number of ways. The most common is heat. So we cook it. We put it in an evaporator, and we evaporate the water off, and we're left with maple syrup. You can also use reverse osmosis, which is a high pressure filter, and they were originally developed to filter out all the impurities out of water, and they do. You can make just pure H2O with a reverse osmosis, and then you've got this great pure water product. A lot of breweries like to use that because they can put whatever minerals they want back into the water, and they can brew a very consistent beer. In the case of maple producers, that pure water product, we throw it away. We want what was left, which was the sugar and the minerals. So that's what we're actually after. And then we'll concentrate it down with that, and then we'll cook that and turn that into maple syrup. So a lot of different ways to do it. When you get the syrup, though, you're not done. You have to grade it. You have to figure out what grade it is. So you can make really light syrup. This is golden. You can make the next grade, which is amber, and you can see the color difference as it goes from one to the other. And then from amber, you could go to dark. You can see the syrup is getting darker. It's more strong flavor. And then you could go to very dark. And those are the 4 grades of syrup. To figure out what grade you have, we use different instruments, but essentially we're seeing how much light can pass through the syrup and what color it ends up. And that's how we grade it. The reason we use color is because it corresponds to the flavor. So a lighter syrup will not have as strong of a flavor as a very dark syrup. So that's important when you're making different products. If I want sugar, I probably will start with my lighter syrup, and I'll make a lighter colored sugar. If I want a really flavorful candy, I'll start with maybe a darker syrup, and I'll get darker candy. So, and it depends what you're gonna do with it. Like if you're just trying to sweeten something, you don't want that much maple flavor, use a lighter one. If you wanna cook a ham and you don't wanna use an entire gallon of syrup, but you want a lot of flavor, go with a very strong. You get lots of flavor and you don't have to use as much of the syrup. So it's great that we have a variety. And then what you can do is you can take the syrup and you can continue to cook it. If you keep cooking it, higher temperature, before it starts to crystallize, you stir it, we can make what we call maple cream. And this is really tasty. If you have never tried maple cream, you have an opportunity over at the Maple booth to sample this. I recommend you do it. It's pretty tasty. And if you keep cooking, you can pour that syrup into molds and make candy. It'll crystallize into a candy form. And then if you continue going, you'll end up with sugar. And this is how most maple syrup was processed in the past. Because if you had to move a product, it's a commodity, if you had to move a product with a horse and a buggy, it's not fun to do a sticky liquid with a horse and a buggy over rough terrain. It's a whole lot easier to take a dehydrated powder, move it to where you need it, add water, and you have maple syrup again. So this was the most common form of maple syrup in the past. Now it's liquid because we're a little better at moving that around. So that is the basic product. What I want to do now is just kind of take some questions from you guys, and we'll just go from there as we see where the crowd wants to take the conversation. So if you have any questions, let me grab a mic. Will that work? All right, great. Got one back there already. Oh, you had your hand up. You ain't getting out of it now.
So the four
Go ahead in there so everyone can hear you.
The four different grades of maple syrup, does it come out of the tree at that color or
No.
type?
Okay, great question. Yeah, the four different grades, it all comes out of the tree. That's an excellent point. Does anyone know what maple sap looks like when it comes out of the tree? Go ahead, what do you think? Yes, and I didn't know that. When I first started making maple syrup, they told me you gotta go collect the sap, and I was thinking like, I gotta go get the sap. Like I'm thinking pine sap. I'm like, man, that sounds like a really messy job, but no, it comes out, it's perfectly clear, and it looks like water. It tastes just slightly sweet, and it's pure and crystal clean. It's perfect when it comes out. All of it comes out looking like that. But what happens is early in the season, the maple tree will put more sugar into the sap. And then that sap doesn't need to stay in our evaporator as long to get to syrup concentration. Later in the season, as the tree doesn't push as much sugar, it has to stay in the evaporator longer to get to syrup concentration, and it caramelizes more. So that's where the flavoring and the coloring comes from. It comes from the process of making it. There are other things that can affect it. For example, you could get a darker syrup if there were different microorganisms in the sap working. So sometimes, even if it's early season, you may produce a darker syrup, and it could just be because of what's happening in the sap. And we really don't know that until we cook it. So we cook it and we see what we get. Like on my farm, for example, I rarely make golden. I might make a bottle or two of this, and then it instantly goes to amber. And then amber lasts a little bit, and then we're pretty much at dark. So it's just the type of sap I have. So maple has what they call terroir. It's like a taste of the earth from which it came. It's like wine. So it really is dependent on the region, dependent on, the trees. So good question. What other questions? Yeah.
So I'm thinking about the tree, and I'm thinking we have a lot of different maples on our property. Are there, other than the sugar maple, are all other maple trees producers? And then if you were going to tap it, so I guess the sap is probably nutrition for the tree, right? So, how high do you have to tap from the bottom to make sure that you don't damage your tree?
Okay, thank you. Good question. So let me start with the types of trees. You can tap any maple. Sugar maple is your best friend for tapping because they produce the most sugar in the sap. So that ratio I talked about, that 40-to-1, that is a sugar maple. If you tap a red maple, you're looking at more like 60-to-1. So you got to do more cooking. My farm, we tap a mix of red, silver, and sugar, and our ratio is usually about 55 gallons of sap to 1 gallon of syrup. So, but you can tap any of them. And there are other trees that you can tap as well. You can tap a black walnut, and it will make syrup, but it's 80-to-1. So if you ever buy black walnut syrup, you probably pay a lot for it because, well, it takes a lot of work to make it. So maple is by far the most common because of the sugar content, and sugar maple is the most common from that. Now, as far as tapping the tree, the sap is nutrients for the tree, but you won't hurt it by tapping it. You can tap a tree anywhere and get sap. The limitation comes in on where can I reach. So, like, I tap 1,200, I put 1,200 taps in each year, and I like it if my wife helps me, but she's 5'2". So if I tap them up here, and she's trying to untap them in April, I'm getting a call, in the middle of the woods, like, hey, get over here, idiot. So you're limited by how high you can reach. Also, on a tubing system, you're running this tube to another line somewhere. That line needs to slope down toward your sugar shack, hopefully, or wherever you're collecting it. So you need to have slope on that line. This obviously has to be above the line it's running into. So now I can't put it too low, and I don't want that line it runs into in the snow, because if it gets buried in the snowpack, it will never thaw out. So I need that up above the snowpack, and I also need the tap where I can reach. So you've got a small area on the tree that you can tap, and that does bring into concern on the tree. The tree heals. So as soon as you drill the hole, you have 6 weeks. After 6 weeks, there's very little sap, almost no sap coming out of that hole. The tree's just going to heal itself. So, but that hole that you drilled will actually affect the wood inside that tree for about 2 to 3 years. So when we're thinking about tapping a tree, the way I like to think of it is, say my tree's this big. I like to imagine a volleyball in my mind, and I take that volleyball and I shove it in the tree directly behind the hole I drilled. And it's that volume of space of that volleyball. For about 2 to 3 years, I need to avoid that volume of space. So if the next year I come along and drill another hole right here, I'm not getting much sap out of that. I have to drill a volleyball away from the last hole I drilled. So you can see this could get really complicated if this is how much room I can move, and now I've drilled a hole there, I got to get a volleyball away, so I drill a hole here, and now the next year I can't go either of these places, I got to be over here somewhere. And this still has to go down, and my wife still has to be able to reach it. So it can get pretty complicated trying to make sure you get the right hole in the right spot, but the tree doesn't really care. It's fine. Good question. Yes.
How much sap do you get from one tree? How many trees do you need to tap for a reasonable batch?
Okay. Another great question. You guys are awesome. So, okay, it depends. All right, this is my standard answer for most of maple. It depends. But in general, if you tap one tree, assuming you put one tap in the tree, and you can put more taps in the bigger the tree. But again, I revert to my last discussion about where can I tap. So in our farm, we don't put more than 2 taps in any tree, even if it's giant, because it just gets hard to find a fresh spot. But each tap should give you a quart of syrup over the season. So if you have a tree out in your yard and you put 1 tap in it and you collect all the sap that season and you cook it all down, ideally you'd have a quart of syrup. Now, here's the catch. Sap doesn't last long. Once it's out of the tree, you've got to cook it within a day, maybe 2, unless you can refrigerate it. So imagine, unless you have a lot of refrigerator space, you know, if you got to collect 40 gallons to make 1 gallon, it's hard to store 40 gallons. And you're not going to get all 40 gallons out of one tap at the same time. So you'd have to store it. So this starts to limit what you can do, which is why we have multiple taps. They run, I get a big enough batch that I can cook into something usable. And then we also use, old bulk milk tanks. They have refrigeration, so I can put sap in them, turn the refrigerant on, and the bulk milk tank will keep that sap at 37 degrees, you know, and I can keep it for like 4 days till I've got enough to cook. So, great question. Did I get them all? Okay, all right. What else? What other questions you guys have? Yeah.
I'm just curious. My son has hobbies, and I know he does fermentation, wine or mead. Do they ever ferment syrup, or is there too much work going into making that syrup?
Yeah. Okay, I've got that same hobby. All right. So the answer is yes, and I don't. What I do. So an evaporator is it's big. All right, and to fill the evaporator, like my evaporator is actually quite small. It's a 2x6. So to fill it takes about 35-40 gallons of sap. And as you're cooking through the season, the way the evaporator works is the sap will come into the back of the pan as cold sap. It comes from outside the sugar house because we want to keep it cold or else it'll spoil. Goes into the back of the pan, it starts getting heated up. It starts moving its way to the front of the pan where it's been getting hotter and hotter. I have a valve at the front, and when it's, so water boils at 212 degrees. To make syrup, you keep boiling that sap until the temperature is 219 degrees, 7 degrees above boiling. At that point, it should be syrup. We're going to open a valve and we're going to let that syrup drain out. And right next to that valve, I have a temperature probe. So I can see the liquid flowing by that valve. And as soon as I see that temperature start to drop from 219 degrees, I close the valve. Now all the liquid I got out of there is syrup, and it's gravity fed. There's a float valve on the back. So all this fresh sap just starts flowing into the pan and pushes all the hotter stuff up. That's how it works. So as that sap is moving through the pan, at some point, I stop making syrup. Well, what do I have? I have 40 gallons of not quite syrup in my pan at the end of the season. It's sugary liquid. And so me, as a brewer, I said, hey, that's sugary liquid. I think I'm going to throw some yeast in there and see what happens. Yeah, so I've made beer, I've made wine from maple. What I've found, though, is like brewer's yeast does not like maple all by itself. So what I typically do is I will mix the maple, the sugary maple water with like a bit of wheat malt or barley malt so that the yeast is happy. But yes, you can ferment it, and I usually do. I ferment that 35-40 gallons of liquid into beer. So yeah, good question. What else? I saw one back there, yeah.
Just curious, what are some of the differences between a small family operation versus a larger, more industrial? You know, how do they scale up and find efficiencies?
Okay, another good question. So, small family operations have, I would say it's very difficult to make a business from it. For example, I have 1,200 taps, and I've never gotten a penny for the amount of time I put into it. Like, we started with, we didn't have a sugar shack. So we had to build a sugar shack, we had to acquire an evaporator, we had to get a reverse osmosis, we had to get all these tanks, we had to get all this tubing. So we've been doing this for like nine years now commercially, and I think I've finally paid all that off. So I still haven't taken any money for my time or my wife's time. which she reminds me of quite often. So on a small scale, it's difficult to make a business of it. It's a great hobby, and like I can make the hobby pay for itself. But on a larger scale, it can scale up. And some of these operations, I mean, it is incredible to see, like their main lines are like, 10-inch, like city water main pipes. I mean, they're huge. So when you start having 12, 16, 40,000 taps, I mean, you're at a different scale, and it's industrial. The machinery they're using is huge, and then they have the capability to produce in a lot of volume and produce at an efficiency that a small scale never, like a family farm, just can't acquire. So, but what is nice is most of your family farms, we have free child labor, which is good. Although my son is now off to college, and my daughter's 16, she gets her license this week, and she's reminded me that I will not see her again, ever. So I think I've lost my child labor, so I'm not quite sure how it's going to work at this point, but I'll tell you next year. So, what's that? Oh yeah, you want to come work? Well, I'll tell you what, if it is fun. It's fun to get out there in the woods. I love going out, tapping, like when it snowed, like the snow's deep enough that I got to put my snowshoes on. Like, I don't know, there's just something exhilarating about that. Although it can be a lot of work, it's still a lot of fun, so.
Well, you make more children, but your wife probably has something to say about that too.
Yeah, she said we're done. Yeah. What other questions? Yeah.
What is the best way to store the syrup, and what is its shelf life once it's open?
Okay, so the best way to store it would be in the container in which you got it, sealed. It'll last forever. Actually, I was just talking to a guy. He said he heard a story about a guy found in his basement, his grandfather had made some syrup in a mason jar. It had been in the basement so long, the ring on the mason jar had rusted off, but it was still sealed. They opened it up, and it was perfectly good. It was 62 years old, and it was perfectly fine. So it'll last longer than you in the jar, in the container you got it from. Now, once it's open, it should be refrigerated, but it still will last years in a refrigerator. If you want it to last forever after you've opened it, you can put it in the freezer. In the freezer, it won't freeze solid. It'll just get a little thicker, but it'll last forever in the freezer until you lose power, I guess, And then you'd have to lose power for like a year. So it's a pretty durable product, which is nice. What else we got? What is it? Okay, so the question was, when do you start tapping? And it depends. It depends on your region and your weather. So I'm like right now, I'm starting to look at the weather and see what's going on. My farm is about an hour north of here, so we typically will start tapping in like mid to late January. I'd say the main part of the season for us is mid-February to mid-March. But there's two timers, like I said, as soon as you drill that hole, your season will end 6 weeks later. So if you tap too early, you may miss a whole lot of the season. And what is the season? To get maple syrup, to get the sap to flow, we need freezing nights and days that are warm, above freezing. So generally, that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for nights below freezing and anything above 40 degrees during the day. That's a good swing that will create a maple run. We call it a run when the sap runs. And I'm trying to time as many of those swings in my 6-week window from when I drilled that hole. So it's kind of this balance between, do I think winter's going to end in February, or do I think it's going to end in April? Like when do I drill my first hole? Yeah, it's pretty guessworky. And we've tried splitting the sugar bush up. It's like, okay, let's drill half the trees early and take advantage of that early run, and then we'll have ones that we drill later so we can get all the late runs, and it'll be great. But we run into the same problem of now I did that, I've got an early run, but I don't have quite enough sap to cook. So it's like, I need more trees, but half of them aren't tapped, you know. Any other questions? If you have any other questions, I'll be up here for a little bit gathering stuff, and also the maple booth, which sits right between wine and apples and next to cheese. That's all a good thing going on over there, you know. Go check it out. The people over there will be more than happy to answer any questions that you come up with, and they have samples, and you can also buy all these lovely products over there as well. So thanks for your attention, and I will hopefully see you guys out. Oh, one thing I did want to mention. So we divide Pennsylvania up into 6 regions for maple production. Each region has a tour. So open house at the maple farms, they're free. You can go check them out. Over at the maple booth, we have these pamphlets. There's generally one for each region. So depending on where you'd like to take your tour, you can kind of look for the area that has, you know, that's close to you, and you can go see a couple sugar shacks. We do ours the first weekend in March. So February 28th and March 1st, I think, is the dates this year. We do, every farm's different, but we like to take people, if the weather's nice, we'll put you on a hay wagon, we'll drive you out to the sugar bush, we'll show you how we get the sap from the trees to our sugar shack, the physical manipulation of that. And then we also do a tour inside the sugar shack. We'll show you how we make it from sap to syrup. Most of the producers will do something similar. So check them out. There's definitely a lot of fun day. You can hit 2 or 3 farms in a day and kind of compare and contrast the operations. So pretty neat to do. Well, all right. Well, thank you guys. Appreciate your attention.
Concludes our festivities for Potato Day here at the Culinary Connection stage. We hope you enjoy the rest of your farm show evening. We will begin Mushroom Day tomorrow here at Culinary Connection at 10 a.m. We have a full day of demos. Please don't forget to grab a cookbook over to my right, take our survey, enter for a chance to win a fabulous prize later this week. Thank you for attending. Have a good night, everyone.